Hello, everyone. Welcome to day 4 of Global Game Jam Prep Week for GGJ 2023, which kicks off this Saturday right here on twitch.tv/Global Game Jam, where we will be revealing the theme of this year's game, GGJ, as well as interviewing some of our friends from the community and our sponsors, who some of us are with us here today. I hope you've been enjoying the stream so far, and look forward to what we have coming up today. Another full schedule of presentations from our sponsors to learn more about their technology and how you can use it at the game jam and beyond to make your games fun and make fun games with your friends and with us. So up first we have a presentation from our friends at Avaturn, who have been with us the last couple of days. You can check that out and use your smartphone to take a selfie and upload that, and you'll get some cool avatars. So check that out.
To make a realistic, recognizable 3D avatar, do it inside your own product with Avaturn. A new realistic avatar platform where any user can become a 3D avatar under a minute. Avaturn easily integrates in your product through web. It works great with Unreal Engine, Unity, and most web solutions. The integration gives you highly customizable models. Choose body type, hairstyle, clothes, and accessories. Our models are rigged and easy to animate. So sign up now to bring the users to your world. It's your turn with Avaturn. No, seriously, go integrate right now.
Hey, Sergey, how's it going?
Hi, Tim. How are you? Good morning
Doing great.
on your end and good evening on our side.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Welcome back to GGJ Prep Week. Excited to have you here. So I'll let you take it away.
Excited to be here on the second day of preparation as we gain traction and heading a bit closer towards the exciting week of Global Game Jam. So good morning or evening, everyone. My name is Sergey. I'm from the Avaturn team, and I'm here to tell you a little bit about our new next generation avatar platform, how you can use it during Global Game Dev Jam or in general during your during your game development process, and bring either your users as themselves into your game, or just create avatars really easy, even as NPCs. So without further ado, what is Avaturn? Avaturn allows you to generate a 3D avatar from a 2D photo in a couple of seconds. The avatar comes with a standard humanoid rig. The input is from a camera. It can be up to 4K. And the output is a light GLB avatar that looks exactly like you. Your geometry, your texture, it is truly one of a kind, and we are very excited to present it first here at Global Game Dev Jam. And actually, we are releasing it officially tomorrow, so you are still welcome to enjoy it as a beta until tomorrow. Important things before we start. Go to avaturn.me and sign up as a global game developer, and you will be credited for $7,200, which is effectively 3 years of a premium package where you can get your own customized subdomain, you can upload garments, you can customize this avatar environment that you integrate into your game with your own logo, and pretty much get everything absolutely for free as a global game dev developer. So go and sign up now to avaturn.me as a developer and start integrating. It is really easy, 10 minutes, as I will show you now. So without further ado, let's go and see what is avaturn.me. Let me share the screen real quick. Share screen, and here we go. So yeah, this is the avatar.me new website. Effectively, it has two functions. You can either create your avatar right away, or you can start integrating. The integration is the process is that you have to fill up the form. It takes around 1 minute. And based on this form, we allocate you a subdomain that you can integrate into your game or app. Now, here we have the docs. You can integrate Avatar into Unreal, into Unity. I know the majority here of developers are Unity developers, so I will start from showing a Unity example. But first, let me show you the avatars themselves. So it is a web-based system. You do not need to download an app or whatever to create the avatar. Hence, it is being integrated into your game or app as an iframe. How it works, you can either take a new selfie, 3 photos, or you can choose your existing selfie if you have done the scan before. Let me just show how easy it is to create your own avatar. And just a second. Now we'll go. So as you see, we have new avatars created. And sorry, as you can see, we have less updates before tomorrow. Let me create again the avatar in real time and see if it is a problem on my end. Yes, it is a problem on my end. So let's ignore the last minute. And here we go. Okay. Okay, let me try to log in again. Okay, so I don't know what was the source of that problem specifically. Maybe I have too many avatars there. But the point is as following. Once we go into Avatar, we choose whatever selfie we did before, or we can do a new selfie using our phone. And here is the result, right? You can see it is my face, my avatar. It has my exact geometry, and you can even see every small details in my face. What is unique in Avatar that unlike existing avatar platforms, it does not create your avatar from a pre-made 3D asset. Rather, it uses generative AI that we train based on a very large data set of 3D scans of people, actually the largest in the world. Therefore, we generate the entire 3D model of the person based from a 2D photo in real time. So once the avatar is being created by the user, they can choose their body type, whether it's male, they have male body types, whether they are female, they have female body types, so that's not a problem. Then you can customize your hair. You can see that even that we've built the avatars to be really light in order to work in any environment. We made sure that they look high fidelity as possible. You can see it specifically in the hair. You can change the color of the hair, of course, not just to standard hair colors, but you can actually use the RGB system in order to change it to any color you wish. So here you can see I'm changing it from more natural colors to kind of neon blue. So that's also not a problem. And of course, you can change the garments of your avatar. And you can, even as a developer, you can upload new garments. We actually had a developer 2 days ago uploaded something like 100 shirts over a day. So it's really easy to do. Make sure you reach out to us if you are interested to customize with your own garments and with your own logo after this call. And of course, sunglasses, you have here shades, and you can customize with shoes. And finally, we have an animation section. The avatars are not being downloaded with the animations. They are downloaded in a T-pose, but your user can probably enjoy a little bit more by seeing their avatar dance, making flip-flops and whatnot. So going back to Avatar, once the avatar is being created, the user clicks on export, and that's about it. So if, for example, this is your Unity example, you've built a game with a predefined avatar, as you can see. The avatar has a humanoid rig. They have probably an Examo animation and some game logic on top of that. Let me show you how easy it is for you to quickly replace the avatar with the user avatar. So the user goes into your game. They click on a certain button. That's it. They have their avatar system open up. They just need to choose which avatar they want to use. Click on save. Just a second. I have a problem here with this specific user for some reason. So let's go back to another user. So yeah, I'm logged in, and I chose the avatar that I want to play with as a user in the game that you developed. And here you go. We have a new my avatar in the game that you developed. Imagine having 100 people, all of them scanned with avatar, and all of them can see their friends, themselves in this game. It is as easy as that. The integration takes anywhere between 10 to 15 minutes, and it is completely covered here in our docs. Effectively, it is a simple copy-paste integration. So once you sign up as a developer, you get your own subdomain, and all you need to do is you have here an example of the HTML code. You just copy paste it into any environment that supports HTML. In this case, I showed you our Unity that uses the web view plugin. And of course, I will show you now to you in Unreal. Effectively, what this HTML page does, it sends out the GLB file of the user to the external environment. In this case, Unity or Unreal or whatever environment you're developing at. So, yeah, back to the Unity environment. Again, you see, once we have here the integration, and once the user clicks on Open Avatar, your iframe will be open up. The user can customize himself. And here you go. Save, and again, we have a new avatar in your Unity environment. It is as simple as that to integrate and to engage your users into an immersive experience with their own realistic avatars. Let me show you now the Unreal example for the Unreal developers among us. It works pretty much the same. So we have here the standard Unreal Engine 5 environment with Avatar example already embedded into that. You can download both the Unreal and the Unity sample from the Avatar channel on the global game dev Discord server, or you can go to Avatar Discord server and download it from there. We also, of course, will offer you live support to answer any question that you may have. So let's click quickly on play. You see here, this is, let's say, a pre-made character, and the user goes into the game. Oh, here you go. You remember the avatar that we designed just a second ago? You see here. Okay, cool. Let's choose this avatar. Okay, loading, and that's it. We click on save. That's it. We have a playable game character, which happened to be my avatar. You can scale it to how many avatars you actually wish to. So really easy, really simple to integrate. The avatar, again, I mentioned coming with a standard humanoid rig, so they're really easy to integrate using, for example, Mixamo. You can just download the Mixamo animation and apply them directly on the avatar. That's not a problem. So that's the Unreal example, and this is the Unity example. I would like to invite you again to go into now to avaturn.me, sign up as a developer, and start playing either with our examples, whether with the sandbox that we offer in the docs. Come to our Avaturn server or go to the Avaturn channel that we have on the global game dev server. We would be happy to support you, to assist if you have any questions. And of course, go and create your own avatar. You'll be amazed how easy it is. You'll be amazed how realistic and engaging it is. And hopefully you'll be able to deliver the same experience to your gamers, both on Global Game Dev Jam and beyond. Thank you for listening to us, and I will give you the rest of the 45 minutes to reflect, enjoy, and of course, go to Avaturn.
So, we said we were making an action game, right?
Yeah, in a fantasy world.
With robots. It has to have robots.
And online multiplayer.
What?
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 Dude, are you crazy? Making multiplayer games is 100 times harder than single player.
Gas.
You're right, multiplayer is usually 100 times harder. But with coherence, it's only 17 times harder.
Only 17? That's insane.
You mean coherence at Coherence.io, right?
Right. Coherence really is the fastest way to make multiplayer games, even during a game jam. Wouldn't it be cool if you could play your game together online?
Hey, guys, look, I already got something running.
Wow!
Seriously?
Yeah, just 2 boxes syncing, but it's a start.
Fascinating.
See? If you want to try it yourself, you can get more information at coherence.io/GGJ. Hi, today we're gonna have a look at how to take a single player game and make it multiplayer with coherence. Coherence comes with a lot of features that help you make all kinds of multiplayer games. What we'll focus on today is how easy it is to get started. To test this, we wanted to see how quickly we could add multiplayer to a popular package in the Unity Asset Store. You'll find the link in the description below. So let's get this started. Let me turn on the timer. First, let's go to Docs Coherence.io and click on the installation page. We scroll down to the Package Manager section and I'll copy the URL to the package repo. In Unity, let's open Project Settings and click on Package Manager to add our scope registry. We'll enable pre-release packages and then enter the name, URL, and scope. We'll click Save and close the settings. And now let's open the package manager itself and select My Registries. We can see that the Coherence package is already available, so let's go ahead and install it. Now that Coherence is installed, we can click Welcome in the Coherence menu and open the Coherence Hub. Let's connect the project with our free online username by clicking on Login Sign Up and logging in the browser. Going back to the Unity editor, we can now select our default organization and project. Now let's set up our scene by clicking on the Scene tab and adding a monobridge, a live query, and a sample connect dialog. Now we can look at our Fox game object. We can see that it has a lot of components for handling animation states and inputs. Let's add a coherent sync component to it. We'll need to convert it into a prefab, so let's click on Convert to Prefab in Assets and add it to the prefab mapper. We have to define what fields to sync over the network, so let's click Configure and select Position, Rotation, Local Scale, and all parameters in the animator. There is a lot more we could be synchronizing and fine-tuning, but let's stick to the defaults for now. Right now, we don't need to expose any methods as RPCs, but we do need to define what happens to components on remote Foxes. We want the rigid body to be kinematic and disable the input and other components that control the Fox's logic. When Coherence spawns this prefab over the network, it will make sure these settings are applied. Now let's close the configuration window and go back to the Coherence Hub. Let's go to Schemas and click on Bake Now. This will generate the client-side network code for all our Coherence prefabs. If we want to use the Coherence Cloud, we have to make sure that our configuration is uploaded. So let's click on Upload to Coherence Cloud. Now we can hit play and we'll see that the region selector gets populated with the EU region already. So we can go ahead and create a room. We're connected to the cloud, but there's nobody else in our session. So what do? Let's make a build. We'll create and join a new room called Demo. And run the editor scene again. We can now see that the demo room is already here, so let's join it. And voila, 2 foxes synchronizing online. We can now send this build to a friend and play the game together. Let's check the timer. 4 minutes and 45 seconds to set up basic networking. Not bad. Coherence also allows you to share builds online. Let's first go to our project dashboard, go to Share Build, and make sure we have build sharing enabled. To make things extra interesting, let's switch to WebGL and make a new build. Let's give our build a name. Let's call it WebGL. And when the build is ready, we can navigate to the Share Build section of Coherence Hub. Let's select WebGL and the corresponding build folder. Now we can click on Begin Upload. Alright, the game build is uploaded. If we go back to the dashboard, we can see the public URL of the project. Let's open it in a new tab. There, the game's running in the browser. Let's create a new room and call it Demo Web and join it. In the editor, we can now join the same room. So let's hit play. See the room listing. As you can see, the demo room's there, and we join it. And now we can see the Fox syncing between the web browser using WebRTC and the Unity editor using UDP. Thanks for watching this video on how to make a simple multiplayer game with Coherence. This is of course just the start, and there's much more to explore, like network commands, server-side simulation, authority transfer, and other advanced features. Stay tuned for more videos, join our Discord, and head over to coherence.io and sign up for your free account.
So, hey everyone watching, I am Ben Mears, Community Manager at Side Effects, and I'm here to talk a little bit about Houdini. If you don't know what Houdini is, it's basically 3D art and animation software, kind of similar to Maya, 3D Studio Max, or Blender. And what I'm going to do is share my screen, and I'll show you some kind of resources, give you a little bit of info about Houdini. So 1 second here. Okay, is that showing up? This is sideeffects.com. This is our website. This is where basically all the Houdini stuff is. And if you go to Houdini overview, you can learn a bit about more what Houdini can do. It can pretty much do everything. I mean, it's known for special effects mainly, but you can also use it for modeling, character animation, rigging, environment art, and the strength of Houdini is that it's procedural. So everything you do, you start creating nodes. You know, it's kind of like this. Start building these node networks, connecting things together, and you kind of automate a lot of the processes used in game development. We have a free version of Houdini. So if you go to Get at the top here and download, we have our launcher. It's kind of the best way to get the Houdini licenses and run it. And we have Houdini Apprentice is free, and you can use it as much as you want. It does have some restrictions in regards to exporting and rendering. But it's a good way to learn Houdini for as long as you want. You can learn all the tools, learn the UI. And then when you're ready, you can switch over to one of the other licenses. And speaking of licenses, part of our sponsorship for Global Game Jam is that we give out free 2-month Houdini Indie licenses. So if you go to the Global Game Jam news page here and find this one that says Houdini Indie for Global Game Jam 2023, you can there's a form on here that you can fill out, and you can get a license for free, completely free. And that will allow you to export and also use Houdini Engine. And so you might be asking, what is Houdini Engine? It sounds like a game engine, but it is not a game engine. It's actually more of a bridge between Houdini and some of the other software packages, such as Unity and Unreal Engine. And basically what it allows you to do is connect the two programs and have them running side by side at the same time, and then you can have changes happening in Houdini, then those get ported over to the game engine and vice versa. And there's a lot of cool stuff you can do with Houdini Engine in having procedural assets that are basically live. You know, you're not exporting an FBX that is locked out. You basically have an asset in the game engine that you can update and change using the parameters you set up in Houdini. So Houdini Engine is a pretty cool tool. Check it out. We also have it for Maya and 3D Studio Max, so you can connect those other softwares with Houdini. And yeah, so then let's see, what else do we have? We have a while ago we created some Game Jam starter kits, and basically if you go to Get at the top here, and then you go to Content Library, these are a lot of kind of pre-built assets you can use for free. You can use them in your games, and there's a lot of different stuff here to check out. And these are basically Houdini project files that you can open up. You can see how the things were made, and you can, you know, tweak them to your own kind of settings or what you want to do with it. And you can use them for your projects. So if you scroll down a bit, you can find the Unreal Starter Kit and the Unity Starter Kit. And these are basically pre-built assets specifically for games. And the cool thing is, like, Houdini Engine is free. Houdini Engine Indie is free. So you could be using these assets without actually even having to have Houdini installed. So we'll look at the Unreal Starter Kit. If you click on this, there's videos that go with all of them. So, you know, it's all sorts of tools, you know, edge damage, a tree tool, rock tool, foliage, and basically ways that you can generate assets for your games really quickly. Pipes, placement, you know, scattering things around in your levels, actually building platforms and walls. So all this kind of stuff, it's all here. It's all free. Check it out. You can use it for your games, for the Game Jam. Or if you're working on games outside of the Game Jam, you can use it for those as well. We've added some new ones. We have a new road tool. You can build terrain in there, trimming, and that kind of stuff. Another thing that we've done is we have Project Titan. If you go to Learn and then Tech Demos, Project Titan is our newest one, and it's basically all built in Houdini using some Kit Bash 3D assets, and then it's in Unreal Engine 5. And kind of similar to the starter kit, if you go through there, there's tutorials. You can get all the tools used to build the city, and then there's also tutorial videos that go along with it. And especially if you're working in Unreal, this is a great way to kind of find out good environment art workflows using Houdini and Unreal Engine. And there's a lot of stuff that we did for Project Titan. So you have buildings, fence and platforms, ads and billboards, cables and wires, cloth, scaffoldings and construction type stuff, foliage, lamps, pipes, stacking objects. You know, you don't really want to manually place each thing if you have a lot of them. So there's tools to help just stack things real fast. The train that's in there, there's a video covering how it was rigged, and then VAT characters, and VAT is vertex animation textures. So yeah, check out that, and then here's the tutorials that go with the project and all the assets that were built for the project. So you can go through here and see all these different lessons. Yeah, so that's kind of the quick overview of Houdini. For learning, if you're new and you're starting out, we have a lot of learning resources. If you go to Learn up at the top here, kind of the best place is just getting started, exactly what it sounds like. We have foundations. This is basically for complete new, if you're brand new to Houdini, start with the foundations. It's a book, but you can download the PDF of it here. And this gets you started, like, the UI, how to do stuff in Houdini, how to get going, and then starts going through all the different types of stuff you can do, like effects, terrain, KinEffects is our animation tool. So yeah, start there. We also have, this, you can go, if you scroll down here, you got the basics, and then you start getting into more specific things by going to learning paths. So learning paths, you start at the top, you get started there, and then you can kind of start picking whichever way you want to go or what your kind of area of focus is. So, if you went modeling, you could click this and start getting into modeling lessons, lighting and rendering, character rigging, all the different kinds of VFX you can do, like pyro, fluids, and destruction. We have game development specific stuff. So if you come in here, you can start learning about the different game tools, world building and environment art, how to bring effects from Houdini into your games, and then specializing with either Unreal or Unity, and then that kind of goes back to the Houdini engine that I mentioned previously, and a lot more stuff too. Character effects, pipeline, PDG is our tool that it stands for procedural dependency graph, and that's basically automating lots of processes. So check out the learning paths area, and then we also just have a lot of tutorials, both created by us and created by our community. So if you go in here, you can start finding pretty much anything that you're looking for, and there's a ton of content here for learning Houdini. Okay, so yeah, I covered that stuff, and should mention that on Thursday, Simon Verstraat, who's a Houdini pro, he's going to be doing a live stream up for Global Game Jam, same time, 9 a.m. And it's basically Houdini for Game Jam basics. So that he's going to go into way more depth on actually how to use Houdini and build stuff for your games with it. And yeah, I think that's basically what I have. If you have any questions, you can contact me. My email is ben@sideeffects.com. Pretty easy. And so, yeah, find me and shoot me an email if you have any questions. And get the licenses for the game jams. Also, be sure to tag your game with Houdini if you make it. We can, because of Global Game Jam's cool filtering system, if you go here in Tools and Technologies and you tag Houdini, there it is, then we can see all the games that used Houdini. And I'll go through and I'll play all of them. So if you use Houdini, I want to know about it. Here's the ones from last year's Global Game Jam. A lot of great games in here, and also feel free to include some info about how you use Houdini, because I'm always interested just to see what people are doing with it and how you're using it to make your games. And I think that's it for me. Tim, do we have any questions?
Yeah, I don't know.
Being browser-based means it's really easy to run Construct 3 on a variety of devices. But not all of these devices have a lovely big screen to use, and the desktop view would look a little crammed on a small phone, so we created the mobile UI. Today I'll be demonstrating on an iPad Pro, but you can use Construct 3 on most mobile devices. You also don't have to use your device in landscape mode. C3 will work in portrait too. Things look relatively similar to the desktop UI on the start page, just a little more cramped. You'll start to see the differences when we've got a project open. Now I've opened Kiwi Story, you'll see there's something missing. I've got no bars. The layout view takes up the whole screen, but it's very easy to bring up our toolbars. Simply swipe in from the left or the right, and you'll open up one of the bars. Swipe in from the right to bring up the project bar. Swipe again to switch to the layers and tile map bars. Swipe once more to cycle back round to the project bar. If we swipe in from the left, you'll bring up the properties bar. Notice you can only have bars open on one side at a time. If you continue swiping from the left, you'll cycle through bookmarks, Z order, find all references, find all results, and back to the properties bar. If you want to close a bar at any point, simply swipe them back off the screen again. Other than having to open up your bars, using C3 on a mobile device can largely be explained as replacing mouse clicks with touches. For example, if I double tap an asset, I can open up the animations editor. If I double tap in an empty space, I can bring up the new object dialog. And if I need to right click something, let's say to open a menu, I can just tap and hold, and voila, a menu. If you're using a large enough tablet, or have the ability to connect a mouse and keyboard to your device, then you can use the desktop UI on mobile devices. Simply open your settings and switch UI mode from automatic to desktop from the drop-down menu. Now whenever you reload Construct 3, it will force the desktop UI no matter what device you're using. And that about covers using Construct 3 on mobile devices. It is fairly similar to using it on a desktop, just touch orientated instead of using a mouse and keyboard. So next time you're bored on the bus to work, or inspiration hits you while you're on the sofa in your pants, grab your phone and do a bit of impromptu game dev with Construct.
For an upcoming game jam, at some point every jammer faces the same question. What am I going to use to make my game? Well, look no further. I've got something just for you. .BigBang is a fully featured, web-based game-making platform that you should totally use for your next game jam. So here we go. Let's just jump right into it. Here are 10 surprising reasons that you should use .BigBang for your next game jam. You don't need to download anything. .BigBang runs in your browser and works on any device. Laptop, smartphone, tablet, console, or even your smart fridge. All you need to do is make an account and you're ready to start making games. You don't need to worry about downloading or updating an app, how long your builds will take, or where you're going to host your game. We've got everything taken care of for you. As long as you have an internet connection, you can start sharing your games right away. .BigBang runs best in Chrome or Chromium-based browsers like Edge, Brave, and others. And if you'd rather not work in a browser, you're also welcome to install the desktop app. You can share your game instantly with a link and play with your friends. In order to share your game with your friends, all you need to do is click the share button, copy the link, and send it to them. Or just send the link that's in your browser. Once they click the link, they're already playing your game. And when you use the share button, you get a multiplayer link. So you can actually instantly play your game live with your friends. This mechanic is great for playtesting your game while your game's in progress during the jam, and really great for sharing your game with your family and friends once the jam's over. Your game will work on any device, console, mobile, desktop, you name it. Like I mentioned before, no need to worry about where to host your game or how people are going to play it. We've got that covered. If you're planning on working with a team, .BigBang makes that super easy for you. Just by sharing a multiplayer link with your teammates, you and your teammates can instantly start building out your game together. .BigBang supports live multiplayer editing, which is the click of a button, and you can all playtest the game together while you're building it. Here's a big one. Networking is built in. So if you've ever wanted to make a multiplayer game, .BigBang is the place for you. Every game on .BigBang is multiplayer by default. All you have to do is share the multiplayer link. Our networking system is super straightforward. Entities in your game can be marked as networked by just adding a tag. And there are a ton of multiplayer games and scripts on the platform already that can show you the ropes of writing networking code. Also, we have great articles and documentation introducing you to the various concepts you'll need to know when you want to take your multiplayer aspect to the next level. Did you know you can have all the power of VS Code in your browser? Well, with .BigBang, you can. .BigBang has a built-in VS Code editor with TypeScript, complete with debugging capabilities and autocomplete. You can use the editor to edit code while the game is running and see updates happen in real time. We have plenty of documentation and videos that cover scripting in .BigBang as well. You'll have access to thousands of scripts for your use. .BigBang creators have created tons of scripts that you can use in your own games. Just select an entity, select Browse Items, and you can search for scripts that other users have made. For example, if I want to make this door open, and I don't know how, I can search through scripts until I find a door script that works for my purpose. You can also remix other users' scripts to repurpose them for your own use. Remixing and repurposing scripts can really speed up your game-making process during a game jam, where time is everything. And whenever you write a script of your own, you can easily share it with other creators to use the script in their games. .BigBang allows creators to remix games, meaning that creators can actually get their own copy of another game and edit it. If you find a game you like and you're wondering how it was made, as long as it's set as remixable, you can actually take a look into how they made that game and how everything works. You can even make edits of your own, or entirely make your own version of the game if you'd like. .BigBang has made some starter templates that you can use as well, like a first-person shooter template and an obstacle course template. There's also a template for people who are new to scripting and want to learn more about it, or new to building out an environment and want to learn how to do that. So definitely check those out. You can find the links in the description. You're probably wondering where all these lovely art assets are coming from. Well, .BigBang has a robust, built-in voxel object editor, complete with animation capabilities. You can make your own assets, and then jump into your game and drag them right into your level. There is a huge library of voxel art for use in your game. So if you're thinking to yourself, well, what if I can't make art? You're in luck. Just like with scripts, .BigBang has thousands of voxel objects made by other creators that you can use in your game. If you're working with a team, your teammates can make art that you can instantly drag into your game. And if you're an artist, you can make your own art usable by other creators. You can talk to the devs directly for help. If at any point you're stuck or need some guidance, you can reach out to the .BigBang devs on Discord. The link's in the description. The devs have been making games with .BigBang for years and are happy to help out creators as much as we can. We've also got documentation, videos, and live streams that show you all sorts of ways you can use .BigBang. Whether you're an artist or a programmer, if it's your first game jam, or if you're a veteran, or if you're anywhere in between, .BigBang has a place for you. So that was 10 reasons to use .BigBang at your next game jam. If If you want to give it a try, go to .bigbang.com to get started and join our Discord to meet other creators and have your questions answered by the same developers who built the platform. The links are in the description. Thanks for watching and happy jamming!
Hello, everybody. My name's Charles. I'm here from Big Bang. Thank you for Ashley for making that video and giving a great introduction to what Big Bang is. And so with this session today, I'm here for the next couple of hours, and we're going to be making a multiplayer game on Big Bang from scratch. And kind of in the spirit of a game jam, I haven't prepared whatsoever what I'm going to make. I've thought of an idea, but I haven't tried to make it before. I think it should be feasible to make in 2 hours, and we're going to find out if that actually is the case. Ashley gave a really great overview of what it means or why you should use Big Bang for a game jam. But I just want to talk a little bit about why Big Bang is a great place to make games in general, and also why I think it's really great for jamming, and also a great place to kind of cut your teeth in making a multiplayer game in a game jam. Because, you know, a lot of people will come and make games in a jam, but making a multiplayer game is tricky because you need to have enough people to test your idea, and you need to be able to share your game easily with them. You need to be able to run the game easily yourself with multiple people connected to it on your own computer. All of these things are hard technical challenges, and they're all things that Big Bang will help with. And so as we go through, I'm just going to call out some tips that I have for game jamming. I've done a whole bunch of game jams over my career in games, and before that when I was just a hobbyist. So I have a few tips as well to throw in. But let's start at the front with the basics. Big Bang, it's on the web. It's a website. You're just looking at a view of my Chrome browser. And therefore, like, as long as you're logged into the site, you can make a game wherever you are with whatever device you have. You can use your phone, you can use your tablet, you can use your smart fridge. Anything is a possibility, so long as you can get access to the internet and a web browser, which is really powerful. It means you can demo things super easily to people. You know, you meet somebody in a bar or in a cafe and you want to show them your game. Both of you can load up the game, jump into a multiplayer session together and play it together. That's, you know, unprecedented, really, in terms of accessibility for games, just sharing a link. And so the other part of that is that the editor and all the tools to make games are built straight into the platform. You're not going anywhere else to do it. You're not using a separate piece of software and then uploading something. You can just jump in and edit the game. And you can also jump in to other people's games. And if they're remixable, remix them and see how they've done something, how they've built it, and maybe even borrow some of the things that they've done to help out in your game, which gives you a whole bunch of shortcuts to getting a game made. And part of making a game in the game jam is taking shortcuts as much as humanly possible. Always be looking for kind of quick wins and easy ways to do things, because you only have, you know, my case 2 hours, your case 48 hours. That's not a lot of time to make a game in. Most games that we make for this platform take between like 3 and 6 months to make occasionally. So, you know, 48 hours, not a lot of time. The other thing I want to point out is that all of these games in the live game section here, they've all been made using Big Bang. So if you want to get a view of the sort of games that you could create and the sort of like level of polish and that sort of thing you can achieve, you can jump into any of these games and play them and find out. We've never cheated making anything. We've always done it on Big Bang and use the same tools that are available to you right now. And so with that out of the way, let's jump in and start jamming. I'll explain my idea I did cheat slightly with a little bit of pre-preparation, which is this empty game that I made already with some objects in it. It's just our base default level. And I went and found some voxel objects in our library of things that I thought would be fun to use. And so my idea for this game is not original in the slightest. I have 2 hours. I'm taking a shortcut. So I kind of know what it is that I'm building, and I know the mechanics that I'm going to put together. And I've got a few things that I think I'll need to help me make this game, which are these kind of like 6 objects in front of me just now. So that's my I guess tip number 2 is, whilst you won't know the theme up front, you can pre-prepare. You can get comfortable with an engine like Big Bang. You can think of a genre or a style of game that you might want to make, no matter what the theme is, and do things like that. So pre-preparation is a really key thing to being successful, I think, coming out at the end with something that you're happy with. The worst thing you can do is go in with tools you've never used and no idea what you're going to do. So what idea are we going to do? Well, let's open the editor and let's just change the name of the game. I'm going to call it Doodle Drop. Might give people some hints about what's going to happen. So really common kind of format of gameplay. We're going to have several levels of platforms, and all the players are going to drop in at the start of the round on the top layer, and every single platform they touch is going to disappear after a very short period of time, and they'll either manage to jump off it and stay on that level or fall down to the next one. And then the same thing happens again and again, and then one last time. And if they fall through the floor on that bottom level, they're going to fall into the lava and die. And once they're dead, they're just going to go to some sort of intermission space where they can watch everybody else still playing. Once a time limit has been reached, or everybody's dead, or there's like one person or a few people left at the end, we'll declare some winners. And then after a short period of time, we'll just start the game again and play through infinitely forever and ever. So anybody can jump in at any time and get into a game nice and quickly. It's another hallmark of a great kind of like always online multiplayer game, is to get people back into games as soon as possible. So you look at like the battle royale genre. Usually after you've died, you'll jump back out and queue up straight away again. There's no kind of like hanging around and waiting and all of this sort of thing. Fall Guys. Yeah, it is actually, it's a mode in Fall Guys. There's like a ton of versions of this on other platforms. I know there's definitely one on Roblox because my daughter loves to play it. But that's like the general idea. So I've got my task list here in the corner that I'm going to try and get through to make this game. And this is just going to be a big adventure in, can we even make this game in however long? I do not have a clock in front of me, in the hour and 50 minutes that we have left. So let's get started. The first thing on my task list is making the kind of death drop, for which I have this beautiful animated piece of lava. I'm amazed that somebody took the time to create this quite intricate lava animation in our editor. So that props to whoever did that. This is, I think, from a member of our community, but I'm not overly sure. So this is going to be dead simple. Because we have the script tab down here, and these are all scripts that we've basically made for people to use. They're kind of like basic things that you might want to be able to make something do. And so there's trigger kill, and there's also a trigger hurt, and we can look at both of those, I guess. So I'll just drag them out and drop them onto the object. And this just like when you touch it, it's gonna do a certain amount of damage. And when I touch this, it's just going to kill us. So I'm going to get rid of the hurt one because I want people to die. So I can jump back into the game and kill myself. And hopefully it doesn't respawn me on top of the lava again. And I can keep doing that, which is nice. So step number 1, complete. Didn't even have to write a line of code, just found a script that was already in .BigBang. In fact, one of our featured scripts, and stuck it on there. The reason that this works is that we provide a kind of out-of-the-box default player setup, which has this third-person camera, puts your name above your head, has a bunch of animations and movement, a third-person kind of character controller in there, has the ability to play emojis over your head, lists the players that are in the game, has a real like simple interaction and inventory system, and I can demo that maybe a little bit later. Things like respawning and health and damage and death, and that health bar that popped up over my head as well, and things like the player looking in the direction your camera's pointing, and all of these things work over the network in multiplayer as well. Did DMM made it? Blockmaster 99. I believe that is also Voxelius. Yeah, so we've got our first thing done, killing ourselves with lava. What I'm going to try and do is make this in. I'm going to save it first because that's a good idea before I make it reload. So I'm letting you see my taskbar up at the top here so that you can see what I'm typing in there as well. So I'm just going to type $MP equals bloop afterwards. And this is one way of just making your game run into a multiplayer session. So now if I open up another tab and I'm going to break it off from my screen so that I don't time out the other one. And now you can see 2 of me. And this is the new me that I've brought in. And they're going to jump on the lava and they're going to die as well. So that's absolutely perfect. Exactly what we wanted to see. The stuff we've made works in multiplayer without us even having to do anything. So we'll say goodbye to them for a moment and carry on. So let's think a little bit about level design briefly. It's not a complicated level design, I'm going to admit. So I'm going to select it and I'm going to actually use our scale tool or move tool first, I think. And I'm going to go into a fly camera just so that I can get a little view on things. And I'm going to push this out into the void and move it down a bit. And then I am going to grab the scale tool. That is very difficult to see on a white background. I'm going to scale it up. And I have made it not that much bigger. So let's get off the scale tool and just grab the transform and let's make 100 times larger. That's more like it. That's kind of eye-searingly moving, but it'll be good enough for now. Maybe make it smaller later. Yeah, so now we have, I think I'm going to like use this grass stage as the kind of like building area and intermission space. And maybe I'll make it a bit smaller as well. So let's bring it down to be 40. Oops, that is the wrong thing. Yes. So we need to name it something different so that it lets us change it. It's kind of a little thing to stop people doing bad stuff to themselves. I've got to quickly do it. So you see we fell down with that as well because the game's still running and everything else is now floating in the air. So I could try and accurately move him back. But if I go to our multi-tool and use the blue thing, it'll pin it to the ground. And I can do the same thing for these. And I'm almost certainly going to want to do that with the spawn point as well. Just put these somewhere sensible. Cool. The next thing we need to do is our platforms that disappear, I guess. That's the next thing on the list. Let's jump over and edit our task list. The other thing, like I've got a task list in here so you can kind of track where we're at. But I'd really recommend doing this if you're doing a jam or anything like that. Then you'll be able to keep track of what you're doing and what you've got left, and you can expand it and contract it and all of that sort of good stuff. So we're going to make the platform next, I think. But how are we going to do that? Why I am, I know what I've done. I've done the bad thing, bad Charles. And so I was standing on here and I shrunk myself at the same time as I shrunk everything else, which is mildly hilarious, but maybe not what I intended. So all of these are pretty cool. I would say that that was quite small as a platform. If you think we're going to build out maybe like 10 by 10 of these, so there's going to be 100 of them at this size. That's not going to be that impressive. We need to make them bigger. So maybe this size, that looks more like it. I don't know why I put the 4.3 in there. It's a pleasing additional amount though. Let's start off with 4. And then we can just feel how big that is and how quickly we can run across it. 1,000, so like a second and a half to run all the way across. Obviously we can jump the entire thing, so we can leap over things if you want. That seems pretty nice. So we grab it, and we're going to want to do multiple things with this. So it's going to need to take part in networking. So we are going to click the network tag in here. The net one next to it, as you can see from the tooltip, everything's tooltipped. This entity is networked, but the net tag also automatically networks any changes to its position and rotation and scale, and the playing animation on the kind of skeletal object, if it has one, so like the characters in the game. I'm going to switch back so I can actually see the chat, just in case people are asking anything. Feel free to jump in with any questions. There's people from Big Bang in the chat who can answer things, and also I will do it live too. So it's network now, and we're going to need to make a new script to control its behavior. So I'm going to click the button here, which will bring open the scripting window. I'm going to resize it and maybe hide this at the bottom. Yell if it's not visible enough, and I'll make the text bigger. So Big Bang uses TypeScript as a scripting language, and that then is compiled on the fly as you change things and reloaded into everything. So you can edit the game whilst it's running, and that sort of stuff. So with this particular thing, what we want to happen is when you jump on it and it gets touched, we want the platform to disappear and stop colliding with you, which seems straightforward. We need to tackle that in some kind of order. So I'm going to go with the detecting collisions first and build up from there, I think. And so the other thing to understand about Big Bang is that the networking for this, you're just sending messages between everybody to specific entities, and those messages are sent to everybody else. So you can build your game in a client-server model, and we have support for that, or you can build your game as a peer-to-peer model, and we have support for that. I'm going to do the latter because it's simpler, and for a game jam, doing the simple easy thing, even though it might let people cheat more easily, is going to be the better thing for me, because I'll get my game done faster, and I can come and revisit exactly how it's done and deal with cheaters if anybody writes cheats for this game, which feels unlikely, at least to start off with. Unless it's an overnight success. We're hoping for overnight success. Yes, bigger text, please. That's bigger. If it needs to be bigger again, I can do that as well. So the next thing I want to show whilst we're doing this is just the docs, and not that doc. In fact, I haven't opened the docs. We've got lots of info in here. Whoops, lots of info in here. I'm worried it's going to disconnect me. So I might just jump over and save whilst the saving is good. So we've got stuff that covers multiplayer, collision, scripting, got a lot of examples for scripting, got information about how the game works, how to debug a game, and then a bunch of information in here about the API itself. So if we just jump in to the first part, we can go and look at the entity and see how it's set up. And what this is not showing is the stuff that can be sent to this entity from the game engine. And exactly what I feared happened. So if you're in a multiplayer session, I might drop the multiplayer session for just now, start things off and come back to it for testing. Perfect. There's my giant thing. I'm so glad I saved that. Let's go find the script on it. We have an unnamed resource. So first of all, we'll name our script and we'll call it Global Game Jam Platform. That's not a very original name. And so what we want to do is use one of these inbuilt functions. So we have start and we have tick, but the one I want to use is on collision enter. I know that is going to tell me which entity has touched it and give me some contact information as well. This guy. And the nice thing about that is this is just going to get called for us when something touches it. So what we'll do is do console.log other.name. And we don't need to save it or anything because it'll run automatically. And so for debugging and for understanding things, you can log stuff out to the console, which is under here in the game. So this is the Chrome Dev Tools, and you can access them by pressing Control, Shift, and I, or Command, Option, I on Mac. And they just give you a console, full debugging support, full performance monitoring, memory monitoring, network monitoring, whatever you might want to do for something running in your browser, you can look up that information. And so hopefully what happens is I run on this and it says player, which is the name of this entity. And you can see every time I touch it, it's going to say player. Perfect. Exactly what we want. So first of all, like anything touching it is going to cause this to happen. And we only care about players. And in fact, for what I want to do here, it's been on my mind for a couple of days, percolating how to do this. So I have an idea of how I'm going to start. Players have a bunch of tags on them, including the player tag here, which is a system level tag. But that player tag is only on only set on the peer that owns that player. So we're basically saying we can basically just filter for us touching the thing. So I'm going to do if other dot tags has player, and I actually want, if it doesn't have the player tag, we want to early out and ignore the collision. And then the next thing we want to do is have some kind of amount of time it's going to have to disappear, I guess. What should we call this? Disappear I cannot spell. That's gonna be how I spell disappear. Yeah. Oh God. Will somebody? That's almost diaper. Let's call it remove delay. There we go. Ha. Problem solved. So we're gonna want to have some sort of remove delay. So we want to do, and we want to gonna have to work out where that is in the future. Remove time. It's going to be 0. I'm going to correct my thingy. So we can set the remove time to be this.game.session.server time plus this.remove delay. This is the time in the future that we want to remove this. And I'm going to use a feature that we have, which is really useful for making multiplayer games, called server time. It's the time as the server sees it and is kept in sync across everybody connected to the same gameplay session. Who is the server, you might ask? Well, it's the first player to have joined that session, or somebody else. If that first player leaves, somebody new will be nominated, and the serverness will be transferred across to them. So you don't really need to worry about it too much. It'll be kept in sync for you. And the reason we're going to use this is, again, we want to make this peer-to-peer. So I'm going to need to generate a network message that tells everybody else what time they should remove this platform at. And I need a common base to do that from, which server time gives me. And so I can do that right now. I can be like, well, we know we are the owner because we have this. We know we know we're doing the right thing. So this game session send message. I'm going to send it to ourselves so the script knows which entities it's attached to. Why do you not like me? This game session send message. This.entity. It's complaining because I haven't filled it all in. I'm going to call it something. Remove tile. And then we're going to send through time this.remove time. So we've generated a message that's going to be sent over the network. We need to pick it up on the other side. Thankfully, there's a on message event. And we're going to get a name, which is going to be a string. We're going to get a payload of data. Let's just call it data instead of payload. Which is just going to be this object that we've randomly fired across. So if we have multiple events, it could send anything. One of the nice things about TypeScript is that it has the ability to just be like, it could be anything. You can expect anything to come through and it will handle that. So we've got the message. If the name doesn't equal remove tile, I want to early out and ignore it just in case people start sending us junk. We don't want to spuriously process it. And if we got that through, then we know we can set the remove time to the data dot time. And so we know that's going to come through here. Time is going to be set to the remove time, and we're going to get the remove time as the data dot time. Thinking about it, we want to make sure if this dot remove time doesn't equal 0, and this dot remove time is greater than and data dot time is greater than this dot remove time. So if somebody sent us, like if two people touch near enough the same time and they're sending information through together, we don't want people that have sent their remove time later than the one we already have away. And we also need to make that same check higher up. And this just means that, you know, like I touch it and it's about to be removed and somebody else comes along and touches it, they don't reset the timer again. And if this, I could do Technically speaking, I could do that. That's probably the easier thing to start off with. And then we can add the finesse in there if it's needed. So if it's already been set, don't set it. Obviously, don't send the message. Otherwise, when we get the message, if it's already been set, don't set it. Otherwise, we'll set it. That could potentially result in two people running onto the thing at the same time. This is a multiplayer fun experience. You want the text even bigger. Okay, text even bigger. I'm running out of screen space now. So two people could touch at the same time and their messages kind of cross with each other and the platform disappears for them at slightly different times. So supersize text maybe after each refresh. It should keep the same size, hopefully. But yeah, I'll make the text enormous for everybody. So we're going to ignore that slight hiccup that could happen. It's mostly going to be like a moment-to-moment thing, and the difference is going to be minuscule anyway. We've set up the messaging for this. Now we need to process it. I've forgotten a semicolon. We're going to use a tick function, and this is called every frame to update the state every single time. So if we can have if this remove time is greater than is 0, we'll return because nobody's touched it. We don't need to do anything. And so we will then be if this.game.session.server time is greater than or equal to this.remove time, do the remove. And so what we should do at this stage is we've written a bunch of code that's also networked and not networked. We should also set this to 0 again. And put a console log in there. Remove the tile. Just test that it works correctly. And this is another labor-saving device. You might think, oh, I need to blast out my entire game and get it done. But you'll actually move faster if you stop after a little bit, each little addition, and test. Because then if something breaks, you know what broke it. You just wrote it and can fix it. So we'll go in and I will pull this up. Apologies, because this is going to be hard to see. I've stood on the tile. I don't know what I set the, I think I probably need to go in and change how long the remove time is. It's like 42. So if we make it like 1.5 to start off with, that's how long it took us to run across the tile. Save it, stop the game, start the game again. Come back in. We should run across, touch it, and then 1.5 seconds, it removed the tile. The console log line came up there. And maybe I can actually make this bigger. Yeah, there you go. Remove the tile. So it works in single player. That is great. Does it work in multiplayer? Remove the tile. Let's start up a multiplayer session and find out. And I'm going to do the same thing again. And what's going to happen this time, hopefully, is that both people get the remove the tile in their console. We're both in there together. I'm running around. Well, let's turn this guy so he's actually looking in the right direction. I'm running around over here with my second person. Run across, stand on the thing. And if we look at the console log on this guy, he got remove the tile. And on this guy, he got remove the tile as well. Although I did, yeah, I started a new session, so that's correct. And it set it back to 0, so I can actually test it again and go and stand on it with this one. And I get remove the tile. And I can see on my screen on the other guy, he got remove the tile as well. So both of them are getting the message across. and are responding to the timer correctly. So that's good. We've got a basic timer set up for getting rid of the tile. And now we just need to decide how we're going to get rid of that tile. So that should hopefully be straightforward. I could just delete the tile, but I don't think I want to do that. I think I want to make it invisible and to get rid of the collision on it. And the reason I want to do that rather than just deleting it is, the game has to restart. I have to make all of these things appear back in the same place again. So it's a bit of a waste of effort, really, to delete everything, only to recreate it. So we're going to do that. And to do that, we need to grab the collision volume and the voxel object just here. But before that, I'm going to drink some water. And let's test that, see how far we've gone. So we're 35 minutes in, which I guess is 20 minutes of actually making stuff. And hopefully in a second, we'll have our main gameplay mechanic complete, if not polished. So that'll be nice. Then maybe we can set some other things up. So we're going to remove the tile. That's what we're going to do. So that's probably quite easy. I can get the collider. Is this the entity, not the game? Get component by type, component type, collision. Great. And if there was a collider, because obviously somebody could delete it and it no longer exists, we want the collider and we want to do, is it type, layer, response type, offset, ID, extents. Collider, I think, is actually what we want. Collider, collision component, collider type, none. And the collision off. And so we can also, get the voxel object, voxel object by the same way. And if you were accessing these every frame, you might want to store this as a variable in your script so you're not looking it up all the time. It's not actually slow, but if you do a lot of it, then it will take up time and it's work you don't technically need to do. This is only happening once for every tile per game, so it's basically doesn't matter. Voxel object visible equals false. And I haven't checked if it's thingy. So we can't do that because we're doing an assignment. That is what I was thinking about, but it's not possible. Voxel object per chunk. So now we're going to do the remove. We can get rid of that pointless comment. Save the script and test it out again. So let's add some stakes to this. We're going to get this right first time, clearly. So let's put it over the gap and complete our gameplay loop that way. Stand on it, 1.5 seconds, disappeared, we fell and we died. That was not what I intended to happen, but it happened anyway. Let's get our little friend back. Play the game, obviously. Here's our little friend. We're not actually looking in the right direction here. There's a tile. The reason the person died immediately rather than hitting the lava is to do with the respawn script, so we'll fix that in just a sec. So we're looking in the right place. We'll get the other person, and I'm going to run and bravely leap onto here. Disappeared on both things, and now I'm just falling infinitely into the void. Okay, gameplay. We're technically speaking, for games, mechanically complete. obviously there's a round system in there. I'm not sure that counts as a gameplay mechanic as such, as opposed to the meta structure of things, but that's philosophy. So yeah, cool. Obviously we need a way of resetting that as well. We'll need to do that too when we have gameplay rounds. Let's fix the height problem. There's two ways we could go about this. One is to edit the template, which sounds like the bad way of doing that in terms of complexity, or the other one is to just get the move tool and drag everything up. So when above that kind of like respawn height, then we can go and test out the true jeopardy of standing on here. Okay, yeah, now we're falling and dying correctly. Oops. That respawn is not good for making this game work. Now, just a death simulator. But the nice thing is that because we have all of this set up, the next thing we can do is go through and just build a level and just play through it. I guess we can get a bunch of people spawning in maybe and try it out. It's going to be very, where am I? I'm under the lava. Fly up in the air. So yeah, we're going to just get maybe little gap between them. 2, 3. I'm just doing this kind of approximately. 4, 5. More. Copy paste them. 10. And grab all these as well. And then 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Oops. 60, 70, 80, 90. Is that 90? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It is 100. Okay, so we've got all those in. And if I get a slightly better viewpoint, I can select them all. And just to make it easier for me to select these, I'm just going to put on the tag called floor 1 that I've just invented. And that means in the entity selector, I can type floor 1 and it will show me all the tiles for them. I may be a little far away. It's going to be a leap into the void, but we can see our... No! Okay, actually that we should respawn still okay. So if we move the ground a bit closer, we can try this out. Why am I back under here? Let's get a bit closer. We can play the game. We can run along and hopefully the tiles are disappearing behind us. We can see that if we run for long enough, things are going to go very badly for us. Maybe leap back across the gap. And imagine other people are running around as well. Oh my gosh, where am I going to go? I only just made that jump and so on. So you can see kind of like how this game is going to work now. All we need to do is have many tiles in. And so that's pretty cool. Is it worthwhile playtesting that? Maybe not. 12 per row seems pretty good. Yeah, maybe. And Gaming in the Wild is correct. A really important game jam tip is to hydrate, particularly if you're doing something like this and narrating over the top of it. You get thirsty very quickly. I'm going to call that complete and just jump onto the round system. And then like what I want to do is get the game loop running, and then we can drop everybody in, play it a bit, make some decisions about the game, and then start adding polish in, like VFX for the platform disappearing, maybe some UI, and so on. Just we'll see how far we can push it really at that point. So where is OBS? For now, we're going to call the platform done. Anything else we do is polish, which is lovely. And we're on to the round system. So, whoops, that was not the button I wanted to push. I knew I was going to do that at least once, but I want to keep it in the box. We got the platform set up and done. Let's move that out the way for now. Get the entity search out the way. Fly back up. We admire our handiwork here because we've got rid of all of this. I need to make some kind of manager. And I was like, what would be a cool thing and easy to remember to use as a manager? And I decided an absolutely enormous cool guy doodle who's going to be watching your exploits. There it is. As you do play the game. So he's pretty big and off in the fog, which is a nice effect. And so we'll come back in again. Why are you still here? I don't want you here. So that's cool. And if we stop the game, we'll see that all the tiles are still here. And we'll jump on the cool doodle. He doesn't need collision. I don't think people will be able to get to him. So we can get that off. The cool doodle does need to be networked because he's going to participate in networking. And we'll just save his existence and coolitude there. Bum, bum, bum. We need a new script. Global Game Jam. What do we call it? Doodle drop. Drop manager. Cool. We're going to jump in and do some TypeScript types, which is fun. So the nice thing about having TypeScript is that you can make your code as safe as you want it. Like we use it primarily because it lets you do things like this and explore the API easily all by yourself just by typing stuff. But you can make that extend to your own stuff as well. So we're going to have a round state of intermission or game. That's a really bad name. And then I guess game over or reset. Usually using strings as a type is really dangerous because you can misspell things and type them wrong and all of this sort of thing. But in TypeScript, they're actually pretty useful. And that's because they use like stringly typing things is quite common in JavaScript. So really, this is saying this round state could either be intermission or game or reset, but nothing else. And TypeScript will enforce it. Won't let you put the wrong thing in at the wrong time, which is really, really useful. So we're going to save that. The other thing we're going to do is have a round state in here, which is going to be an empty string, and we're going to use a decorator on it, which is hidden. And the reason for that is if I take it out, it'll appear in here, and I can type anything I like into it. If it's not in here, you can't. And the reason for doing this is that these properties that are public in the game are networked by default. When you join the game, you will find out what the current round state is. And it's going to start empty. And the next thing we're going to do is what happens when you load into the game. So if we own the entity, we're going to do something. And in this case, we need to make a new state. We're going to set up a change state function that is going to take in one of these round states and set our new state, so we can change which state we happen to be in. So this start gets called when the game is started, brought up, begins. And because our doodle is networked, somebody on the network, one of the people connected together, owns the doodle. And in this case, the owner of the doodle is the server that we talked about earlier. And they own the doodle and will nominally at least responsible for what it does and what it's doing. You can, of course, ignore that, but it's useful. It's a useful construct to understand the sense of ownership and who owns something, and use that to control what code is executed where. And because somebody has to be overall in charge of what's happening, otherwise it's going to be the Wild West, we're just going to use the owner of the doodle, who will be the person that is currently the server. They are going to change the round state to intermission. And we can see it spell checks it for me. If I do intermission D, it's the wrong thing. So that's when the game very first starts up. But if we're joining, if round state, if this, probably, do we want to change state into the round state, or do we want to just know that? Let's put a to do in here. To do what happens when we join in after the game has started. That's what we're going to solve there. And technically, we could return here just now. So we're going to start. So intermission game reset. We don't really need reset, I don't think. Just you're in the game playing it, or you're waiting. In the game playing it or waiting. So we want to do something useful here. So when we change the state, I will do this dot round state equals new state. I want to do something based on the old state, but we'll add that in when we get to it. And then we want to network it. This game session dot send message to ourselves. Typically, you want to send messages just directly to the same entity to keep where you send it and where you receive it on either side together. It's just easier to understand that way. But you can send it to any other entity you like if you're doing something more complicated. This entity, we're going to send it across game state. And we're going to send through the state as this dot round state. And we could do this. This entity is owned locally. I'm going to wrap it like this. So then we can use the same function for both sides. That sounds like a sensible thing to do. Probably want to have an intermission time. How long would 5 seconds? Don't want too long. Game time 60 seconds, just to start off with. So let's say, we want to have an end time, which we're going to make another hidden thing. In time 0. This is going to work like our well, let's call it timer end, in fact. This is going to work like our other one. And thinking about it, this probably just needs to be public and hidden as well. I did that the silly way. It's easy to rectify my mistake. And this way, people arriving late when somebody's already destroyed a tile won't still have that tile. It will get removed if that timer has started. So things started out. We're going to need to have a time this dot timer end equals this game dot session dot server time plus this dot we need to get the time private. Let's do that. And then we can do if state equals intermission. In fact, we can just do this right now. Intermission time or this dot game time. That's nice and easy. If the state was the intermission, it's going to be the intermission time, and we've only got two different states, so otherwise it's the game time. Plus this dot get state end delay. Cool. Okay, we're getting there slowly. So we get into the game, it turns it into the intermission state. That's going to change the round state, so new people that join know we're in intermission. It's going to kick off a timer, which is also going to be shared with new people that join, which says when the game is going to end. State, round state, and we can do end time as well in here. Get out of my face, please. Thank you. Okay, so we need to receive that on the other side. And that is going to be in on message, data, any. We only have the one message at the moment, but we're probably going to send more messages from this. So we'll just do a switch on the name. And if it is game state, going to be if we are this game, this entity, sorry. If we own the entity, we're going to ignore any game state messages that get sent to us, just in case somebody else tries to send us them. Otherwise, we are going to do, and okay, this makes sense to keep, to not do, because we're getting this information out. Whereas here we're sending through the end time. We could actually just double the work right now and just do this to change state to data state, and then do this dot timer end is data dot end time. So we set the end time once ourselves, and then set it again from the actual data that was sent through, which is totally fine. We can clean that up some other time, but we have now an hour left to get this finished in, which isn't very long. And this part is already feeling quite tricky to do. And then, yeah, we want to, let's have a private get next state. We can have, it doesn't need, oh yeah, we need the current state. Oh no, actually we don't need the current state at all. So turn state equals into this dot round state. If we're in the intermission, the next state is the game. Otherwise, it is the intermission. That's nice and easy. That's what we're going to do when the timer ends, basically. So, right, what we want to do is if this dot timer end is greater than 0 and this dot timer end is less than this dot game dot session dot server time. Is it time for the timer to end? And then we'll just set the timer into 0 just to stop things until it gets started again. And then we'll change state to whatever the next state happens to be. And now we can update how these functions work without needing to change how our timer will work. And we can do more clever things when the round state changes. So that's all well and good. Presumably, we should test this. So we're going to, in change state, we're just going to do console.log new state out in here and make sure that that is correct over the network as well. We're just going to save this. And I'm going to reduce the game time to 5 seconds for testing purposes. Otherwise, we'll be waiting around for a full minute, and I don't have very many full minutes. But we'll see. We have our giant doodle. We have our thingy. We are seeing if we get random changes. Game, intermission, game, intermission, game. Perfect. It's working as intended locally, which you'd hope would be true because it's just a fairly straightforward timer. Let's get a second friend in who's joining late. And they're in. And they don't actually do the catch up, so they got 2 intermissions. And let's see what they're doing in here. Game. Okay, so one thing is going wrong. They're in the right state and they change at the right time. They're all hooked together. But one thing that's wrong is that the person that's connected is getting that change through twice. So that's a bug. That testing it with just console logging has helped us discover before we made any grave errors or went further and didn't understand why things were going wrong. So actually, yeah, we need to work out what actually happens here. We need to do some like starting things. So this was correct. The thing that's wrong is that this is running everywhere. If we don't own the entity, please don't run tick. And we won't do it twice, which is good. But everything was hooked up together and was working together. So pretty, pardon me, pretty much nailed this. So we're moving between the 2 states. Now we need to decide what we do when you change between them. Like, what are we going to set up? And I think the main thing that we need to set up is like where you're going to spawn to. And so I think like this is an interesting question. Just thinking about the logic of it, when you go into the game, you want to be spawned at the top, but when you die in the game, you want to go back to the intermission area. So essentially what we need to do is when the game starts, we'll set your spawn point to one of the game spawn points, spawn you in, and then set your next spawn point to be the intermission spawn point. And then when we get to the intermission, we want to spawn everybody at an intermission spawn point. We have neither of those things. We need to build them. Let's do that. And the spawn point is going to be really, really simple, I hope. I need some kind of spawn point object. Let's see what we have in terms of blocks. I think the Mario block is it not quite the right one? A yellow block, one block green. That really is one block. It's not lying. Can make that a bit bigger. Is there other more one blocks? One block orange. We can make that a bit bigger. So we're just going to use these as like visible things for our spawn points. We don't need collision on them because they're not going to be collidable. And I guess we should give them special names. This can be an intermission spawn point. This one can be a game spawn point. I'm not going to put any tags on them either right now. I think I'm just going to use them as identifiers. I'm going to put intermission and I'm going to put game. Game is a bad tag name, almost certainly. But we'll start off with those. And the other thing we might want to do, I think there is a hide script, but I don't know. Yeah, Ashley made one. Excellent. I trust Ashley the most out of all of those authors, as I know her. Let's see what it does. So when start, it's going to hide it this way. Let's see what the other say that, and then I'm like, actually, that's not quite what I want. What does the ESP one do? It does the same thing. Cool. What I actually want is that it. I want to remix you, please, script. Let's do that. I want to remix you, please, script. Remix. Yes, I've got my own hide at start. And then I want dispose in there, which is basically the opposite way around. So I'm going to simplify this a bit and just do voxel object component dot visible. Why does that not have visible on it? Oh, I know why. We have different API versions. I want to move to 011. Then we can do visible is false, which is a much simpler thing. And then when the game ends, I want to make it visible again so that we can see it when the editor's running. Now we have something that is invisible when the game's running, but when the game is stopped, we can see it again. And thanks, Ashley, for giving me the starting blocks for that. You can do the same thing here, and now that one disappears as well. Perfect. And that's all I need to do, I think, for my spawn points. I just need to place them out, which means I actually need to start thinking maybe a little bit about level layout. These are the intermission ones, so that's easy. I can wish I weren't quite so small. Drag a few out. And just leave one of these here to prove this works first. Yep. So we've got a bunch of spawn points for each side. Let's make the script actually use them. That would be the good thing to do. So, yep, we've got the change state in there. We're logging out the new state still. If new state is equal to intermission, what we want to do when we go into the intermission is to set the spawn point to the intermission. We play the game, we can look at our character, and in here I believe there is a default respawn script, and we can look at what it gives us. Set respawn tag. So this is going to respawn us at something with a specific tag, which is very useful. So what we can do is say this.game player entity. We use a question mark because we might not have one. Send event, set spawn tag, and it's starting intermission. So we want to set our spawn tag to be intermission. And is there a respawn? Respawn. There is. And then we can do this.game.player. So we could just pull this out and not do this a million times. Tell them to respawn. And you just saw that happen, which is kind of nice. Else, it's game state. Game.player entity.send event set. Let's stop the game running just for now. And is it respawn or spawn? It is a respawn tag, so that's why respawn. Grab this, grab that. Game. And tell us to respawn. Respawn. And then what we said is when the player next dies, we actually want to change the respawn tag to intermission so that they get sent back to the intermission viewing area if they die afterwards, which is good. And this is all networked already, so this is going to run on both sides, so everybody will be set up correctly, hopefully. And it's on a 5-second loop. Let's save the game. So we spawned over at one of the tags over here. And now we're over here. And now we're over here. I have no idea where. So respawned at the game tag. Respawned at the intermission tag. Respawn failed. That's not a good sign. So that can be caused by a few things. If we move this further over, we just move them off the ground. It's probably what's happening is we're going inside something else. And let's just get rid of one of them, all but one, so that we can see us ping-ponging back and forth between them. This is the main spawn tag. This is the intermission one. Let's just make sure we spawned at the wrong one. Intermission. No, was that the game one? Okay, that's failed as well. Fun times. Failures 1. So this keeps failing. Well, that's confusing. So is it that the respawn is broken? Or is it something else? I don't really want to debug this. There's the tag respawning. And it's going to find the nearest tag to respawn us at, essentially. So we'll just make sure that we're not respawning inside things, making it sad. Immediately click the wrong thing. This has no collision. This has no collision. Let's try, for the sake of argument, let's get all the tags. Spawn points equals this game, get entities by tag, intermission. Could also be that I've spelt one wrong. What can I do? Set respawn position. And then set respawn position. I can get random dot index spawn points dot length. So I can get constant spawn point equals spawn points gives us the right index. And then this is the entity. So spawn point dot world transform dot position spawn point dot world transform dot location. And use that instead. So rather than using the built-in functionality, which might be suspect, might not, I'm just trying to sort it out. So we want to get game respawn. I want to do the same thing again with intermission. And I've got multiple of these. And I just need to do this to make TypeScript happy, preventing us from accidentally overwriting our own things. Okay. This is going well. I'm also going to check my spelling of my tags. That's a good idea. Intermission. I do think I spelled game properly. I did. So this is definitely, if we're going to the intermission, responding at the intermission tag. Otherwise, we're going into the game tag. And yep. Okay, let's try that again. Except can't see. Okay, we spawned at the spawn points game. We spawned at intermission. It failed. That's so confusing. If this is the thing that scuppers this game working, the respawning, that would be so hilarious. Everything else has worked smoothly, and now I'm trying to do something that happens all the time, and it's not working. So something must obviously be going wrong here. I just don't know quite what it is. So one thing that's confusing me is it goes into the game state, and it is it just that this is not too much in the ground? Let's move these all the way up. Super high. Spawned at the intermission. We spawned at the intermission. It's giving me the error, I bet. No, it's not giving me the error anymore. It's just not choosing different spawn points. Okay, so that is at least closer to it working. This guy was in the ground. This entity, let's get rid of the game tag and call it game spawn. And let's get rid of the intermission tag and call it intermission spawn. Okay. And update this intermission spawn game spawn intermission spawn. Okay. Spawn at the default tags. And now it doesn't do anything. Intermission. Game. So it's not finding these tags now. That appears to be the problem. So stop, save the game. Let's all else fails. The thing to do is reload into single player. Let's start eliminating variables. So default, fingers crossed, everybody. What? Game respawn intermission. It's going to do nothing. It's got some errors. Okay, default. Look at the errors. Cannot read properties undefined. Reading world transform. Okay. Could have helped if I'd looked at the errors a little earlier there. Open the manager. So it is 100% me, not intermission. This one is called intermission spawn. Or this one is called game spawn. So if spawn points dot length equals 0, and just to see which one of these it's triggering. And as typical, didn't hit any of those. Stop and start again. So it's when it goes into game respawned. So in fact, in the respawn script, it is now dying, which is interesting. So it's actually the player that's breaking now, not anything else. So it is definitely finding the respawn points. It's not respawning correctly. This is amazing. Because that's the player respawning. That's using that respawning logic. So we will look at the default respawn because that's where it's breaking. In post-collision tick. Bum, bum, bum. And what line was it? So this is the JavaScript line 193. So we'll go in the source code here and look at it. So these are all the scripts and their JavaScript equivalents. And it was default respawn 193. So the line numbers are a little bit different to one another in that thing here. So it's this respawn tag is set, which seems interesting because I didn't give it a respawn tag. But that does explain why things are breaking because I'm probably sending through the wrong event. Yes, set respawn tag intermission. So yeah, set respawn, set respawn tag intermission. That's why it's not working. And make sure that's all good. So we respond at the intermission. Yes. Yes. No. No. Okay. So it's saying it's not failed. It's just respawning us at the same point, which is where we were before. Okay, I know why. Okay, we're tracking it down. We're steadily getting there. One of the things I noticed in here is that the respawn gets queued. So my logic when you go into the game is wrong, which is what it was, which is the incorrect thing that happened all the time. And then it'll respawn me after the respawn has been queued. So we're going to have to be, it's basically this second section that's causing the issue, where I'm jumped one step ahead of myself before testing what I had. If we comment this out, okay, we should go to the intermission game. And now we'll go to intermission, and now we'll go to game. Wow, that took way longer than it should have done to make work. So the next thing we need to do is just fix up when to do this. So we've changed the state. Game has started, and then it's going to do something else. When do we want to send this in? Think what I'm going to do in the name of a hacky easy fix that isn't great but will solve the issue is just have a very short timer to set this dot respawn point set timer equals this game frame time. So this is the non-server time plus 0.2. This, I would not recommend doing this when you're making an actual game. I would fix it properly, because we've got however long we've got left now, half an hour. We're hacking our way to victory. So in tick, no matter who we are, if this dot respawn point timer is greater than 0 and this dot respawn point timer is less than this dot game dot frame time, you have to set this dot respawn point timer to 0 and do this. So this is making sure there's at least a few frames in between these things happening. Cool. Okay. Let's just test this again. Spawn here. We're going to spawn to the game side. Yes. We're going to spawn to the intermission side. Yes. We're going to spawn back to the game side. Anytime. Yes. Perfect. And let's do the last version of that. So script is on the giant doodle. If we make the game time 30 seconds long, spawn into the game. We're going to kill ourselves. We're going to drop off here. And we should respawn on the intermission. And then we should respawn on the intermission again after the 30 seconds has elapsed, however long that's going to take. Oh, this Nemis Tech is .Big Bang. It's a web-based game engine. It's in your browser. I'm working just in Chrome, and so you can jump in and make a multiplayer game super straightforwardly. Sorry for not checking chat. I've just been diagnosing and fixing the worst thing I think I've ever had to try and debug on stream, whereas that feels so much like some of our like battle-tested code is broken, but was in fact me being silly. So we've got these things in here. I'm actually going to break them out as a To spawn, whatever, close enough. And I want to do that for a reason, which will hopefully become clear. New state around state. This dot do spawn and with the new state. And then we had this to do. So when somebody joins, we want them to spawn to the right place. And so we do this, do spawn, and it's probably technically this dot round state. And pretend that is the same thing. Sake of argument. This is going to do the wrong thing technically because people would join the game after the game has started and be dropped down the tower. But again, for 2 hours and half an hour exactly left, I do not want to make this more complicated than it already is. Unless I get to that point where I can polish it. I know this is a thing. Let's put it to do. We need to make sure that new players coming into the game are actually sent to the Jesus, I can't type. Intermission position. So they're not cheating, basically. Not that it particularly matters, but it's good to know that we have that hole there. So the next thing, obviously, check it still works multiplayer. Tell that things are going well because I just randomly spam text in there. So this player's coming in, it's in the game, and they spawned at the default spawn point and did not leap away. And now they're both in intermission. Both on game. So actually, I probably did need to do that or fix it. This is good enough because you spawn on the default spawn point, so you're always going to come in the intermission state. And as there are only 2 states, you're always correct. But they are both respawning when the state changes, so that's perfect for me. The other thing we need to do is set all of these guys when the state changes to intermission. So we should do that. And typically, did I not put a tag on them? I put floor 1 on them. That's not really good enough. I selected them all again. I'm going to put tile on them as a tag. And so in here, we'll open up the manager script again. And we've got the do spawn. And if a new state is game, we're going to do this game send event to tag. So like send event sends it to that specific entity and calls the function on it. Send event to tag goes through all the tags, all the entities with that tag. So all the tiles, reset tile. We haven't actually written this yet. I don't think it needs anything else on it, so that's fine. We need to grab the tile. And why did I call it platform if I'm using the word tile everywhere else? Got tick, got thingy on message. We've got reset tile. And that is basically the opposite of this right now. Copy paste your way to victory. True voxel objects. Perfect. And yeah, like we're going to need a slightly longer game. Where is our game? It's on our doodle. So let's make it 15 seconds long. Save it. Let's go into the game. Am I going to get over here before it resets me? No, we're in the game now. So I'm going to stand on that one, that one, that one, that one, this one, this one, this one, this one. And then when it resets us after 15 seconds, it didn't reset the tiles. Ah! Oh, no, it did when we went back into the game. That's what we want to happen. That's good. So yeah, that works. We can reset the game. We have the game loop running now. So it might not look like much, and I have not got as much time as I hoped I would have to polish things up. We have at least got a single floor in there. We have got spawning. We've gone through everything. How much time have we got? We've got 25 minutes. We probably can make some stuff look nice. But first of all, we need multiple floors. So I'm going to go in here. I'm going to find floor 1. Select this one and scroll all the way to the bottom. Control C, Control V. Move them up a good amount. And I'm going to change this to RB20 tile pink. And then should also call them floor 2 as well, I guess. And then I can do Control C, Control V, and I can move them up again. And call this one floor 3. And make it a different one, RB20 tile. Or we have green. That's a nice one. And then Control C, Control V, move it up again. Tile green, RB20 tile rainbow. And that's going to be our 4 layers all over the top of one another. They've all got collision on them. This one needs to be called floor 4. Out of an abundance of caution, I'll immediately save. So there we've got our tower in front of our doodle. Our intermission area is pretty close up. We've already used these. We'll move this closer over here with the orange one. And if we just zoom in, and we can paste a bunch more intermission spawn points, so if people die or arrive at the same time, it won't go wonky. And then these game spawn points need to be at the top. And and my placement of these might be quite bad, trying to do this not in a particularly top-down view. If you spawn into the void, sorry, that is my fault. So you can see we've got a whole bunch of spawn points in the air above this. You can see me messing up because of perspective and not getting very many. I should really have not picked such a clashing color. Control V, can I have some more over here? Whole load of spawn points, whole load of spawn points down here. We want to grab this. And how big is it? 20. Let's make it 10. And grab all these guys. The question is, where's the funnier place to come back in? Is it at the bottom, or is it at the top, or is it somewhere in the middle? We'll put everybody at the bottom so they can see the, like, you know, that final layer, I guess, is probably where you'd want to be. And then, how do you change the height of the death plane? You can set it in the player controller. But what I did is the opposite, and you die when you land on the lava. And so I'm going to set the height. I just moved everything up, which is the easiest thing to do if the death plane is in the wrong place. Oh, I can get to tick something else off right quickly. We're done. We've made a game. Where is the task list? Death drop platform round system was painful, but we did it. So that's actually, this is actually a game now. First bit of polish, bravely, before we do anything. Is there a better mood? What's purple sky? Ooh, that's a bit much. Ooh, that's neon. And we could maybe make this ground a little bit more in the middle. Like so. What other moods are there? That's quite nice. Or just the regular one, nighttime. That'll do. What does it look like from the game? There's the other me in there as well. And now we'll both get spawned at the top. We get to take part in the game. They just fell through. Whoop. I've fallen down a layer. That layer is working. Fall down another layer. Oh, they made... And that was the entire game. Because we need to make the game last longer. 60 seconds. Maybe that's long enough. It might need to be longer. We can also find all of the tiles as well and grab them all. Why is it showing 480 of 508? That makes no sense. And make that 0.75, so it's a little bit more dangerous. Okay, we've done some polish. I feel better about that. But what we're going to do now is get rid of my little friend. And we'll drop this in. We'll stop the game from running as well. We'll drop this link into Twitch chat at the very least. If you click the link, you can come in and play this with me right now. Essentially, I will be endeavoring to get rid of the top layer without dying. Somebody else is in. Probably need some more game end state. I'll fall down next to you. Hello, everybody. It's going to take 60 seconds before it resets. Then we'll play. I'm going to try and stay alive. I hope you're ready. I'm going to kind of have to guess at who wins. Oh, no, I messed that jump up. And I'm back up with everybody else. Got the game in there running. There's an interesting shadow on Doodle, just with where the light is. Right. Come on, game. How long is left? I think one of the first bits of polish you need to put in is a round timer. No, that was not the right place. Oh, no. Something's gone wrong. Oh, no. It went right. It went right. Ah! Comet rain. BMM. Oh no, I'm doing badly. Oh, uh-oh. No. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Oh no, no. No. And everybody that dies spawns back over here, and you can watch the last battle unfold. You can see pro gamers surviving, and that was the game. So 60 seconds was maybe a bit long. We could do it in 90. Oh, this is working correctly now. We're playing again. Oops. I'm not sure the best strategy was running down there. I don't want to be in the corner as well. Oh, Jordan! No. I definitely want to be on the edges. That's what I'm learning about the game that I've made. Yeah, Quick Pocket, I think you probably won. Oh, no. Oh, saved it. Am I just going to win by having been at the bottom first and therefore destroyed all the tiles? No, there is a Charlie. And that was the game. Yeah, so it needs to be slightly longer. Thank you, everybody, for playing. That was very helpful. I am going to polish now, because that's obviously the most important thing to implement. So things that we could polish in the final 15 minutes. I would have said a round timer, but what I'm actually going to do is a particle system, I think. On the tiles, I've made a tricky job for myself because I've got to do all of them at the same time. Tile, select them all. Select them all. And we're going to add in a particle system. And this is technically adding 400 particle systems all at once. So I don't know if I'm going to break the editor trying to do that. It's a learning experience. Let's give it a little longer. Technically, I have never tried to do this before, so I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, no, look, everybody got one. It just took a little while. We don't want it to loop. I want no initial velocity. I want no Z velocity. 2 seconds sounds good. I want my spawn rate to be large. Cap today. I want my emitter shape to be cubed. I want it to be on the surface. And I don't know, I want it to be 10 across, 10 on the Z, 1. Gravity is enabled. Gravity is going to be minus 500. Drag is disabled. They're going to face the camera. They're going to be visible. They're going to ignore fog. I've done this wrong. I didn't need to add all of these things onto this. That was my first mistake. Wonder what happens if I press play. Ooh, that actually looked like it did something cool. Can I do this, but from this view? Look at that. Gravity's going the wrong way, but you know, that was roughly what I was hoping to happen. So I'm going to take that as a victory. Now we just need to remember those settings and do it the right way. So let's delete this off here and hope that it doesn't take forever to catch back up again. That was some genius level guessing at size as well, I've got to say, because it just worked first time. Okay, we got rid of them. So yeah, what I'm going to do is make a template and spawn things from the template. So I'm going to copy this guy because he's just a handy object. It's not going to have that. It's not going to have that. It's going to be called tile disappear VFX. I'm going to have that. It doesn't have any of these things. What it is going to have is a particle system on it. And we're going to make it into a new template called tile VFX. Save that. We don't want it to loop. Probably want it to fade out over time. We don't want an initial velocity. I think that's where it was going wrong before. 2.5 seconds with some variation. We want it to do as many of these numbers as we can. It was cube, it was 10, 1, 10. It was on the surface. It did go the wrong way the first time, but I'm willing to give this a second chance. It's visible, it's not offset. We could do something funky with the colors if we liked. Start size, end size, that all looks good. We're going to push the changes to the template. We're going to save the template. And then we're going to select all the tiles like a crazy person. Actually, no. First of all, we're going to change the platform script. Okay, so when we delete the tile, we are going to have a VFX template, which is a new template ref. And we want to spawn the VFX. This is the right spot. Yeah. So const VFX equals this dot VFX dot get if VFX, because this could be not set. This game dot add entity from template VFX. We don't want to network it because everybody's going to run this code. This dot entity dot world transform dot position. This dot entity world transform dot rotation because we're spawning it on the tile itself. This code is run by everybody, right? Yes. So we're going to add that in. Now we select every single tile. And hopefully this is a quicker operation than adding a particle system to every single one of them. VFX, we're going to add the tile VFX, select it. That was much faster. I should have done that the first time. Now we save it. Now we return to the game and we wait for the game to start. We fall down. It gets destroyed. Play some VFX. There's not nearly enough particles in that VFX, but it did play. And it did do the right thing and go in the right direction this time. So it is forgiven for being a bit flaky. The good thing is we have this VFX object in here. So it's quite easy to update it. Let's make it start a lot larger. Probably too large. 6 maybe. And it didn't create that many particles. Maybe 5,000 a time. Spawn rate is like way up there. So hopefully that's enough. So we make those changes to this particle. We push them to the template. We save it. And we can just run the game again. Wait for the game to start. Drop in. That was a bit more obvious. Cool, that's nice. Let's stop. I'm going to make the particle starting sizes bigger. I think my initial view that 10 was a good size was actually too small. Maybe even 30. I want to make it chunky. Push it to template, save it. I'm going to add a sound effect. Is there a click? I don't want it to be negative click. I don't even know what that sounds like. Gain loop, no. Do you want a script? Spatialized audio. I guess it's not a addable script. That's disappointing. Is it on the player template? Can I steal it somehow? So some of our scripts that we have are not accessible right now. This one appears to be one of them. So this is going to be quite loud on everybody's machine, but we're going to live with it because I want sound. And I do think people are not able to hear what's happening over the stream. I don't think the audio is coming through other than my voice just because of the stream setup right now. So you'll need to jump into the game when this happens. I'm going to add a play script. Is there play SFX? SFX? Play sound on trigger. Play sound. That is play SFX. I wrote it. Amazing. Where did it go? Start delay 0. That's great. Push changes, save, and there you go. You heard it go. You can watch it drop out the bottom there. Perfect. It looks very large in this thing. It seems to have got bigger since the last time we made it. Something's happened with the scale of that. Let's stop the game. Why is your scale so large? Why has your scale gone to some weird number? And we can go in here, we can press play. Oh, that was quite the block of particles now. So it really did spawn absolutely all of those particles without prejudice. So that start size is way too big. Maybe I didn't save the template for a while. That could have possibly been the issue. That's more like it. How long have we got left? That is the question. 3 minutes. Okay. I'm going to chuck this back in here. We're going to spend the last 3 minutes playing whilst I do a super quick wrap up because people will be coming along in 3 minutes time. So jump in if you want to play. We'll play until we get kicked out. I should go back over to the where I get kicked out from side of things so that they can kick me out. We're in. We're waiting for the game to restart. Jordan just fell off the edge. Made a game in Big Bang in 2 hours that I didn't know how to make when I started. Only had vague ideas about how to do. It's a fun multiplayer game. You could imagine taking this further and playing in a more like what features you would add to it, how you might fit it into a theme, all these sorts of things. I have friends. Oh my gosh, it's killing me. You can see everybody else dropping stuff down on top of me. We managed a little bit of polish. We got stuck. We got unstuck. If you want to make a game in Big Bang, join our Discord. Find us in the Global Game Jam Discord under Big Bang. The link is to ours is on screen right now. You can find it on the front page. Just encourage everybody to come and give us a go because it is a fun engine to make games in. I've been doing this for like 20 odd years now, and this is easily the most fun I've had actually making a game in terms of like iteration speed, ability to make a multiplayer game without tying myself in knots and so on. So really, yeah, come and give it a game. And I'm going to get kicked off any second now, I'm pretty sure. So thank you very much, everybody. And if you have any questions, we'll be hanging out in Discord in a bit.
Welcome. In this workshop, I'm going to talk a bit about basics of Houdini for game jams. So I try to keep like a perspective of trying to keep things simple for game jams. So generating like simple constructions and showing you some of the basics that we can use Houdini in certain game engines, which you will see a bit more about, of course. I'm Simon Verstraeten, and I will be showing you some of these elements to make things a bit more faster, or hopefully a bit more automated to make things better and faster. Now, what I want to talk about today is a quick overview here. So I'm going to start with the basic presentation. Then I want to talk about Houdini basics, just in case for people who are new. I'm going to keep this quite basic. Then once we have some of the basics, let's talk a bit about like simple workflows. Like how can we make something simple and export that into a game engine? To make things a bit more interesting, we can then go into like scattering assets, instancing, things like that, because it's very interesting to maybe have systems to instance and scatter around elements in a scene. Houdini Engine will also be very useful here as well, which if you don't know about Houdini Engine, I will talk a bit here in a moment about it. And to finish off our workshop here, I want to talk a bit about the Game Jam Toolkit, which is a toolkit for you available. You can already download this and try this out for yourself, which includes some basic Houdini tools, which you can break down, look into, modify. You can just try it as it is, and so on. Well, if you have probably seen like previous presentations about Houdini, then you roughly know what Houdini is. So just quickly recapping some of the things is, it's a 3D software package where we can do our modeling, animation, simulations, a variety of things. What makes Houdini a bit more special is it's a node-based system. So everything we do is going to be node-based, like you can see here on the screen. We make a box, we do an extrusion, we do a bevel on that. It's all going to be node-based. What is interesting with this setup is that this will make things a bit more procedurally. So that means that we can link values together. We can make an algorithm or a recipe that can define how an extrude node should behave or how a bevel node should bevel things. So we can do a lot of customization on these nodes. There is so much flexibility and control in some of these nodes that we can really make a decision on how something should happen in a network. So that's roughly what Houdini is, just node-based procedural setups. Houdini before has been quite popular in film with like its simulation options, but we want, of course, use it in games. So let's talk a bit some examples as well. So in the game industry, there are a variety of usage. For example, large-scale scenes. As soon as we talk about open-world scenes, Houdini is quite popular in this. Also, optimization. Making a game requires optimization. So if this is again talking about like large-scale things, Houdini is also great for that. If you need to run over a couple thousands of assets and reduce them, make LODs, check the light maps or something like that, Houdini would be great to do that process all automatically and procedurally. VFX is also very useful here. Like I mentioned, Houdini is quite known in film for doing all kinds of complicated simulations. And we can now also bring that into a game. There are some nice ways to simplify effects and breaking them down into more real-time solutions. And finally, there's also in-engine tools. So this is what actually Houdini Engine is, which I'll talk about in a moment, where we can have Houdini inside of Unreal or Unity, for example. Now, so known examples here. Only going to pick a few. There are many more you can find. So here is Far Cry 5. If you have played Far Cry 5 or you're familiar with the series, they are often open world games. So they were interested in finding a way to make or generate open worlds. So they have a lot of forest scenes. So they generated that with Houdini. Like, for example, like why would I place every tree or bush or grass manually? There should be some form of tool that knows how to place certain models, so we don't have to manually do that. Another example here is Horizon Zero Dawn from Guerrilla Games. They made a tool here in this example for the water systems. So on the terrain, they want to maybe manually or automatically find a way to make these water flowing down from terrain. So they have a Houdini system that calculates the geometry for the water, but also like curves in the terrain to react, to create a reaction from the water. Also, a lot of these examples I'm showing here are from talks and videos that you can find. So if you were to Google Far Cry 5 or Horizon Zero Dawn with Houdini, there's maybe more information there as well. Same for Spider-Man here. It's from a GGC talk. So Spider-Man is an open world game. So again, we need something that is capable of scaling things. So with Houdini, they were able to generate the buildings. There are probably a couple thousand buildings in the game. So how can we now do this more automatically? So Houdini was here a great way of doing that by instancing the modular props or kits that they had to make sure that they can cover a variety of buildings automatically, and also being able to iterate way faster if something needs to change. Now, a little bit about Houdini Engine. Like I said, we have options to have our Houdini tools inside of a game engine. So this is what Houdini Engine is. It's basically a plugin that you install for Unreal or Unity, and you can then open a Houdini file, which we will also use today. It's usually used for things like making geometry, setting instances, or making terrain, or even all at once. There are many more use cases of this, but those are like pretty common ones. So we can, for example, generate a terrain in Houdini. We can calculate where instancing of certain props are. And then we can also maybe generate new rocks or cliffs or something. And we can all make that in one single tool and send it to this plugin to Unreal or Unity to have it like fully scaled up into scene. Another example here is this quick level builder tool that I made a while ago. So based on boxes, you will define how your building shape would look like. So we're going to make basic boxes, define, for example, like a roofing space here. And in a moment, you will see that I will drag in my Houdini tool and I will assign those boxes to my tool so it knows where to place the assets. And I will then pick a wall or a roof piece and place it in the right position. So it just does that for you. Adding additional boxes could, for example, mean adding like a supporting beam structure, for example. So it leaves a lot of like openness and iteration speed for the user. By changing these boxes or shapes, we can change the building. If we want to make it bigger, smaller, we can now quickly do that. So since we talk about like Game Jam and Houdini, Houdini has been used in previous game jams. Side effects themselves have been sponsoring many game jams before. and Houdini was often used as well to make some of the games. So here are some examples as well. I think it is quite useful to know about. So here is from a game called Sir Steckums. So they were being able to generate platforms, for example, like they have a curve, they can draw a curve, and then they have a platform. You can do many things with this, like already like scatter some assets or other things, but it's very useful to now have a bit more faster iteration speed on like level design. If everything is based on a curve, you can just quickly draw different shapes and find out what the best shape is for your level. Another one is Picnic Panic. So it's sort of like the word, like they have some picnic idea where they needed a lot of like different fruits and foods, which is also made in Houdini. As you can see here, one of the dragon fruits made with Houdini. And one more example that I wanted to show is Totally Unexpected Safety Drill, where they needed like some sort of like level building tool. So they quickly wanted to, again, like sketch out a level or a scene. So they have a tool for this in Houdini, where they could plug in simple shapes and it will just make up the level for them. And then this will then be used in Unity to then make further their game. So they have like now very quickly iteration speed and also the ability to make many levels on a short time because they have a tool ready to go basically to generate something. And that's actually used in many cases here. So those were some game jam examples. There are many more. Just picked out a few ones that I've seen over the years, but there are definitely a couple more that could be interesting. So now with all that said, I want to jump into Houdini and talk a bit about how we can build some of these things as well. So when you first open Houdini, probably going to look something like this. So here we have our 2D viewport. We can also enable quickly the grid here. So here, if I just click on this, we will have our 3D viewport. Further down here, we have our node network, where we're going to, in a moment, place nodes. So by just pressing the tab menu, we can then have the option to place nodes. The parameters of the nodes will be appearing above it in this parameter interface. Then this is like the most menus you will use, so the viewport and the nodes menus. And then above it, we have then the shelf tools, which are like pre-made options for you, but often we can also just hide it here on the side to get a bit more room. Same with the timeline. If you don't necessarily need the timeline, we can also just quickly hide it here as well. So we have a bit more room in a moment when we start to build different nodes and structures. Now, a couple other things to know about is here we have our basic tools here on the side. So different handles for rotation, moving. This is going to be our main handle, which is actually the important handle that I most of the time will probably use. This is the most important handle. And on the other side, we don't have options here, for example, for lightning. You can also just here enable or disable the grid in case you want that. Then there is some additional information. If you want to see the points or the point numbers or primitive numbers, you can find this here as well, which is useful. I'm not going to talk about this too much, but it's interesting that you know if you want to see like the normals of a model or something like that, we can enable here the displays normals, for example, if you want to double check the normal of a model and so on. Further, we can also here change the shading of a model. If you're interested in like having certain shading or matte caps, you can quickly adjust that as well. Now, in terms of then actually building something, we can here press in our object network or node network tab, and what is going to be important to understand with Houdini is the types of layers and networks we have. So if you want to make some geometry, of course, we want to go and here type in geometry. So this means that we're going to go in a geometry layer. So if I double click on this node, we will now here go to a geometry scene or layer. If I go back here to object, you can see that we are switching now back to an object layer. That's one of the first things understanding about Houdini is there are multiple layers and each layer has a different context. So a geometry layer has things like beveling, unwrapping, poly reducing. An object layer doesn't have these things because it's just a collection of your objects. So that's important to understand. For example, if I want to render something, we're going to make a ROP network, which stands for rendering operation. So here, this is a network, especially here for rendering and making outputs. So what we're going to mainly use today is the geometry layer. So it doesn't matter too much if you don't get this fully yet or and are not interested in other networks. What we're mainly going to work with is, of course, geometry. We want to create geometry because I want to make a rock generator, or I want to make something else, a tree, a house, setting instances, making terrain. These are all geometry things. These can be all done here in our geometry level. So to get started, for example, let's, for example, have a sphere. So tab, sphere, and here we're going to create our basic sphere. So in our viewport, we have our sphere as well. If you have that handle on here, you will see like also bounding box, which we can use to quickly scale and change the sphere if you want that. I'm just going to Control Z this, but we can also keep just the base shape. Then for each node, like I said, we will have then also parameters as well. So here we have the parameters for this node. So in the type, in this case of this sphere, maybe let's set this to polygon. So it's like a triangle sphere. So it's equally triangulated. And I want to do some, let's say like rock generation, some very rough rock generation. And we're going to change the frequency to, let's say 50. So we have a quite high density. And this will then be my base for example, for a rock generator. So once we have a base shape, how can we, for example, displace or move models around? So we can use something which is called a mountain node. And this will basically add a noise on the point. So here it will if you plug in, you will see that by default, it will start to displace the model, as you can see. So we want to now go over here in the settings and play around with this. What is mainly interesting for us is here the noise value, which will basically control a bit the strength. So the amplitude here will control some of the strength. And the second part is then the pattern, the actual noising of the shape. So what are some interesting types of noise? So maybe let's increase our amplitude a bit and let's talk a bit about the noise types. So here we have a bunch of different noises. We can, for example, go here like again to Perlin noise, which is quite simple. But you can see like there is some additional noise on top of this. So if you know what a Perlin noise is, you will see that in this case, there's like some additional noising on this. This actually comes from here from the fractal tab. So here, this will actually add like an additional type of noise. So here for now, let's maybe disable this. And this looks more like a Perlin noise, like we would expect. So we can always come back later and add an additional noise if you want to, depending on the style. If you want to go with something stylized, you probably don't want to have like a finer noise, right? So going here to another noise type, what is more interesting are, for example, whirling noises, Manhattan noise, or the other one. So here, let's take, for example, this one. Maybe that's lower intensity, and you can see that this already looks really cool, like a sort of like rock or crystal shapes. So this works already really well. Let's try the other ones. So here again, this also feels some like a rock shape. So you have to sometimes play around with like the intensity to maybe get the feeling. But let's quickly go to some other noises. Here, some other great shapes you could use. Let's maybe go with some other shapes. So you can see quite interesting shapes and noises we have by default. So let's take the first one, whirling. I like this one. This gives a quite simplistic shape and look. And we can then here, as I said, like play around with this. Maybe don't push this too far. We can also here go with element size and offset. So the sizing will be sort of like the scaling of the noise. So if we put this lower, it will be more frequent. So usually like around 1 is actually pretty good. And also offsetting means that we just basically having a seed or variation or randomness in it. So every time I want a new one, I will basically change the offset, right? So here we have that shape. And what we could do with this is nothing is holding us back to maybe add an additional mountain, for example. So if we do an additional mountain on this, we will basically now add more noise on top of this. So again, we have to be careful with like our intensity that we give this. So it can be either very subtle, or again, it could be that we disable here the fracture, the fractal, and also maybe, for example, using something else. And you can see that sometimes this might not work fully yet together. So to make this better work, I would recommend going here and change this to positive, which means that it will the range output will always be positive value. So 0 centered means that it can also go negative, which means it will go inward, which can sometimes cause issues. So in this case, the positive works really well. And for now, we can also then easily change this. So we can add a subtle like second noising, as you can see, of that Worley shape. So in case you want that to maybe break up the shape a bit more, we can have something that like breaks it up even a bit more. So this is a base setup for a rock generator. Of course, this is not perfect. There is many things you can do here. But to keep going, another thing to make this in game engine is to probably do a poly reducing step. The only reason why you maybe can keep it on a higher poly count, maybe if you use nanite for the game jam, then you can throw a couple higher poly counts at it. But we often just want to go and check our poly count here, and we're going to go with a poly reduction. So you can see it will just reduce poly count. So by default, it will often do like a decent job. So if this is like a sort of like smaller pebble or rock in the scene, this will be good. And also another interesting setting here as well is continuing to reduce without losing quality. If you enable this, it will reduce the rock by default based on a certain quality tolerance. So here I will reduce the rock to around 3000 primitives. If I don't do my extrusion, if I don't do my poly reducing node, the default was 50,000. So we can see that by enabling this toggle, it will do an automatic reducing until it feels like it's enough to go to that tolerance value. But in case you want to like manually reduce it, feel free to like manually override this. We can also set this to output specific commands. Let's say you know your budget is 2000 or 1000. We can fill in that number and it will aim for that number to be as output. So that's like poly reducing, very useful now to quickly reduce elements. There are some nice features here as well to reduce your poly counts. Now, continuing with this, let's say I'm happy with my results, and we of course want to have some UVing. So we're going to keep it simple and using the auto UV. So this is from the side effects lab tools. So if you don't know what these are, if you're not familiar with this, I can recommend checking them out, of course. They're having a useful tool set available for free that you can use. So in this case, automatic unwrapping. So this is the default values. If we quickly go to our UV space, you can also change it over here. This is the default value, looks okay, but you can always like play around with other values in case you feel like other types might be better. So it's up to you on what you choose. Then we can go back. Then let's go back to our view here. So we have our V. Another thing we can of course do is setting normals. In case you don't have any normals here by default, might be good reason to set it ourselves. So we can go with like the default of an angle of 60. You can go a bit lower depending on how you feel about this. Since it's a rock shape, we can probably go a bit lower. As you can see, we'll just make the rock shapes a bit more harder. So that can be nice if you would look this from like a bit more of a distance. You will be able to like recognize the rock faces a bit better. So from here, what you can do now is you can just use an FBX exporting node. So this is a simple like workflow. So here we can fill in a location where we want to save this. We can click on save to that location and it will be stored there. There is some additional settings here as well to if you want to export in this ASCII format. Sometimes you want to disable this and also as well converting units because there is a difference between Houdini, Unity, and Unreal. They have like different scaling units. So usually I would probably take this on. Otherwise, you might need to scale things up. So that's always good to know. And there are some other settings here as well. But what you may need to know is like here is the path. Then you click save to disk, and you have a basic FBX exporting now. So this is a simple Houdini workflow overview, I would say. So we created a base mesh. We created a certain logic for creating shapes. In this case, I just mainly used noises to create a rock. Then we did some like optimizing and like default things you would do for games is of like adding UV, adding normal, and then you can use an FBX ROP exporter. So this is a basic setup to use. Nothing super fancy, but also like very useful. I can now quickly generate a couple of rocks in minutes just by going back to the noise, going here, for example, to the offset, and changing the offset means that we will change different rock shapes. So in case you need like 20 different rocks, you can quickly now do that here by just playing around with the settings. Now going a bit into the next part that I also want to mention here is looking a bit closer at what exactly we have currently made. So we created a base shape, which is nothing too special. And then we used a mountain node, which is actually under the hood called an attribute noise. As you can see, it's called an attribute noise node. So what does this mean is that it will actually create a noise value and it will multiply this by the position. So here in our parameter, we can see that we are here using P. So P stands for the position of the points, and it will basically then multiply the noise by position, which of course will be a displacement. So we can also view the noise by clicking this icon here, which will, as you can see, like try to view the noise. So which in this case might not be the best as a visualizer, but let's maybe create like a new sphere. So we can create a new sphere, or if you want to have another shape, go ahead, like a box. Feel free to try other shapes. So we can have a new sphere. We can again set this to polygon and maybe increase the frequency a bit higher. So now I want to add a noise on this, but not on the position. I want to use this noise value to drive something else. So if we type in noise, we can of course grab our attribute noising here. And by default, it will be stored in something which is called a CD, which stands for color value. So this is the coloring, as you can see, of the colors of the points. So if you would enable or disable this toggle here, you might see or not see the colors. You might also here have the same icon here as well for visualizing some of these elements. So with this, it's going to be doing the same thing, like making certain noise patterns and storing this in the color of the points. Now, what we want to do with this is, let's say I want to have an extrude node that is controlled by this noise, by the noise. So attributes are really important to understand in Houdini. So we're going to create an attribute stored on the primitive, and then our extrude node will use that as distance for extruding. So a couple of things to do here before we can actually use this in the extrude node is, first of all, we need to set this value to a float, because an extrusion value is just a value of how far it will go. So here we can just call this noise. Can keep it simple, just call it noise. And like I said, an extrusion will probably be happening on the primitive level, so we can switch this to primitive. So now we have stored the float value noise under primitives. So for each primitive in my sphere, as you can see, it will generate like a random or a noise value. If you want to exactly see how these values are, I recommend going here to geometry spreadsheet. And here we have our options where to save data. So points, vertices, primitives, and detail. So usually like points and primitives are very commonly used, detail as well, but here we are mainly going to work with points and primitives. So here, as you can see, under primitives, we have a noise value that I basically here created. So if I would amplitude this, it will just create bigger values or smaller values. Now, this is basically ready to go. Another thing, if you want to visualize this even more, you can go here to the information icon, and then you can click on noise as well in case you need that. So in this case, it's displayed by a color. So that might be useful in case there is no icon here to press. You can always like view interesting data by here clicking on the values. So we are ready to go now. We have a primitive where a noise value is on. So that's now placed in the extrusion node. So on this extrusion node, we can then here grab the handle, or we can go here with distances. We can make a distance value. And to make this fully work, I'm going to divide the extrusion into individual elements, which means that each primitive will be extruded along its normal. Then we need to multiply the noise value with this distance. This can be done in local control. So with local control, we can use attributes to override values. So here, if I go and enable distancing scaling, by default, it's filled in Z-scale, but Z-scale doesn't exist. So we want to override this and type in our own noise. And now, as you can see, we are now having our noise on top of this. So if I would create here some changes, you will see that we were now having different types of shapes. So this is a way on using attributes, for example, in an extrude node, which is really useful. So if you have like a game that's a bit more like sci-fi, this is quite useful to generate some of interesting shapes. This setup is also like, again, procedurally. So we want to plug in something differently. Go ahead, take, for example, like a big head, which is the classic test geometry. And you will see we'll just make something like this, where it will like randomly extrude those elements. Maybe quickly gonna hide here some of these elements, maybe hide the material. So we have our basic geometry now being extruded like that. So as you can see, Houdini is now quite flexible in doing these type of things. We can change things, can change the input, can change different nodes, can play around with noises, can play around with attributes. So these are the basic, essentially, workflows, I would say, is by taking a certain input shape, doing a certain logic on top of this, and then we have our result that we sometimes need to clean up to then export. So to reiterate as well, attributes are quite important to understand. So each geometry has attribute data. So in this case here as well, we can see that we have different types of attributes like position, different materials, different UV, different groups as well. So this is essentially to know about, if you want to understand Houdini better, this is going to be important that you understand what attributes are and how to use them. So there are a bunch of also like attributes nodes as well. If you just type in attribute, there are a bunch of attribute different nodes, but don't worry too much about that. As for example, the noising attributes and attribute the randomness is also very commonly used in many workflows. Now maybe let's go back here to our level here and maybe hide here. So for the next demo, let's make again new geometry network. And like I said before, like we're on an object level, so this is just a gathering of different object structures. So to keep things clean, you can just make new geometry nodes or containers to make something new. So here we want to talk a bit about instancing, scattering, and how this sort of like translates into the game engine. So let's start with the first step, which is like general scattering systems. How can I have a model and calculate points on the surface? So we're gonna make the test geometry like a big head, which is the quite popular test geometry, and we want to then scatter assets on them. We also don't maybe need the shader for now. We're just gonna scatter points on it. In case you are interested into loading your own files, because you might want to scatter something that you made in another program or that you maybe gathered from a library like Megascans, you can use the file node in that case. So the file node will point to the location of an FBX file and it will then load the geometry. So once we have a geometry, we can then use a scattering node. So there are mainly two nodes for scattering in Houdini on geometry. So we have the default scattering node and we have scatter and align. Now I'm actually going to use scatter and align because it has a couple nice features that I want to show here as well. So place it here and just plug it in like that, and it will usually spawn 1 point or a couple points, depending on the scaling, of course. Now, the interesting setting over here is the coverage. So this is how much, coverage, how often do we need points? Do we need this along the mesh, or do we want to have this a bit less? So let's just crank this up to just 1. And then we only still have like 3 points, which is not that much. So we're going to also go with scaling, and changing the scaling means that we're going to spawn more points. Now, before I maybe add more points, maybe let's visualize them a bit better by adding something on top of them. So we can do here is grabbing something which is called a copy to points. Very popular node, very useful node. So we're going to copy an object, a geometry on a point. Now, our geometry can be something simple, just for previewing, like a sphere. It could be a simple sphere. Maybe we can set this to a low poly sphere. And this is our input to copy, and this is then the points where we want to have the copy on. And this is then copying to those points. We probably want to set the sphere to scale 2 as well, since that will match the surface a bit better. So with our big head, I can now here display my big head. We have like a couple giant spheres, but let's add more of them. Like I mentioned, we actually need to change the scale to add more of them. So in this case, by default, the scaling will control how much points will be scattered. So we have minimum, maximum, and the uniform. So the uniform is like the global scaling value. So lowering this will create more points. Increasing this will try to create bigger objects, as you can see, bigger spheres. So we want to maybe lower this. Let's say be to 0.2. So we have a bunch of these spheres now. And now to add scale variation, we can play around with min and max. So our minimum can be, for example, 0.5, 0.4, and our maximum could be like 2. So we have a nice variation in that. So now it fills the surface with better object. And like I said before, you can plug in different shapes, like I showed you in the previous example, plugging in something different. If you wanted to just maybe like preview it on a plane for now, that's also fine. Depending on, of course, what is the scattering we want to do, we might want to do different things. So scattering on the plane also usually means with this node that the intersection will also almost be none, since it does a good job at that to avoid intersection here. So this is like a useful scattering node. If we take a look at the other scattering node, if we plug it in over here, it will by default create a couple more points. We can plug this in like so. And what you will see is that by default, there is no scaling setup. It will all be the same scale value. So we need to actually do another pass of certain attribute changes to define what the scaling are. That's why the scatter and align node is really useful, because it does take care of scaling and also rotation. So if we quickly now go back to aligning here as well, the scatter and align, scrolling down will reveal also options for orientation and rotation. So we can now start to rotate this, but since this is a sphere, you won't notice the rotation, of course, too much. So maybe either change the object, or what if we just add a simple color? Let's bring up a color node, and we can give this like a random color or something like that. So now, if we would start to play around with the scaling, with the rotation, we can see that we can now randomly have rotations on these points, which is of course super useful. So let's say we are building a system to scatter foliage or rocks. We of course want every placement of a rock or some grass shape to be different. We want to have a slight rotation value in it, so it doesn't appear to be super repeating. So this is just useful that this is all built in the node, and I just recommend using this one for basic and quick scattering systems. Now, on top of this, what I additionally would usually do is also place another node, which is called instancing attributes. So it's called labs instancing attributes. So again, make sure labs is installed. I've used a couple labs tools, so make sure you install labs as well. So what this will do is it will sort of like take care of attributes for instancing, which is also directly related to Unreal and Unity. So in this case, there are options here to enable scattering for Unreal or for Unity. So you can enable these to make sure that they're working with that. So you can plug this in over here. And by default, as you see, it should not change that much. It changed the orientation. And I know why this is, because if we go to point transformation, we have a tab here for rotation. The first one was for scale. So in rotation, it will try to look up existing rotation values based on the normal of the mesh. But the scattering won't put any normal. It will basically output something which is called an orient here. It does output the normal, but the orient has a priority. So we go here, I need to set this to orient. And now we basically have the same orientation as you can see. Now, in addition on that, this node as well can do additional scaling and rotations. So here we can do additional scaling. We can also go with random scaling as well. So in case, like I said, if you would use the other scattering node, you would need to also, for example, here use this method to add additional scaling or rotation. So I can quickly go here and play around with some of the scaling and rotation values, as you can see. So this node is helping you in case you don't have any scaling, rotation values, things like that. So this is a very useful node if you would generate custom point clouds and you want to do additional steps to that, which is usually really great to have here. So I'm going to maybe reset my scaling values here quickly to the default. And maybe also I don't need the rotation for now, doesn't matter that much in my case. So that's our basic steps or our first steps. I'm going to delete this and we have our base system to work with. So I want to now bring this in Unreal. I want to have a tool that can scatter something on something. So I'm going to have an input like a landscape or something that you made yourself. And then my tool is then looking at that object and then placing then certain rocks or shapes on those geometries. So the next steps would be making an HDA, so a digital asset. This is a very powerful concept in Houdini. So this is making your own custom tools and tool sets, which of course in long term, you will benefit so much from this, from having custom tools in your project. So let's wrap up this small system to something like an HDA. As my tool should have always an input, I'm only going to select these 5 nodes. So I don't need my sort of like input shape to be inside of my tool because I want to change my input. So we're going to select these nodes. We're going to go to assets. We want to make a new digital asset or new HDA from my selection. And it will then bring up a menu and it will also here collapse, as you can see, the network. So we're going to give this a name like basic scattering tool or something. Basic scatter tool. And then we press OK. Then this menu will pop up, and this menu is mainly interested here in the parameters. This is for making a custom interface. So here, if we look into our network here, we collapsed our system into nodes, and our parameter interface is empty. So this is why here we can create a custom parameters. So the way you can do this, there are many ways, is we can grab, for example, a float. You can grab it in here, press apply, and now you have a float value with a slider. But right now it's not really linked to anything, so it doesn't do anything special. So I'm going to delete this and I'm going to show you a bit of a better way of doing these things. So delete, I'm going to apply to make sure it's empty again. What we can do is we can go actually inside an HDA. So we can go back this in here and we can start to modify our tool, of course, because this is the core logic of the tool. So what are important settings I would like to have? One of them is the scattering density. So going back to my scattering tool or scattering node, we're gonna go to our uniform scaling, and we want to basically now grab this value and drag it in our tool. So this is now our density. So I'm gonna just call this like density, or maybe just like density scale. And we press apply, and it will now basically turn into a green box. So green means that this has now been linked to or referenced to something else. If we click on the name itself, we can see the underlying logic, which has now a channel reference to something which is called uniform scale. So this is referencing now to my tool. So don't worry too much about this. It's mainly a very useful way to now link different things together here in Houdini. So the minimum and maximum radius is also very useful. So press apply. Something else that will be very useful in Unreal is talking about like the instancing and the objects we want to instance. So this won't necessarily work by default in Unreal. So we're going to go to our instancing tool that I've created here. And in there, we want to enable, make sure to set it to work for Unreal. And I want to fully grab my instance variance naming here. And we're going to press apply. So our menu will now be expanded in a whole bigger area, as you can see. It will be now a bit bigger. So now, again, pressing apply and accept. And now let's bring this into Unreal and see what's happening. I'm definitely going to come back and make changes, but let's already see what's going to happen. So in Unreal, I have the default project. I just launched Unreal and I said like create a default project with no any content, which will give you this starter map. So before I want to use my Houdini tools inside of Unreal, same for Unity, is double checking that you have Houdini engine. So make sure you have this installed, make sure you can use this, so you can start create session, and I will basically now start to link up with my Houdini. So this is the first major step if you want to have this connection between Houdini and Unreal or Unity, is to make sure that we have Houdini engine installed. There are some videos out there. You can find some tutorials on how to install this and how to get this. So go there and look at that. I'm not going to go here in detail about it. I'm just going to show you some of the tools directly in here. So I'm now going to open my content browser, going to go to my HD folder, and I will now drag and drop my scattering tool. Oh, I will maybe dock this window, and I will drag and drop my scattering tool in here. So with my scattering tool here, we can of course drag it in the scene, and now it will start cooking. So it's now done cooking. It's ready to go, but of course it's just showing up the default Houdini logo. So we want to change this, and like I said, our tool needs an input. So we can see our parameters or the values that we made inside of Houdini. They are of course working, but nothing is showing up because again, our Houdini input over here, we need to say what input we should use. So to keep things simple for now is maybe let's make a sphere in the scene. So shape, let's add a sphere. Let's maybe make this a bit bigger. Put it over here. And in our Houdini tool, like I said, inputs, we want to set this to something from the world. So here we want to change this to world outliner. So we want to pick something from the scene or the world. Now doing this will give us an option to select here and select sphere and use current selection. So the sphere is now being added to my tool. So you can see here that my sphere is now included as input. So I can of course add multiple objects. I can basically add this whole scene, but that might take a moment to calculate, as I will use the terrain of course for scattering, which I will show in a moment. So the default now is here that we have these spheres scattered on spheres. So this is my default result. So we can control the density. We can make this a bit bigger. We have then bigger spheres. We can make smaller spheres. So we can change and tweak the values. So what we should now also do with this is talk about instancing as well. So now I'm basically loading like an almost hard-coded object made inside of the tool, which is this sphere with this random colors that I made, which doesn't make much sense. So I already actually exported a couple of these rocks that I just made. I previously exported them. So you can do the same, like export a couple of these rocks that it just show you how to create. And we want to now use this instead of the spheres that we have. So going back to Houdini. So in here, if we go on our network, so we are creating our point clouds or scattering points, and we directly are copying that sphere on top of this. So we don't want to do this step anymore. We basically want to directly feed a point cloud like this to Houdini, to Unreal. So for the time being, I'm just going to build a switch node. And I'm going to switch from one to another. I'm going to set it here manually. So I'm going to switch now to what the output for Unreal should be, which is just a point cloud with, of course, with the data that is needed. So what is usually needed when we send data from Houdini to Unreal is that, of course, we need an instancing attribute. So this node will take care for that for you. Then we also, of course, need information about how something is scaled and how something is rotated. So these are the important things to set. And this node will take care for most of it. That's why I like to use this node, because you don't have to go through additional steps. This node will make sure that it will work. So now this is ready to go. We are going to send a point cloud, saving our tool, of course, and let's go back to Unreal. Here we're going to our top of the menu, and we're going to click Rebuild. So Rebuild will make it from scratch, and what we will now see is these orange cubes. So that's already a good sign. That means that the instancing from Houdini to Unreal is working, but it doesn't know what to instance, because we still have not defined the components or the mesh to instance. So that's the first step there. Now, to do that is using this menu that I also made here, is using instant variants. So we want to give a path to what model to instance. Now, this is quite easily done. So we can take one of my rocks, drag and drop it in here, and it will fill in the path where this is in my game. So it's stored under game assets rocks. And then we'll scatter these rocks on the sphere, as you can see. And this is like an easy way of scattering these rocks now. So we can click adding more variants. So here we're going to click at additional, grab our other rock like this, and it will instance those rocks. So in this case, again, I'm using rocks as an example, but you can do other things like foliage, trees, buildings, whatever you have. This is just basically instancing and copying a model onto a point that we calculate in Houdini. Now, what if we can use one of the terrains here around the scene, which is, again, this is the default scene from Unreal. So let's take one of those tiles into our system. So under inputs, we can then change this to a landscape. So we can input a landscape. Now, there are probably a couple of these tiles, as you can see them. So I want to take something that has some detail like this. So this is one. This one is called 310. Let's go back to my Houdini tool. Oh, it's now hidden. So let's go here and set this to landscape, and let's find the 310 somewhere around here. Now, by default, I don't think it's gonna scatter here, and the reason for that is if we go under advanced, there are many ways of sending your height field to Houdini. So by default, height field is just basically like a texture map defining the height of the terrain, but our scattering tool is not going to work with that. So we need to convert this into a mesh or export this as a mesh, which will, of course, our scattering tool will work with that. So here we are now scattering all these small rocks now on the terrain. And like I said before, we can go back to our sliders and play around with this, play around with the skinning. So that's pretty useful. We can change min maximum. We can also in here target the scaling of the objects themselves. So we can scale the rocks a bit bigger if you want to have like a really chunky rocky shapes. Now additionally, to come a bit more to an end here, is what if we now want to use the terrain information? Let's say I want to target something like a cliff maker or generating where things are different angled. So going now back to Houdini, in here we can change a couple things. So we have our pickup here as dust, so let's maybe increase the density scale, so maybe let's put it a bit lower. So we have the same idea here as, let's say we want to scatter objects where things are not flat. So before we are doing a scatter, maybe we can cut off parts of the geometry we don't want to scatter on. So we are going to use a node called split by normal. And this node will, like I said, it will split your geometry based on the normal it has. So this is by default now set to X, but we want to have the up axis, which is in Houdini the Y. So everything that is, for example, looking up will be selected here. So we can invert that. So everything that is not flat will be basically scattered by rocks. And this is then the tolerance of that. So our tolerance, this can also be a parameter in the tool, but for now, let's maybe put around like 15, 20, something like that, and plug it in over here. And let's go save our tool, and let's go back to Unreal. In Unreal, same as before, rebuild the tool, and we'll probably now, as you can see, fill up only parts that are not that flat, that are a bit more steep. So we can play around with this and have like I said, like a cliff sort of maker. Not exactly sure because we're actually instancing a lot of shapes. But this is a quite interesting setup now to play around with, to have like different shapes, different scales. It's nice to maybe have like one big rock and a couple one smaller ones. So this can be very fast if you need to dress up the scene or dress up a scene for a game jam, where this could be like a walkable area, but it's like flat, it won't place the rocks. And you can have the parameter here to tweak that, but you can always go back to Houdini, of course. In Houdini, we can here play around with that threshold here, maybe set it a bit finer, like this. You can boost the values a bit. Also, nothing is holding us back to do additional scattering and other setups. Like I can copy paste this node, I can maybe invert the node, and maybe now I can define where different grass models should be. Like here, maybe we have grass shapes, or maybe different tweaks or something like that, maybe different shapes scattered. And we can do another setup where we have then another scatter system. We have a different scattering system. We can do another instancing system as well to instance different objects, and this can then be like, I don't know, maybe grass. And then we can merge this together like so. And then we have a generator for rocks and then one for grass, and maybe we can have another one or another one, another one, and so on. So we can now see that we can branch out and explore many different scattering options and systems. And you can go as advanced as also now starting to compare different systems. If you're be more familiar with Houdini, you can, for example, look into like Vex and Wrangle nodes. So here we can, for example, start to compare the different scatterings of each other, and we can write something interesting to maybe if we place a rock, maybe a rock has priority of placing foliage and so on. So we can do different things that react from one to another. That can be really interesting. But to keep things very basic, as you can see, with only these 3 nodes basically, we can make an interesting scattering setup for you. So let's maybe switch, save this back again. Going to Unreal, rebuild the tool, and we will now have a bit more fine-tuned. So I put it a bit more extreme, as you can see. We don't have that many rocks. but it's quite interesting. Like it already gives a lot of interesting shapes. Instead of having nothing, it only like blends the shapes a bit better. Another interesting thing that I might want to mention is that this is also using nanite, in case you are interested in that. So my rocks are still a bit on like a higher poly count. They're not like reduced heavily, but nanite is doing like a great job to help us with that, of course. So we don't also have a lot of overdraw as well, since they are just rocks. So that's just great to know that we can just scatter or instance nanite objects, of course. This is not exclusively to only basic objects, but it can just scatter anything. We can also scatter blueprints, we can scatter light components. We can do many different things with scattering systems of Houdini engine. So that was some basics of building Houdini tool with Houdini engine. So I hope you will have some idea now on making your own small little tool that does something like a scattering or making a rock or doing something else. There are many options you can do here. So just hope you can understand that this definitely will speed up your workflow instead of like manually placing rocks or having other ways of doing things more manually, but we can actually essentially do things a bit more automated by defining simple rule sets. Now going quickly back to the slides, the last thing to talk about was the Game Jam toolkit. So I'm not going to show it here in depth too much. There is already a lot of information about this already. So this is essentially tools in Houdini that are available for free for you to try. So you can go to the SideFX website and you will be able to see starter kits for Unreal and Unity. So in this case, it's Unreal, but it's of course with Unity as well. Both have the same tool sets. So you can open these tools, you can try them out, play around with them. There are all kinds of tools. I think there are like 10 to 12 different tools, from trees to edge damaging to level generators to rock generators, foliage. There's a bunch of tools for you to look into that can already be helpful in case you quickly need a tree or something like that. You can just load the tool, render out the tree and make a new one and so on. You can just quickly have trees, for example. There is also a lot of learning as well on this. So there's a learning page on how these tools work. So each tool is explained with a video. There is also more explanation in terms of just if you're new to Houdini Engine or this is the first time using Houdini Engine, there's a video about how Houdini Engine works and how you can install it. And then for each tool, there is a video, like I said, like for example, for the tree or for an edge damaging tool where you can input a shape, will damage the edges off. So each of the tools have video, so you can fully learn everything here in that page on sidefx.com. And that was it for this workshop. So I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you learned a couple things here and there with Houdini. I hope you're interested in pushing Houdini and learning about it to use in future project or in this project already you're working on. And thank you.
So, we said we were making an action game, right?
Yeah, in a fantasy world.
With robots. It has to have robots.
And the online multiplayer.
What?
What?
Dude, are you crazy? Making multiplayer games is 100 times harder than single player.
Gas.
You're right, multiplayer is usually 100 times harder. But with coherence, it's only 17 times harder.
Only 17? That's insane.
You mean coherence at coherence.io, right?
Right. Coherence really is the fastest way to make multiplayer games, even during a game jam. Wouldn't it be cool if you could play your game together online?
Hey, guys, look, I already got something running.
Wow!
Seriously?
Yeah, just 2 boxes syncing, but it's a start.
Fascinating.
See? If you want to try it yourself, you can get more information at coherence.io/GGJ.
What do you mean, what is GitHub? It's the largest, most complete development platform in the world. Millions of developers use it. And it's not just developers. These days, every company is a software company. I thought you might say that. Come on, let me show you. GitHub is an enterprise transforming, startup launching, community driven, super secure, open source championing, cloud-based platform. It's where the world builds software.
We created algorithms and global businesses.
We even went to Mars.
Or at least our code did.
Oh, yes. With GitHub, anything is possible. But how? Say this is Sanam, a senior software engineer, and this is a team's project on GitHub. Sanal and her team can create their own branches of code to work together in parallel.
This is my branch, an alternate timeline where I can build, squash bugs, and safely experiment. There are communication and task delegation tools right next to my code. So when we're ready to merge, we merge instantly.
It works with thousands of branches for over 1 million projects.
And with built-in project planning, automation, CI/CD, and AI-enhanced code editing at every step.
You can move fast and get your ducks in a row! But we gotta be safe about it.
GitHub has advanced security with automatic vulnerability detection, secret scanning, and more. So we can build and ship safely and securely.
So, now you know what GitHub is, you might wonder who GitHub is. It's a student learning to code. It's disruptors revolutionizing music. It's a CEO transforming a global company. It's 21,000 strangers working together to take the first picture of a black hole. It's a place for anyone from anywhere to build anything. Anything you think the world needs. What's that? You already knew that? Well, why didn't you say anything? I was talking for ages back there. It's embarrassing.
Hey everybody, I hope you're enjoying the stream so far. Up next, we're going to have our friends from AWS for Games to talk about how to integrate their services into your games and get the most out of that. Make sure you go to our sponsor page, globalgamejam.org/sponsors, and look for the offer that they have to sign up to receive $100 in free AWS credits. If you have an account, you can apply it to your existing account. You can set up an account and they will apply it for you, and you can set it so that you don't ever spend $1 of your own money to make sure that you can use the credits that they gave you. At this time, I would like to introduce Daniel Whitehead. He's a principal solutions architect for AWS Games.
Thank you. Appreciate the time.
Yeah, thanks for being here. Yeah, so I'll bring up your presentation here and let you take it away.
Awesome, thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is Daniel Whitehead. I am a principal solutions architect and a hobbyist game developer, much like everybody probably in the audience as well. So we're going to be talking about AWS and what we can do to help you with the Game Jam. Before we get started, we're going to go through the agenda. We have essentially 3 sections. We're going to be talking about getting started on AWS. Most of this is going to be, how do you get started, but then also how do you create, the financial controls that we can use to be able to make sure you feel in control of the spend that you have on the cloud. So if you don't want to spend a dime, we can make that happen. Beyond that, we're going to talk about a couple of our services that can help you create assets for game mechanics for games. And at the beginning, we're going to be talking about an intro about who we are and what we're trying to do. And then lastly, we're going to be then going to the best practices and kind of what you can do to be able to get the credits that Tim had mentioned. So first of all, who we are. Well, our mission is that we want to help every game developer build their game on AWS. Whether it's whatever story that you have in your head, whatever game mechanic you want to try, we're here to help you figure out how to do that. We've been around for about 16 years and we have 200 services. Now, not all of those services are going to be applicable to you. However, there's a lot of them that, if you're building a multiplayer game, we can help with that. If you're trying to run builds on AWS, we can help with that. If you're trying to create some assets we can help with that as well. And our customers, well, we have while we have the world's biggest public game companies using AWS, we also want to support studios of all sizes, including smaller teams and indies. We align our solutions to the game development cycle. So you can think of this, we have build, run, grow. So in build, we have solutions that let you set up your entire development pipeline in the cloud, meaning you can have virtual desktops, we can do build pipelines, we can accelerate the builds that you're making for your game. We can run multiplayer servers, both on instances or a managed service. And then we also have security solutions to be able to ensure that your game can run and your customers can enjoy the experience that you want them to have. We also have solutions to help you grow your game once it's live, like analytics solutions or live ops to help you understand your players' toxicity, solutions to manage the health of your community. As Tim mentioned, just for listening to me, we have $100 in credits for you. So all you need to do to get this is that I need you to send an email to AWS for Games events with the subject Global Game Jam, and have in the email body your company name, your school name, or that you're a hobbyist, the country that you're in, as well as your AWS account. Once we get that, it'll give us 1 to 2 business days, and we'll send back credits that you can deposit into your account, meaning that you can use our services on up to that $100 on our dime. And if you do need help with anything AWS, you can post a question into the Global Game Jam Discord, and under Help and Resources, the channel name is AWS for Games. So I also want to mention too that it's not just the credits that we're giving you. We also have a free tier, meaning that there's a lot of services out there that you can use for free without having to pay a dime to us. So you can peruse this at aws.amazon.com/free. There's a lot of services that are in there. You can see all the things that you can use that you, again, you're not going to have to spend a single cent to be able to utilize. So again, depending on what you're trying to do, you can take a look at that and see what the offers that are in there. And then, if you do have any questions, please come ask us in the Discord. So how do we get started with AWS? So this is the management console. This is the management console before you log in. You can see in that top right corner, you can click create an account. When you click create an account, you're going to be brought to this page where you're going to put in an email, and then that's going to be the start of the process to be able to create your AWS account. You're then going to choose a password. Again, we have best practices with passwords, so you're going to have to create a complex password to put in here, and then that's going to allow you to move to the next screen, which is going to be gathering contact information. If we do need to contact you for some reason, this is going to be the process and how we do so. You're then going to put a credit card online, allowing, we're going to be putting a credit card online. And then lastly, we're going to verify whether, we're going to verify the contact information that you gave to us to make sure you're human. And the last choice that you're going to have is going to be the level of support. Now, this is generally for the Global Game Jam, you're probably going to want to go with free support. However, if you ever do run a game on AWS, we recommend at the bare minimum having developer support. This allows you to be able to have interactions with our support team to be able to figure out things that you would need help with, right? So if you're running a game, at minimum, we ask you to have developer support. After the account is open, and you put your credit card in that sign-up process, I want to make sure you feel like you're in control of your spend. So we are going to initially focus on AWS budgets to get an idea around what we can do to notify us in terms of how much are we spending on the cloud. So AWS budgets is a service that allows us to be able to create notifications as well as like email, or I can create notifications to other things that allow me to turn off resources or do something in relation to that. So we're going to go through the process of creating one. You can see this is kind of the overview of what this looks like. I'm going to go through a walkthrough of how this works, and then we can talk about what we can do in terms of creating notifications, and then the more advanced things of being able to do things in response to these budgets being exceeded. So the first thing that you're going to do is you're going to go to the AWS console. This is the logged in console. And you can see in that top right corner, we have the AWS account ID. So if you're looking for those credits, we're going to need that number, the AWS account ID. You can send that in that email to us. But we're going to click on you can see there, the highlighted billing dashboard. You're going to click on that and you're going to go to the next screen. On that left side, you're going to see a lot of titles on there. I want you to go down and click on budgets, and you can see that's highlighted in orange. Where when you click on budgets, you're going to go to this screen. So you're going to say it says AWS budgets. We're going to want to create a budget. When you click create a budget, you're going to be presented with two options. You can use a template, which means that we already have this pre-configured, allowing you to just click a button, put an email or a Slack channel that you want this to be going to, and you can click that and it'll automatically create this. So in this case, within the templates, we have a $0 budget notification. So if you spend a single cent, we will notify you that you spent that single cent, right? So this is great for understanding when and if you get outside of that free tier, how much you're spending, right? So this is a very good early warning around, hey, I might not want to spend any money on AWS, but this will give me that notification that I need to go take a look and see what's happening. Conversely, because we have that $100 credit, we also have budget types in the customized version of the template, the customized version of that other toggle. So in this, we have at that top, the one that you're probably going to care about, it's the cost budget. Under cost budget, when we click this, click next, we get to this screen that allows us to define how much money are we willing to spend on AWS, right? So I can put $100 in there and I can have that be an expiring. So I can have a budget that is recurring, going from 1 year to the next, or I can have a budget that expires at the end of the year. So in this case, these credits are a one-time thing. We're going to put in there that they expire at the end of 2023. And then that allows us to be able to say within the year of 2023, I can make sure that I only spend $100, which is the credits that we're giving you for the Global Game Jam. After that, in a field below, you can say, hey, I want to take a look at either a AWS specific service, or do I want to look at the aggregate spend of all the things that are in the AWS account? So I generally recommend, at least for the Global Game Jam, let's create a budget for all the services that are inside that account, and then we can define thresholds against that budget, right? So I can say at 50% notify me, at 70% notify me. I generally recommend that you put alerts for 50% of the budget that you have, 80%, 90%, and 100%, because if you just put it at 100%, you're not going to have the ability to be reactive to that. So I would want to make sure that you have kind of that runway going up there to say, hey, at 50%, I spent, let's say $50, and do I know what's causing that? And if I do, I'm fine with it. If I don't, that allows me to go jump in there and say, okay, what's causing this? And I can figure out how to stop that. Underneath that, you can also see I can put this on an email. So I can get an email from this account to be able to tell me that I exceeded this budget. I can notify an SNS. SNS stands for the Simple Notification Service. That's a way that I can trigger code to run in response to this. That's a little bit more advanced, but that allows us to be able to do things in response to this budget. The last thing that's in there is you can also have these notifications go to a Slack channel, allowing you or a group of people to understand when you've exceeded one of these budgets. Or one of these thresholds, pardon me. And lastly, this is budget actions is another feature that we have within AWS budgets, allowing us to, in response to exceeding a budget threshold or a budget alert, allow us to do something in response to that. We have 3 actions that we can do today. Is I can modify a IAM policy. IAM stands for Identity and Access Management. That's kind of like the security permissions of what I can do in the account. So if I can add another role, denying specific access to services. I can use an SCP, which is it's a feature of another service called Organizations, which probably for the Global Game Jam you're not going to run into. Or you can also take a look at target running EC2 instances or RDS instances. So if I am doing builds, if I'm doing dev builds on my multiplayer game, and I hit a certain threshold and I'm like, I don't want to pay anymore, I can turn all of those off and then I don't have to worry about that. So one call out here is that the 2 permission-based actions that happen to this, those will fall off after the period of time that is being looked at for the budget action. Whereas if you turn off the resources and stop them, not necessarily terminate them, but stop them, that's going to be going on in perpetuity. So again, you can go back into this and say, I want to turn this back on, but that would have to be manually. So all in all, that was the process of how do we set up an account? And how do we then create budget alerts that allow us to feel that we have control over what we're spending on AWS? Because last thing that we want to do is have you have a bill that you didn't necessarily expect. So now we're going to jump into what can you do with AWS in terms of the Global Game Jam. So we're going to be talking about a couple of high-level machine learning services. And this is going to be ways that you can generate lifelike text to be able to use inside your game, right? In this case, we could use this to be able to generate a narrator. We can use this to be able to create a newscast or whatever we need inside of our game to create that atmospheric presence of a person speaking. We would be able to use Amazon Polly. So Polly is an API-driven service, allowing us to convert text to lifelike speech. So we have 2 versions of this, and we'll jump into this in a second. We have the concatenative, as well as the neural lifelike voices. So again, we're going to jump into what the difference is shortly. However, for there are selected voices in the neural style that have a newscaster voice, and that's something that you can go and play with. But game developers can store, replay, use these in your games to be able to create, essentially without a voice actor, create characters that can speak in lifelike styles. Another thing about Polly is that we also have a feature on there called it's called SSML. I can't remember off the top of my head what the acronym stands for, but it's a markup language allowing us to do speech synthesis markup language, allowing us to create like pauses in speech, allowing us to be able to do inflection points by using this markup language. So it's not just Polly creating this. I have programmatic control to create a specific way of how that speech was going. So we had talked about the difference between standard and neural text-to-speech. So we both start with a text, a sentence to a synthesis. So this is a machine. We are taking some text and transitioning it to a voiced output. From there, when we have that text and it's being transitioned to that voice, we have these phonetic transcriptions, right? So this is kind of how we create these words that are going to be voiced by Polly. The first style that I talked about is the concatenative text-to-speech. So this is the standard. This is the older standard version of Polly that we will continue to support. But these sound snippets are stitched together to create words. And while the standard voice quality is quite good for most languages, there are moments that you can hear kind of a robotic voice transitions within the words. And that's mostly because when you're speaking, you have these inflection points between the words or between the phonetic syllables that we change the pitch or things like that, and not having that makes it sound robotic in nature, which is why we developed the neural text-to-speech. So this has the context of being able to say what was said before in that word and what was said afterwards to give a much more lifelike presentation of that voice. So to give you an example of this, I'm going to run a couple of examples of it. So we have both the Matthew voice as well as the Joanna voice. So we're going to start with the standard. We're going to then go to the neural. So this is what the standard looks like.
The season begins anew this Sunday as the Yankees will be in Fenway Park to continue their age-old rivalry with the Boston Red Sox.
So that's the standard. And then if we go to the neural text-to-speech, it sounds like this.
The season begins anew this Sunday as the Yankees will be in Fenway Park to continue their age-old rivalry with the Boston Red Sox.
Conversely, on the Joanna voice.
Born August 19th, 1932 in Jamaica, New York, he was the son of Martha Pessolano Vacheron and the late Edwin F. Vacheron, formerly of Garden City, New York.
And the neural text-to-speech.
Born August 19th, 1932 in Jamaica, New York, he was the son of Martha Pessolano Vacheron and the late Edwin F. Vacheron, formerly of Garden City, New York.
And again, you can hear the differences between those two. So Amazon Polly and the neural text-to-speech voices come in 20 different flavors. You can see there are a number of voices in US English. And specifically, you can see the star in there. There's a different style of voicing that's called the newscaster speaking style, which can be utilized via the SSML markup. This you have a number of options that you can choose from to be able to create characters within your game. And this is what the Amazon Polly console looks like, right? So again, I could bake this into my game engine. I could be sending files over. I'd be streaming these files, or I could just pre-bake all of the voices based upon what I want to be voiced. I can test that directly from the console and then have it be, I can hear it before I put it in my game. As I mentioned, the free tier for this service is 5 million characters per month for speech or speech marks request. This is for the first 12 months. So again, you have 5 million characters that you can generate, all the assets that you want to have spoken within your game. The next thing that we're going to be taking a look at is Amazon Translate. So this is a neural machine translation service that delivers fast, high quality, and affordable language translation. So again, you're probably not going to worry about this for the Global Game Jam. However, if you love the idea of your game and you want to be able to localize it into other languages and allow as many people as possible to play your game. So again, you have your game concept that comes from the Global Game Jam, and then you want to iterate on it. Amazon Translate may be the mechanism to be able to help you translate this into more than 75 languages. So again, this is not to necessarily replace localization, but this is more of a first pass at localization. There are two modes for this. We have the asynchronous, meaning that if I have all my CSVs, all my dialogue that I want to be translated, I can pass that in there into that batch file. or I can translate this in real time, meaning I can open up like a WebSocket or something, and I can pass in words and I can get them back in real time. So again, there's a number of use cases for this. If you want to translate chat to different people's home languages, you can do so. If you want to localize for your game after the Global Game Jam, that would be another good use case for Amazon Translate. There's coverage for about 75 languages, and this is always growing. But as you can see, there's a lot of different translations that we can do from one language to another. And this is what the Amazon Translate console looks like. So if you wanted to translate from one text to another, it would just be as easy as putting text on the left side and getting it on the right side. The free tier for Amazon Translate is 2 million characters per month for the first 12 months. So again, you can use quite a bit of this without even being charged a dime. The last service that we're going to be talking about is Amazon Transcribe. So this is going to be a speech-to-text service, allowing us to be able to, voice things either in a file, or I can stream that to the back end and then get that back from my game engine. So we have two modes for allowing that we can use with this. Is again, we have the batch mode. If I already have my file, I need it to be transcribed and I need to do something with it. Most of what you're probably going to be looking at is the streaming mechanism, meaning I can create a WebSocket from my game client, and then I can stream this in and I can get back the voice to text translations. The thing that I would also want to add on here is also we have vocabulary filtering, meaning if you didn't want to have profanity being translated back to your user, or if you're using this for accessibility features, such as wanting to be able to take voice chat and put closed captioning for people who may not be able to hear that this would be a mechanism to be able to make sure that you could filter the vocabulary before it gets back to them. The other thing is that we can also automatically remove personally identifiable information, and this allows us to be able to make sure things like credit cards or social securities aren't going to be bandied back and forth. The formats for this, you can use, you can get this returned, you can ingest WAV, MP3, or FLAC files. And again, you're going to be getting text back to this. So again, you can think of like I'm streaming some format into the service, and then I can get, I can have my pawn move to a different place, or I can allow that to be presented on the screen to let my the other game players in my multiplayer game know what I said. We have two different versions of two different styles of streaming sample rates. So generally, a higher sample rate is going to be for higher quality audio, versus the lower sample rate is going to be for lower quality audio. Generally, this is like telephone calls. So you may want to err on the side of higher quality audio coming from your players' headsets. But then we also have different styles of support, where in some regions or some languages we support it in console, and for some of the languages we only support it via the API. So again, this is going to be something that as you define what you want to do, you can figure out what style you want to use in terms of the sample rates, as well as the API. I generally recommend, if you're building this into a game client, that you would probably be using the API as a standard. So. And again, this is the transcribe console. So another use case for this is maybe you don't want to type all your character audio or all the stuff that you have in your game. You could just go to this console, click start streaming, and you can transcribe sentences as you need, and then you can copy and paste that directly into a CSV or bake that into your game code as necessary. Again, this has a free tier for the first 60 minutes per month for the first 12 months. The one caveat, if you are planning on using streaming as a game mechanic or doing closed captioning, please reach out to us on the Global Game Jam Discord. Under Help and Resources, we have a channel for AWS for Games. Love to hear what you're planning. Love to be able to help you make that. We're here and ready to help you as necessary to be able to do that. So I want to leave you with a couple of notes. We're going to be talking about security best practices. So we talked about setting up our account, but there are some things that I would want to make sure that I leave you with before we move forward. So first thing, when we created that account, you created what's called the root user. That root user is generally, you can think of it as the super user or the admin, right? I would rather have you be create an IAM user that has admin roles versus being in the root user. And again, if you have any questions around what this sounds like or need help, I'm more than happy to explain this to you myself. But that would be the first recommendation that we have is create an IAM user and give it a role that allows you to be able to do everything you want in your account, just because we don't necessarily want you operating in that root user account. Second thing is, don't hard code AWS credentials into your game client. There are mechanisms that we can use to be able to get credentials into your game client. Again, this is kind of what I was talking with that streaming use case. Come talk to me. I can help you do this. We'll chat about it, and then we can build a mechanism to make sure that you can get your game client credentials without having to hard code AWS credentials to be able to interact with these backend services. The other thing, it goes without saying, don't share your credentials on any platform. Again, there's a lot of things that we just don't want to make sure. We want to make sure that account stays your own. Now, this is going to be a little bit more technical in nature. Is we also don't want you to check in your AWS credentials or secrets into your Git repo or your repo of choice. So with that being said, at least with GitHub, we have a sample called Git Secrets, which you can use as a step check in a Git process. To when you push, we will check all the code that you have to look for specifically AWS credentials that you may be pushing. So again, this is on the AWS Labs GitHub. You can go to Git Secrets. You can download this and put this as part of your Git workflow to be able to push code without having to worry about AWS credentials being in there. Last but not least, always recommend two-factor authentication, both on that IAM user, but especially on that root user. I want to make sure that that root user is as protected as possible. So always recommend two-factor authentication. I think we have either a hardware device, or we also have a virtual device, which you can use for your one-time passwords as well. So if you have any questions or concerns on any of the above, please feel free to reach out on Discord. More than happy to help. To wrap up, wanted to again say, if you want to apply for the AWS promotional credits, we have $100 waiting for you. Email awsforgamesevents@amazon.com, subject Global Game Jam, and then you have your in the body have your company, your school name, or whether or not you're a hobbyist, your country, and then the AWS account that you wanted to. So we walk through how to open that AWS account. So again, you just have to go through those steps, and then you can grab these $100 credits. So any other questions, please feel free to post in the Global Game Jam Discord, and we're here to help. Thank you very much.
So, we saw we're making an action game, right?
Yeah, in a fantasy world.
With robots. It has to have robots.
And the online multiplayer.
What?
What?
Dude, are you crazy? Making multiplayer games is 100 times harder than single player.
Gas.
You're right, multiplayer is usually 100 times harder. But with coherence, it's only 17 times harder.
Only 17? That's insane.
You mean coherence at coherence.io, right?
Right. Coherence really is the fastest way to make multiplayer games, even during a game jam. Wouldn't it be cool if you could play your game together online?
Hey, guys, look, I already got something running.
Wow!
Seriously?
Yeah, just 2 boxes syncing, but it's a start.
Fascinating.
See? If you want to try it yourself, you can get more information at coherence.io/GGJ.
While prepping for an upcoming game jam, at some point every jammer faces the same question. What am I going to use to make my game? Well, look no further. I've got something just for you. Big Bang is a fully featured, web-based game-making platform that you should totally use for your next game jam. So here we go. Let's just jump right into it. Here are 10 surprising reasons that you should use .BigBang for your next game jam. You don't need to download anything. .BigBang runs in your browser and works on any device. Laptop, smartphone, tablet, console, or even your smart fridge. All you need to do is make an account and you're ready to start making games. You don't need to worry about downloading or updating an app, how long your builds will take, or where you're gonna host your game. We've got everything taken care of for you. As long as you have an internet connection, you can start sharing your games right away. .BigBang runs best in Chrome or Chromium-based browsers like Edge, Brave, and others. And if you'd rather not work in a browser, you're also welcome to install the desktop app. You can share your game instantly with a link and play with your friends. In order to share your game with your friends, all you need to do is click the share button, copy the link, and send it to them. Or just send the link that's in your browser. Once they click the link, they're already playing your game. And when you use the share button, you get a multiplayer link. So you can actually instantly play your game live with your friends. This mechanic is great for playtesting your game while your game's in progress during the jam, and really great for sharing your game with your family and friends once the jam's over. Your game will work on any device, console, mobile, desktop, you name it. Like I mentioned before, no need to worry about where to host your game or how people are going to play it. We've got that covered. If you're planning on working with a team, .BigBang makes that super easy for you. Just by sharing a multiplayer link with your teammates, you and your teammates can instantly start building out your game together. .BigBang supports live multiplayer editing with just the click of a button, and you can all playtest the game together while you're building it. Here's a big one. Networking is built in. So if you've ever wanted to make a multiplayer game, .BigBang is the place for you. Every game on .BigBang is multiplayer by default. All you have to do is share the multiplayer link. Our networking system is super straightforward. Entities in your game can be marked as networked by just adding a tag. And there are a ton of multiplayer games and scripts on the platform already that can show you the ropes of writing networking code. Also, we have great articles and documentation introducing you to the various concepts you'll need to know when you want to take your multiplayer aspect to the next level. Did you know you can have all the power of VS Code in your browser? Well, with .BigBang, you can. .BigBang has a built-in VS Code editor with TypeScript, complete with debugging capabilities and autocomplete. You can use the editor to edit code while the game is running and see updates happen in real time. We have plenty of documentation and videos that cover scripting in .BigBang as well. You'll have access to thousands of scripts for your use. .BigBang creators have created tons of scripts that you can use in your own games. Just select an entity, select Browse Items, and you can search for scripts that other users have made. For example, if I want to make this door open, and I don't know how, I can search through scripts until I find a door script that works for my purpose. You can also remix other users' scripts to repurpose them for your own use. Remixing and repurposing scripts can really speed up your game-making process during a game jam, where time is everything. And whenever you write a script of your own, you can easily share it with other creators to use the script in their games. .BigBang allows creators to remix games, meaning that creators can actually get their own copy of another game and edit it. If you find a game you like and you're wondering how it was made, as long as it's set as remixable, you can actually take a look into how they made that game and how everything works. You can even make edits of your own, or entirely make your own version of the game if you'd like. .BigBang has made some starter templates that you can use as well, like a first-person shooter template and an obstacle course template. There's also a template for people who are new to scripting and want to learn more about it, or new to building out an environment and want to learn how to do that. So definitely check those out. You can find the links in the description. You're probably wondering where all these lovely art assets are coming from. Well, .BigBang has a robust, built-in voxel object editor, complete with animation capabilities. You can make your own assets, and then jump into your game and drag them right into your level. there is a huge library of voxel art for use in your game. So if you're thinking to yourself, well, what if I can't make art? You're in luck. Just like with scripts, .BigBang has thousands of voxel objects made by other creators that you can use in your game. If you're working with a team, your teammates can make art that you can instantly drag into your game. And if you're an artist, you can make your own art usable by other creators. You can talk to the devs directly for help. If at any point you're stuck or need some guidance, you can reach out to the .BigBang devs on Discord. The link's in the description. The devs have been making games with .BigBang for years and are happy to help out creators as much as we can. We've also got documentation, videos, and live streams that show you all sorts of ways you can use .BigBang. Whether you're an artist or a programmer, if it's your first game jam, or if you're a veteran, or if you're anywhere in between, .BigBang has a place for you. So that was 10 reasons to use .BigBang at your next game jam. If you want to give it a try, go to .bigbang.com to get started and join our Discord to meet other creators and have your questions answered by the same developers who built the platform. The links are in the description. Thanks for watching and happy jamming!
Hi, this is Nick Venti. I'm the CEO of Plus Music, and I'm going to walk you through a high-level explainer.
We need the slides.
Brian, looks like we're live.
We are live, ladies and gentlemen. And I am getting, I'm trying to get the other slides up here. One sec. Allow me to, there we go. Excellent. We're live. How's it going, everyone? I'm Brian Karsig, one of the co-founders here at Plus Music, and we're going to soundtrack your game for the Global Game Jam. I'd like to say it's an honor to be part of such an amazing event as the Global Game Jam, to be a music source for all the contestants here in the community, as well as all the game developers out there creating next generation games going forward. Now, we can't wait to play the games you guys make, hear the soundtracks you choose. So again, thanks again for having us. We're super excited to be here. What I'd like to do, walk you through a couple of slides here to tell you about our product, why we exist, and how we're going to help you here in the Global Game Jam. Then I'm going to hand it over to Aaron Swanton here below, and he's going to walk you through a guided demonstration of how our product works and how you can get started finding the best quality original music from our catalog for your game. Then simply turn it into an adaptive soundtrack in just a few clicks. After that, we're going to open the floor to you guys. And if you have any questions for us on how to get started, that's going to be the time to ask them. We're happy to answer them. So let's get started here. So what we are here at Plus Music is an adaptive soundtrack platform. We take music, make it adaptive for your game environment. Now, when we wanted to start this, excuse me one sec. We wanted to do this literally by making music plug and play. You come into our catalog, we have 350,000 songs for you to choose from. We have plugins for both Unreal and Unity to bring the music right into your game environment. And from there, you just plug and play. Grab some music, play it to your game. So I'm going to show you a little video here. It's actually narrated by my co-founder and CEO, Nick Venti. It's going to show you exactly how we do this. So here we go. And we're going to roll that video.
So music is uploaded. Musicians and music rights holders upload their music directly to Plus Music, and our AI gets to work on processing and atomizing, extracting meaning from each one of those pieces of music. So it works like this. Music comes into our back end, and we take in each song individually and start to process. In our processing, we actually segment the songs into logical loopable pieces of music that can be performed inside the game. Essentially how games use music now. We do that ahead of time, and then we analyze each one of those pieces of music so that we can build a data map around each one of these songs at a really high level and high granular level. This allows us to essentially perform the music inside games, and we're creating dynamic soundtracks here. What that means is that the way games are usually built is the music is pretty dynamic to the gameplay. I mean, if you go into a certain area, the music is changed and then the intensity goes up and down. And so what we've done is analyzed each piece of music so that the game can actually perform the music dynamically without the developer having to put a lot of work into making multiple soundtracks work in a game.
Excellent. Thanks, Nick. I'm actually going to try to share my screen here and give you guys a little bit more info on Plus Music and how we work. Excellent. So in short, what I wanted to tell you about is we try to make music flexible to your game as well as affordable. So you're not breaking the bank on music when you don't know how big your game might be. So we think you should only pay for the music that you use. That's why we've invented a consumption-based pricing model where you only pay for the music that you use based on player count. So again, we have some of the greatest music from indie artists and label partners on the platform here. But what we're going to give you here for the Global Game Jam is an exclusive package that includes 3 soundtracks for free that are fully licensed for up to 1,000 players, and it's easily renewable after that. You're also going to receive 3 months of our premium package that includes 10 game projects, 10 collaborators, and 25 testing tracks. Now, I'm going to hand it over to Aaron. He's going to walk you through how to get started with soundtracking your game. Thanks, guys.
All right, guys. Thank you very much for having me. I'm really excited to be here for Global Game Jam. I wanted to walk you through a number of steps for getting set up in our project and getting music into your games. Can we share my screen? Great. All right, so we're going to walk over a few things here. This is Plus Music. I want to show you how you can enter your Game Jam code, how you can discover music, how you can search for music, and how you can work with music in your project manager. Then I'm going to cover where you can download our plugin for both Unity and Unreal, and plugin instructions and options for support. First things first, you'll see a tab here. We'll hit Global Game Jam. This is where you can go ahead and enter your access code. So we'll pop in the access code and we're going to join the jam. As you can see here, by joining the jam, you're going to get 3 months of our premium free trial. You're going to get 10 game projects, 10 collaborators, 25 testing songs, and ticket support. You'll also get 3 fully licensed songs that you're able to work with for up to a year or 1,000 players, whichever comes first. So let's go ahead and check it out. Once you're in here, you're going to get a link. You can go ahead and click to discover. I'm going to jump over here to another window. This is Discover. So Discover is a number of curated playlists curated by our music team here, and we've got some great music in here. You can just click into a single playlist, and as you can see, there's tons of great tracks. This is not the only way to discover music. I'm going to go ahead and check out a track here called Racks. Cool. I'm going to go ahead and add that to my project. I've got a test project here created, but you can also name your project. We recommend naming your projects for your game. The idea is each project is going to be delivered to the plugin for your game. So we're going to go ahead and add this to our test project. Another great way to search for music, we can filter here by Global Game Jam, and you can see tons of music is available. I'm going to look for a track that I happen to know of called Dark Spin. Go back to Discover here and add Dark Spin. It's another song that I really like. All right, great. In the left-hand side menu, you'll also see Getting Started, which will walk you through and most of the steps that we're covering here of how to get stuff into your games. And you'll also see some plugin instructions. We'll cover those again in a second. After I've added songs to my projects, I'm going to go ahead and open my project manager. As you can see, I have a number of songs in here. You can go ahead and dive into these songs. Let's check out Dark Spin, which we just added. Our AI processes these songs into what we call arrangements. You're going to see an arrangement for a full song, as well as a number of other arrangements that have been created for game pack moments. These game pack moments include things like a victory moment, or a backing track, or a failure moment. You have the opportunity to check out any of these. You can create your own arrangements, You can delete these arrangements, and you can even make your own arrangements. On the bottom half here, you'll see the player. In the player, you can switch between vocal and instrumental for any given song. If some songs are instrumental only, some songs are vocal only, but if it's available, you'll be able to switch between them. You can check out different moments in your song. You'll see these are made up by different segments of the song. Let's go ahead and walk through the game pack templates. So if you delete anything or you want to get any of these AI generated templates back, we can go ahead and add these back to our project, which is your game pack. The next section here is licensing. So licensing is, we've done something really cool with licensing. If you don't know how big your game is, you can do consumption-based licensing. We have lots of different options here: small, medium, large, extra large. You can even do full buyout. And we also include testing. So you can do testing for up to 3 months with 20 game players. And as you can see, this scales. So if you're just starting, you want to release your game in the wild, and you're not sure about your user base, we have pricing as low as $25 for great music. Included with the Global Game Jam is your free Global Game Jam license, which is up to 1,000 players for 3 months. Let's go ahead and add this to our cart, and we'll walk through licensing. You do have to agree to some terms and conditions, and you're going to enter some information here for the licensing. I've pre-populated all this stuff, and this is your music sync license agreement. So this is a real license. You have the ability to download this. If you need to make any changes, you can make changes to it. We're going to skip past that, agree to this, and check out. It's great. Now I have my song that's licensed. Now that we have licensed music in our project, we can see in our project here that I have a number of songs, and what we're going to want to do is compile a soundtrack. Now that all the music is here, the things you're going to need to input into our plugin, which goes into Unity or Unreal Engine, is you're going to need your project ID and your plugin authentication token or API key. Let's go ahead and generate the soundtrack. This can take just a little bit of time. Some projects take 5 to 10 minutes, and depending on the number of songs in your project, you will see a certain amount of time that takes for that stuff to process. If you ever need to get back to your project ID and API key, you can always hit the compile soundtrack button and get back to this information. Next, we're going to go over how to get the plugin. So depending on whether you're working on Unity or Unreal Engine, you're going to hit this plugin instructions in the left menu. And let's go ahead and select the Unity. You can download our plugin here, and you'll be walked through a number of plugin instructions. And there is some documentation here about the functions and how to get it up and running. We also have a number of ways to get support. You'll see a Get Support tab here in the left side. You can join us on Discord. You can email us. You have the ability to put in support tickets. We also have an FAQ section. If at any time you need to reach out to us, we have a help down here in the bottom right. You can chat live with us. Please feel free to reach out with any questions. All right, I'm going to hand it back to you, Brian.
Awesome. Thanks, Aaron. Great demo. I'm going to just address a couple of things that came up over here in the chat as far as some of our pricing and our platform questions here. So if I can, just to reiterate here, we're an adaptive soundtrack platform. We made it as easy as push button, soundtrack your game. We basically want to, I don't have the controls to flip this here. Soundtrack game, next slide, and the next one. So I wanted to just go back over our pricing plans here. The consumption-based pricing is just for, we embrace the fact that we want to make music painless, frictionless, and easy to afford when you're just launching your game and you're not sure how big it's going to get. So pay as you grow. They start at $27 for up to 2,500 players, all the way up to 100,000 players. As you can see, we have phenomenal music from great music partners and some of the top indie artists. Next slide. Now, what we're offering here for Global Game Jam, just to reiterate here, is this package. 3 soundtracks, 1,000 players, and up to a year of fully licensed music that you can easily renew even when that runs out. But you'll also be getting 3 months of our premium package, which includes 10 collaborators, 25 testing tracks, and 10 game projects and more. So hopefully you guys have a great experience with Plus Music. We're here to make music easy for your game. We wish you the best of luck on the Global Game Jam. If you guys have any questions, go ahead and put them in the chat, and we're going to be here for a few more minutes to help you answer those. Thanks a lot, guys. Yes, Jackson. The game or the plugin is available for just Unreal and Unity at the moment. And yes, we have 350,000 tracks that you could select, and with just a few clicks, it'll become adaptive to your game.
All right, I saw a question come in here. How can Plus Music be useful for game jams? So obviously, discovering assets for your games that are easy to work with and easy to use can be hard and time consuming. So we've got a really awesome catalog of music. It's really fast and easy to license music, especially if you're participating in Global Game Jam. You can get through discovery and finding a song and licensing a song in as little as 60 seconds, and in under an hour you can have a soundtrack up and running in your game.
I like this one. How do I find the song for my game? Pretty simple. Right when you log in, as you saw on Aaron's presentation, you're going to be welcomed with a discover screen that we have many curated playlists curated by our music team based on genre, based on mood, based on game style. Use some of those to get started. That's some music that fits basically that criterion that you can easily select from. But if you're looking for something particular, a different emotion, a different genre, you just go up into the search bar up top and type in what you're looking for, and it will bring you some results.
Great. Another great question. Do you need to have an internet connection for the plugin to work? Yes. At this time, the game needs to be internet connected for the Plus Music plugin to work. We are working on a solution for offline games currently, but yes, the game needs to be internet connected for the plugin to work.
How'd you guys think of this? Great question. Honestly, we're all musicians. We come from a music background here. Of course, we all love gaming too, but we realize that not all developers or game studios have a bespoke composer or expensive audio gear to make soundtracks adaptive. We thought a platform where you could take great music that you already love or you find and make that adaptable to your game environment in just a few clicks would be a useful asset to creators and game developers going forward.
Cool. There's a couple of great questions, Brian. One is, can I upload or use my own music with Plus Music? So currently, there is no user support uploading of music. But with that said, if you are a composer We are accepting submissions to the platform currently, and potentially in the future, uploading your own music may be on the roadmap. Another great question about who creates the music for Plus Music, Brian. Because Brian is the head of music, I'm going to pass that question to him.
Yeah, absolutely. We have tons of creators of music on here, everybody from emerging indie artists with large followings. We've got bands that you've probably heard of, some popular bands, and then notable composers who've done other big games in the past. We have a ton of music that we brought on ourselves after a good vetting process because we just wanted all of the music on our platform, not just to be the best music, but the best music for games. So literally all through the pandemic, myself and Daniel and our music team were on Zooms all day talking to artists whose music that we just love and appreciate, from labels, composers to indie artists, told them about what we're doing. They all loved it, and we've got their music catalogs on board for you guys to check out.
All right.
How long have you guys been around? We're new. I mean, our plugins are still in beta. We launched basically this year. We've been working on this product for several years, but you guys are going to be the first to really give us a test drive. So very open to your feedback, and I can't wait to hear about your experiences here. We're super excited about the product. All the testing we've done, we've loved it, and just can't wait to hear from you guys on your experience as well.
All right, another great question. What makes music good for games? Why is it different from other types of soundtracks? So this is actually a really great question. What makes music good for games? Well, I think good music makes music good for games, and then our adaptive audio AI helps make music adaptive for games. Obviously, gameplay dynamics change. They change often, and static soundtracks aren't always built for that dynamic gameplay. Implementing dynamic gameplay and adaptive audio is really difficult. So the idea is a combination of really good music with technology to help make this really good music adaptive is what kind of sets Plus Music apart.
I mean, great music for your game is subjective, you guys. We get requests for everything from metal to 8-bit, chiptune to classical to orchestral. It's whatever you guys are feeling to make your game experience the way you want it to. Plus, music is just very helpful in making it adaptive, changing to the context of the game. Mellow section for your trail run, exciting section and chorus, big blowout for your battle scenes. That's what makes, at least to me and our company, makes gameplay exciting, is when the audio can move emotionally to your game context. And that's what we're doing. Great question. All right, it looks like Tim's coming in for some questions.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hey Tim, what's up?
Tim.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. Thanks for answering all these questions and giving the presentation. I see we had another question just come in of, do you support WebGL builds of games?
Yes. So currently with Unity, because Unity is supporting WebGL, we do support WebGL through Unity. Unreal doesn't currently, so the answer is no there.
Okay, good to know. Yeah, I mean, Brian just kind of gave a little bit more information about like what the adaptive AI means and how that's, you know, effective in games. I'm wondering if there's any more you can add to that, or if that's all you had really.
Sure, I think I can help out there. So with adaptive audio, as you saw in the demo, in the project manager, we have our adaptive AI is scanning the music, finding segments. There's a number of different types of segments that we break down. We have, if you dig into the actual application, you're going to see things like bass segments. We break it down by bars. We break it down by beats. So AI scanning these things, finding that in the music, and creating these segments for that. And you can build an arrangement out of any of those types of segments, any multiple of those segments. It's going to find loopable sections. It's going to find, obviously, things based on the a game pack moment types that we came up with, like things like victory, things like failure, things like a loop backing track, which might be a good mellow loopable section. We have we're also measuring things like intensity. So maybe we want to, there's a low backing track option or a high backing track option that are also great loopable sections. And so a number of those arrangements are pre-generated, and you can obviously go through and use our tool to quickly build your own arrangements as well.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like something anybody could use, but also could really enhance the work of a person that's trained and knows what they're doing. I mean, audio folks tend to be in short supply at game jams, but like I'm wondering, have you worked with professional sound designers and on this and what they think about the tool?
Yeah. So on that note, one of the interesting things about Plus Music is not only are we musicians, but a lot of us are also studio and audio engineers. Brian and I both are, and have had previous times in the record industry, recording studios, all of that. So the idea is to take those complex actions and to make them into simple Lego blocks that really a professional could use, but also somebody who's sort of unfamiliar with audio editing or audio engineering, or how to, doesn't really have a lot of experience chopping up that stuff in a accurate way.
Nice.
Yeah, great answer, Aaron. And just to kind of add to that, Tim, we think that every song really is a dynamic piece of sound, and we think music is really emotion in sound. Games have dynamics and emotion. Our AI literally just takes a data map of each clip that we separate from a song, from mellow intro with just an instrumental guitar all the way to everybody in big bombastic chorus. Each one of those sections is kind of evaluated for their intensity, and that's how we put together, like Aaron said, the Lego blocks to make it kind of easily stackable and loopable to each gameplay scenario.
Nice. Yeah, sounds really cool. I'm excited to see, what people are going to make with it. Do you have anything you're looking forward to most from the gym? Like, I don't know how much use has had out in the wild so far, and so wondering.
Yes, so it's pretty new being in the wild. Obviously, our plugin is still in beta. The application itself is still in beta. So we're really excited to get this in the hands of the game jammers and get feedback. So really, if you're using Plus Music and you get it into your game jam game, please feel free to reach out to us. We really want to build a tool that will really solve problems for game developers. And we're really passionate about connecting creators. So we're passionate about connecting musicians and their audiences with games and their audiences. And that synergy between independent creators is something we think is it's a real big driver for us here at Plus Music.
Yeah, great answer there, Aaron. Informing the fan bases of the musicians whose music are on our platform is a big part of our mission here. There's a trend out there. There's a lot of AI generated music, or just music that isn't really human made. We just firmly believe that AI doesn't have fans. Human music does, and connecting those fans to the game is one of our missions. How do we bring more players to your game? Well, we're going to tap into the fan bases of our artists. I mean, I don't know an artist on the planet, myself included, that when they get into somebody's game or in a commercial or even in a movie, that you just don't go on all your social media platforms and say, hey, everyone, go check me out in this game, in this show, in this movie. So making those people aware and bringing them over to your guys' games is, one of our fortes and something we're real passionate about.
Awesome. Yeah. How does the IP work and the licensing and all that? If you can explain that at a high level, that'd be fine.
Sure. Sorry, Tim, you cut out on me there.
Oh, sorry. I was just wondering like how the IP licensing and all that works. If you have like a high level explanation of that.
Yeah, we do all of our licensing in advance. We do non-exclusive licensing with our artists. We bring it in. So we have the rights on both master and composition sides. We've got that fully cleared for you. We do 2-year terms on our music. So once you license a track, it's yours for 2 years. After that, you'd renew the license. And again, I think that our pricing structure is pretty revolutionary, we took a page out of the AWS kind of cloud storage of, I've always been kind of grateful that Jeff Bezos doesn't say, oh, you only have 10 gigabytes of your photos that you want to store on my cloud? No, we only sell terabytes and you have to pay this much. It's kind of how traditional music licensing is. I don't care if you're tiny or you're big. It's that much for the song. We think that you should pay for music on how much you use it. If you only have 5,000 players playing your game, you shouldn't have to pay the same amount as somebody with 1 million players on their game. So that's kind of how we do it. We use device ID that counts the devices that the game is being played through. And we'll happily send you alerts like, hey, you bought a 5,000 player license. Looks like your game's starting to do well. You just hit 4,800 players. You might want to buy another 5,000 player license. So we work with you to keep your audio costs down so you can put that money back into your development and make the game experience as good as it can be. We just want music to be frictionless, easy, and not be a burden with searching millions of songs through a catalog, putting it in your own DAW and editing it, bringing it back in, or even worse yet, have to get an audio designer or a bespoke composer that might take 5-6 months to do what you hoped you'd get, but it might not be exactly what you want. So find the exact music that you want in our platform. We'll make it adaptive for you in a few clicks.
I think on that note, one thing to add is with licensing, music licensing traditionally, if you want to get high quality, label quality music, can be complicated. It can take a while to negotiate and it can be expensive. So our goal was to condense all of those problems. So we've got affordable pricing, reasonable terms. We can make licensing really fast for game developers because we take care of all the licensing ahead of time, as Brian mentioned. And then one other aspect of this is we know that game developers are going to take time to figure out what they want in their game. And so we offer free testing licenses, which we're able to do because of the negotiations we've done with our content partners. And people can take time and figure out, does this song work in my game before they're buying it and paying for it?
Yeah, it sounds like it's streamlining a lot of processes and making iteration a lot quicker for people to try out a bunch of different things and see what they like before they commit to it,
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. And we've heard, we've done a lot of market research. We've heard plenty of scenarios where I only had X amount of budget for music, went and found it, bought it. But once I edited it to kind of put it into my game and took the time, once it was there, it wasn't exactly what I wanted. That's a sunk cost. You kind of have to scrap it and go back and try again. We hope that being able to test the music before you buy it, before you license it, see how it reacts in your game is going to be obviously helpful and, unblock you, at least on that scenario.
Yeah, that's super valuable, and it's going to be great for a lot of indie developers, I'm sure, who, are looking to add music to their games, and like you said, don't have the time and budget to spend a lot of resources looking for all that music and figuring out what they want, and that'll make it a little easier for people, I think.
Great. I see another question popping up here. What advice do you have for learning how to match the right music to your game? That's a good question. Music's supposed to be enjoyable, and looking for it and discovering it is supposed to be enjoyable too. I mean, it's one of the reasons I dedicated most of my life to making music and discovering music and creating music. You guys are creators out there. I don't think anybody knows what you want as much as you do as far as your game soundtrack. So go in, search around, test, I think, music's subjective to what you like, and obviously your game context can help.
You know, I don't know if a Little Bo Peep Lost Her Sheep game would be the best with like death metal, you know. So, you know, there might be some clues right there just on your game context, but it really comes down to your taste and what you like. You know, there's no rules here. Music's emotion in sound. So think about the emotional aspects of your game and where you're going and what you're trying to convey. We've got the music for that.
Yeah, I would add that one of the things that we did, because it can be difficult to find the right music, is try to give a really easy, simple place to start. The music team has done a really great job of curating a large number of playlists across game genres, game types, vibes. So there's something probably for everybody on the Discover page. If you get to the Discover page and you're like, hey, I'm looking for chill, you're going to find a great playlist of chill music. So if you're using Plus Music, Discover is the best place to start for that reason. It's going to give you a jumping board, some sort of ideas, and then you're like, oh, hey, I know I'm looking for, let's say, chill. And then you're going to start exploring. You can start searching and finding more music that lives outside of the playlists.
Yeah, that's great. That's a good tip. Yeah, from just thinking back through my memory, like the dozens of game jams that I've hosted, you know, 90% of the games probably didn't have music, and the ones that like really stand out in my memory are the ones that did have like good music. And
oh, absolutely.
Just to add that emotional punch to the game.
It is the power of music, you know. I mean, it's one of those things that, like, you know, you watch a movie or you play a game, and those things aren't music, but they have music in them, and they make those moments. You know, you're like, wow, that's really powerful, or whoa, that's really crazy, or wow, it's really funny. And it's a lot of it sometimes has to do with the soundtrack to it, and we really believe in the power of the soundtrack, and we want to, you know, empower independent creators to have access to really great music.
Yeah, it's without a doubt one of those things that could be taken for granted. I mean, there's so many videos, you know, floating around on YouTube that'll even show you like the movie Rocky without Gonna Fly Now, or Top Gun without Your Danger Zone. You know, these kind of iconic movies and their music with them. If you just strip it from that, it's a totally different experience. And I've actually played games as well, Tim, with no soundtrack, and I have to say, you feel a little bit shorted. You know, it's not as engaging for me personally. I am a music guy, but you know, it can add. It adds to your game, and rarely have you seen a scenario where music can, you know, take away from an experience. You know.
Yeah, for sure. Somebody backstage wants to put you guys on the spot and ask, what is your favorite? We'll say, what was your favorite music from a game? Maybe not. What was the best? What is? Say, what's your most memorable?
I mean, that's really, really tough. I'll let you answer too, Aaron. But gosh, I love everything from, you know, the 8-bit chiptune kind of sound of the classic games, all the way to your Tony Hawk Pro Skater games with like artists that I grew up listening and skateboarding to. Present day, I really do like the Cyberpunk soundtrack. Actually, one of the artists is on our platform. So,
cool.
yeah, so there's you know, again, what do you think, Aaron?
I mean, I'm going to say, like, I have 3 games that I played all the time growing up, and those soundtracks for the games, like, were just like always with me. So like the original NES Zelda, obviously, I just love that. I love that game to death, and I love the music for it. And Tetris also. I just love Tetris. And that game would not be the same without the music. The music is just like, it makes the game. Everybody knows the Tetris songs. And then Tony Hawk as well. I played Tony Hawk, and that was one of those games where it was like, wow, when I started playing that game, there's like bands I know in that game. And I'm like, that's so cool to hear independent bands and real bands, music you would listen to in a game. I remember that was a big wow moment for me, because so many games didn't really have like soundtracks like that. You know, that's the first one I personally remember having a great real soundtrack from real musicians, you know?
Yeah, I mean, we just had like the Last of Us TV show just debuted on HBO, and just like hearing the music from the game on the show, it just was like that soundtrack is super powerful and made me have all the feels when I heard that. So
Yeah, cool.
I just saw that come out. I can't wait to watch it.
yeah,
me too,
and like
actually, it's on my list.
you know, age myself a bit and say that like the Pac-Man theme, like I can hear that anywhere and I'll know exactly what that is, or like
Totally.
you know, the original Super Mario Brothers theme is iconic.
Oh yeah, Super Mario Brothers is. I mean, my favorite's you get to level 2. I love level 2.
Oh right.
Yeah, great.
And even the underground theme. The yeah.
Right.
Yeah, one thing I want to remind everybody that they can do is that they can go to plusmusic.ai and you can learn more about Plus Music. You can sign up at Plus Music, and then I believe on this weekend we're going to be releasing the code via email for Global Game Jam, and you'll be able to sign up, join the Game Jam on Plus Music, and to get access to your free Game Jam license, which includes 3 free songs for a year or up to 1,000 players. You'll get 3 months of our Plus Music premium service, which is going to give you additional collaborators, additional projects, additional testing songs. We're really excited to have you and come use Plus Music, and we're really excited to get feedback from you. Like we've mentioned this before, but our goal is to build a tool that developers love, and we really want to make it really easy for everybody to get soundtracks into their games. So please feel free to reach out to us at any time if you need support, if you've got questions. Our team is really excited to hear from you. So please feel free to reach out to us.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you guys are on our Discord, I believe.
Yeah, we have our own Discord channel,
channel.
Plus Music number 9456. You can always hit us there with questions, and as well, once you're in the platform, we have a live chat right there. So hit us anytime. We'll get back to you.
Oh, great! That's cool. Yeah, I mean, at the moment we have over 14,000 people signed up to Jam at 764 locations in 108 countries. We expect probably close to 35,000 when it's all said and done. So creativity and experimentation are all the core of Global Game Jam. So you got the right people here to hopefully give this a whirl and to see what they can make with it. It's always wild and exciting to see the different types of games that people make out of, you know, out of the theme that we'll be announcing on Saturday, and you know, the diversifiers that they can add to their games to make them a little even more challenging and more fun.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
We get around 6,000 games probably, and it's a crazy amount, and it's every genre you can possibly think of and imagine, and it's always fun to see what happens there.
Fantastic. We can't wait.
Yeah. Thanks, gentlemen, for joining us today, talking about Plus Music. We hope people definitely check it out. Go on plusmusic.ai to sign up. We have links in the chat where you can find Plus Music on Discord, on the web. Sign up, get using it, get familiar with it before the jam, and then make some awesome music and awesome games with it at the jam.
Absolutely.
Cool. Yeah, we're really excited to be part of the jam, and we're really looking forward to seeing what people make with their time in the Game Jam as well as with Plus Music. So, Tim, thank you so much for having us, and Charlie backstage, shout out to you. Thanks for making it easy.
Yeah, we're excited to finally get this going. I met Nick back at Gamescom last summer, and we chatted about this possibility. So all these months later, it's exciting to finally see it go.
I'm also super excited to see where the games go. You know, I mean, I would think that if there was like a songwriting contest that was a short window of time, maybe kind of throw something out there. But when it was over, I think I'd probably continue working on the song to make it the greatest it can be. And, you know, from my knowledge of game jams, I think, you know, this is like a a great way to encourage kind of like demos or at least quick iterations of a game. I'm really excited with, some of the talent pool here that would be involved in the Global Game Jam of, just outside the short window of the jam. What's your game going to look like this time next year? How's the soundtracks going to fit in that game this time next year? How's the game going to evolve? And, I'd like to think that we're going to get really early looks of the games that are going to be hits tomorrow, so that's the exciting part is going and checking out these games and then seeing which ones actually go on to be a game that I can go, I remember that game back when at the Global Game Jam of 2023. So good luck to everyone. And I can't wait to see what you guys create.
Yeah, that's a great point. We do always have a lot of games that are the foundation for, they either go on to be their own full release or, a team meets each other and realizes that they like working together and they form a company or a studio and go on to that. I don't know if you talked about it in the presentation, but like how does that work if somebody does like decide they like the game, they want to take it further and they want to keep using your tool?
Yeah, so with the Global Game Jam license, you're going to get 12 months or 1,000 players free. So that should give you a nice, good long window to keep working on your game. And, if you need to extend or purchase additional licensing, those options will be available. So let's say you reach 12 months and you want your games in the wild and you want to grow it. There's plenty of options there that are available. And we'll continue to support the game going forward.
That's great. Yeah, it definitely usually takes a while to release a game after.
Oh, for sure.
From a game jam concept.
Yeah, we're here to grow with the games, grow with the developers. We make music super easy, super flexible, and easy to renew. So any questions you have, hit us anytime. If you get to that point where you don't know what to do, your license is going to expire, just hit us up. We're going to make it super easy for you.
That's great. Yeah, super appreciate that. Anything else you want to add here as we're getting closer to the end of the session here?
No. I think in closing, thanks for having us. We're super excited to be a part of it, and can't wait to see what's turned out here.
Yeah, same. All right. Well, yeah. Thanks for coming on, guys. I really appreciate it. Look forward to having you, having people try it out and get going with your tool.
Us too. Thanks again for having us, Tim.
Yeah, thanks, Tim.
Cheers,
Bye.
guys.
Take care.
Yeah, thanks to Plus Music again, sponsoring Global Game Jam, offering their tool for all of you to use and check out over at plusmusic.ai, where you can sign up and get using their tool today and then use it in your Game Jam game and add some cool music to the game and make it that much more impactful for your players and for the folks at your site who, you want to impress them at the final presentations if your site is doing one. As I said, the games that I remember the most personally as an organizer are the ones that had like a good soundtrack and good music added in. So definitely check that out. And they're there to help on their Discord, which you can see in chat. And they're also on our Discord, ready to answer your questions. They're very excited to have all of you here, all of us here at Global Game Jam, maybe even Global Game Jam next. Some folks want to try it out too and make their games with it. So yeah, that would be definitely take advantage of that, and we appreciate them and all they're offering to you as you embark on your Global Game Jam journey, which is going to begin in just a few days, depending on where you are in the world. It might be 3, it might be 4 days from now. Up next, we're going to have one of our headline sponsors, Coherence. They help you make multiplayer easy and fun and make multiplayer games at a game jam, which is crazy, which we always tell you not to do. And they're going to show you in a few easy steps how you can get multiplayer into a game and get that going. So we'll be back with them in just about 10 minutes. So stick around, and hope you're enjoying the stream so far. Getting excited as we are for the big theme reveal on Saturday, which we can't wait for. We know you're all looking forward to that too. If you haven't checked out the diversifiers yet, we announced those yesterday on our website, globalgamejam.org. It's right on the front page or under the news section. You can find that out and start thinking about how you'll use those diversifiers in your game. We have some great sponsored diversifiers, which have their own little extra challenges that you can participate in from some of our sponsors here this year. And definitely go check out the Jam dashboard if you have access to that now and you're logged in and registered at a site. Also go to globalgamejam.org/sponsors. You can see all of the sponsors who are supporting our Jam and our community and you all this year. And a lot of them have some great free offers that you can take advantage of for the Jam, leading up to the Jam, after the Jam. Like we had Side Effects on earlier today, and you can get their free Houdini Indie license now for 2 months. We have some free Game Maker licenses, free access to Plus Music, who is just on. So many more great offers. AWS, who was on earlier, you can get $100 AWS credit added to your account if you already have one, or you can sign up for a new account and get one added there and start using AWS in your games. There's a ton of great offers that we tried to make available. We're super thankful to Intel as well, who are providing some of their NUC systems to some of our lucky sites around the world to be able to use those at their jams, which is exciting and the first time we've had that. And grateful to Autodesk as well, who sponsored our accessibility fund, which we are able to offer to site organizers who apply to make their site more accessible for jammers to participate in whatever ways that means to them, which we're hearing some great stories about how people are using those funds to make their site better. And we'll talk more about that on our theme reveal kickoff stream. So yeah, we'll be back shortly with Coherence.
So, we said we were making an action game, right?
Yeah, in a fantasy world.
With robots. It has to have robots.
And the online multiplayer.
What?
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 Dude, are you crazy? Making multiplayer games is 100 times harder than single player.
Gasp.
You're right, multiplayer is usually 100 times harder. But with coherence, it's only 17 times harder.
Only 17? That's insane.
You mean coherence at Coherence.io, right?
Right. Coherence really is the fastest way to make multiplayer games, even during a game jam. Wouldn't it be cool if you could play your game together online?
Hey, guys, look, I already got something running.
Wow!
Seriously?
Yeah, just 2 boxes syncing, but it's a start.
Fascinating.
See? If you want to try it yourself, you can get more information at coherence.io/GGJ.
Introducing Incredibuild 10. Break out of the linear development cycle to become truly free. With faster builds and smarter dev cycles. Incredibuild 10 lets you create, innovate, iterate more, and build better products. Powered by smarter acceleration, better resource management, and greater compute flexibility than ever before. Smart licensing simplifies the way you activate and manage licenses across your organization to better utilize the power of your machines with zero wasted cores. The brand new web-based UI gives you clarity and control from anywhere. And with patent-pending build cache, you can build in a fraction of the time and cost. Simply build once, cache, and then reuse for all team members. Push your technology forward. Accelerate dev processes, CI pipelines, and releases, and harness the full power of your network. On-prem, in the cloud, and anywhere in between. Without changing a thing in your code, tools, or workflows. Incredibuild 10. Faster builds, smarter dev cycles. Development never stops.
So, we said we were making an action game, right?
Yeah, in a fantasy world.
With robots. It has to have robots.
And the online multiplayer.
What?
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 Dude, are you crazy? Making multiplayer games is 100 times harder than single player.
Gasp.
You're right, multiplayer is usually 100 times harder. But with coherence, it's only 17 times harder.
Only 17? That's insane.
You mean coherence at Coherence.io, right?
Right. Coherence really is the fastest way to make multiplayer games, even during a game jam. Wouldn't it be cool if you could play your game together online?
Hey, guys, look, I already got something running.
Wow!
Seriously?
Yeah, just 2 boxes syncing, but it's a start.
Fascinating.
See? If you want to try it yourself, you can get more information at coherence.io/GGJ.
Yeah, welcome back. We're about to go live with Coherence. Bring on Chiro here. Hey, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
I do, yeah.
Nice. It's a bit challenging today because I only have one screen, and as you know, streaming with one screen is a challenge. So I hope everything will go well. But I can hear you fine. Yeah, I hope people in the chat in YouTube and Twitch can hear me as well. If you can hear me, feel free to drop a comment in the chat. And yeah. Shall I start?
Sure, I can. I see your screens. I'll get bring that in here.
Yeah.
Should I add Tadej to the stream as well, or?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Can you see my my presentation?
Yes.
Hey everyone.
Hey Tadej, how's it going?
Good. Love your background, Chiro.
Thank you. It's my father's house. So let's start because we have a lot of stuff to talk about, and I want to keep this running smooth. So my name is Ciro Continisio, and I'm a game developer at Coherence, and with me is Tadej Gregorčić, right? That's the pronunciation, Tadej?
Perfect.
He's the CTO and one of the founders of Coherence. So without further ado, what is Coherence? You might be here on the stream, maybe you don't know who we are. Coherence is a new multiplayer technology. It is a framework that basically allows you to make multiplayer games fast and easily. As we say here, is the easiest way to create a multiplayer game. As you know, multiplayer games are quite hard to make, but we try to make it as easy as possible. It's very flexible. It's a framework that is designed to scale, but you can also make small multiplayer games. So it's really very flexible. It really accommodates a bunch of different game genres. And for now, we only have a Unity SDK, so you're basically forced to use it in Unity, but we have more engines coming. So it means that in the future, you will be able to use Unreal and, who knows what else. Let's keep moving. So again, we have Tadej with us, who's in the chat. Actually, the roles here are inverted. My name is Ciro. And then, the Coherence team is a bunch of game developers. We are, the main office is located in Sweden, where me and Tadej work out of. But we have members all over the world. They come from indie, from AAA, mobile. So they really bring like a host of different experience to the table. As the slide says here, I would really love if if today's presentation was a bit interactive. I really hate when I'm just talking to a screen. So if you're watching us, if you're watching me and Tadej, please, interrupt us with questions. Like just drop them in the chat. And Tadej, can you do me the favor of surfacing them with voice so that I can see them?
Yeah, well, we'll do that, of course. And thanks, Tim, for sharing the presentation. I don't think I'm able to share links on Twitch.
Oh, yes. The Global Game Jam team should be sharing the link to this presentation. It's full of links. So if you want to follow along, feel free to click on the links and we'll kind of like go together on the journey. Tadej, feel also free to interrupt me as well, at any point. So the big question, right? Like you're watching the Global Game Jam stream and maybe you saw a bunch of other sponsors and now we come and we go like multiplayer games and you might be thinking you're crazy. And maybe we are, but that's our challenge. We think that that's the challenge that we're launching to you. We think that the product is good enough to actually allow you to make a multiplayer game in 48 hours. Sounds crazy, I know, but we have tried it. We have tried it actually several times. And I'll talk about this later. So we think it's possible. We know for a fact that it kind of takes around 5 minutes to set up basic networking with Coherence. It's also a very transparent setup, I would say, in the sense that you will see, I will give you a small demo now. You will see that coherence kind of like latches on top of the game. You might have something already running. You might have some way of doing things maybe that is perfect for offline. And coherence kind of like allows you to quickly network that without having to modify too much. So it's really nice in that sense. You also will make your first multiplayer game, maybe. I used to be very scared of multiplayer games, actually. I think one of my commercial projects failed because I didn't have multiplayer in it, I can say. So I know it can be a scary thing, and it would be nice, I think, to use Global Game Jam as a testing ground, as a first making multiplayer games, because then you will have something more in your skill, in your skill set, and it could be useful in the future. You can make the game and play it online with your teammates. Maybe you're working with somebody remote. That's also pretty cool, in my opinion. And then we, on top of these, as you can see from this slide, we actually offer a prize pot of $10,000 divided into different prizes as a bonus, I would say, for the courage to try and make a multiplayer game over this weekend. And also, we will be helping you out in many, many ways. This slide actually has a mistake, I would call, because we won't just help you out through the coming weeks, but we will help you out, for the foreseeable future. So if you jump on the Discord, you will find actually that the coherence team is very, very good at helping out. We are very reactive, and we really value the feedback that we will get from you during Global Game Jam and after it. And as I was saying before, we're not crazy completely. I mean, we are a little bit, but we've tried coherence in game jams. We've tried internally. The first link that you see here is a link that takes you to the video reel of the game jams, that we do every coherence release. So the team gathers for 1 week, and they make small games of very different genres. Maybe I'll play it later, or you can play it now by clicking on the link that you'll find in the presentation. That really shows like the kind of variety of games that you can make with coherence. In November last year, 3 months ago, we actually did a small external game jam. So we invited people in Malmö, where we are with the main office, and they came and they made some games in 48 hours. They were completely new to coherence, sometimes new to making multiplayer games. So it was really exciting to see that actually, this thing is not only for us, experts with the framework, but other people can actually take it and use it very, very quickly. That was kind of like a good confirmation.
If I can interrupt you, Ciro,
Yeah.
one listener is asking if coherence is free.
Yes, coherence is free. It has a free version, I would say. So you can, and it's also self-serve. So you can totally go on coherence.io, and you will be able to download the SDK for Unity, and you can start making games. There will be obviously paid plans in the future. They will mostly include hosting and running your own server. But to get started, you can start for free, and you can actually, we will see, we have a very great tools for developing offline even. So you can totally develop your whole game, test it offline or on your LAN setup, and pay when you're ready.
And also, I can tease a little feature we're working on. The hosted option will not be the only option of coherence in the near future either.
Yeah, right. Like peer-to-peer.
Yes.
Yes. So that's not present right now, but we're working on it. So we really, again, coherence is really flexible, both in the types of gameplay that you can make, but also we really want to cover like all necessities that game developers can have, because every project is unique.
And to answer another question we have, Lux Coherence is Unity only for now? Yes, for now. We're working on support for other engines, including Unreal.
Yeah, Coherence has it's a server technology that it's our proprietary technology, and then we have SDKs that allow you to use it in different engines. So yeah, Unity, Unreal, and we'll see. Godot maybe in the future. Yeah, could be cool. Okay, the promo video that you see here also, like, please watch it later, maybe not now. It's pretty funny. I worked very hard on it, so you will have a laugh. And you will probably see it in the Global Game Jam keynote, just before the main keynote. But I talked about game jams. I mentioned that last November we did one, and we invited a bunch of people. And actually, yeah, in the link here on this slide, you can see all the games. So if I click here, you can take a look at them very quickly. This was the jam. It was very small. We had like it was invite only, right? So we only invited like people we knew that were in Malmö. We only had a few participants online. And these are the games. Again, quite a variety of games. And I really wanted to play one of them with you. So this one, Duck Planet, is quite fun. I mean, they're all quite fun, really. But if we click the link here on this next slide, and again, I hope you have the slides, the link to the slides, so you can click it. But it's this one, coherence.io games, Coherence Jam 22.
I also shared it in the
cool.
Twitch. Yeah.
So if I click it, you will see yet another cool thing with Coherence. Actually, Coherence works fully with WebGL. Obviously, WebGL has its own limitations. Unity sometimes produces a bit of heavy builds, but you can export. If you can export your game in WebGL, you can export your game with Coherence in WebGL. And we have this very quick hosting feature. So you can upload, you see here on coherence.io, the game will basically generate a link, and then you can play with your friends online. So let me try this game, right? This game was made by, there's already a bunch of people connected. It was made by one of the Jammers teams, our Jam. It's a very simple game, but it really gives you the feeling with just like networking position and rotation of the characters of a multiplayer game. It might be a little bit buggy. Oh, somebody has the crown right now. So
yeah, I just wanted to comment that the developers of this game, we were building it in Europe, so it's using a Europe-based server right now, which means that players from the US might experience some ping to it. But it's pretty fun. Like,
the name of that person, but I can't see.
Maybe it is a little bit buggy, but it's fun still to run around. And the winner is always, it's a persistent game, so people can join at any time. And there's only one crown. And when you're wearing the crown, you cannot use your mouse to attack, because people in power should set a good example, according to the developers.
Yeah. But I think this game is a good example of how you just basically network a couple of variables, and you already have something going on, and you have interaction. It's really easy actually to get started. Of course, it will be very hard to make a full game, but it's really easy to get started, and that's why we think GGJ is a good testing ground.
Mm-hmm. And feel free to check out the other games from this jam. I posted the link as well in the chat. They're pretty cool. There's an asynchronous game where you can be either a ghost or a human. There are games of tag and so forth. Like, check it out. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. Again, the variety was really interesting to see. Now I wanna, now I think I bored you enough with my words. So I really want to give you a demo of Coherence in the engine in Unity. Can you see Unity right now today?
Yes, we can see it.
So I'll guide you basically through the first steps of setting up Coherence in Unity. And this will give you like a good picture of what you will be doing during Global Game Jam if you were to decide to make a multiplayer game. Coherence comes as a Unity package. So it's as easy as going to, first you would go basically to the project settings, and you will set these, what's it called, the scoped registry here in the project settings. So this will tell Unity that there's some other packages of this URL. And this URL is actually available in our documentation. So if you follow our documentation, you'll get these parameters. Once you do that, you can then go to Window, Package Manager, and then in Unity, classic Unity fashion, you have the Coherence package here. And you can then click Install, and I don't see the the button for some reason. This is funny. Let's try again. Ah, yes, of course. Sorry, I need to. I guess it's already installed. Sorry,
I don't think it is, but I think it might be the Unity Package Manager bugging out when you change your screen resolution or something.
Yeah, right. So
Yeah.
I will try once more. There we go. We have the button.
Yeah.
So click install, right? Unity will install it. And then all the coherence functionality becomes available to you. And again, I really wanted to give you a picture of how it feels like to start with it and to go from scratch from a potentially offline game to something, right? So a moment of patience. Do you have comments in the chat?
Yeah, there's one comment from Breinitz about if we can show later how to host it and share it with friends over the internet. I think we can do that, Shiro. What do you think?
Yeah. I need to be quick then. Yes, we will. Okay, so let's start, and then we can build something. This is a little character that we have in one of our demos, actually. Right now, it's just offline, let's say. So you will see here the setup of the player is actually pretty simple. Classic rigid body, classic capsule collider, an input script to gather input from the new input system, and then a move script that basically just moves this character around and applies a force to the rigid body. So nothing really crazy, nothing already networked so far. So how do I make this character network? And actually, if I press play, you will see that I can just run around. There's an animator with a few animation clips, and we will network those as well. So how do I make this character networked? Pay attention, because this is what you're going to be doing during the jam. Once you have coherence installed, you will just add a component. It's called coherence sync. Coherence sync is kind of like the gateway of networking on this particular prefab. And one thing I forgot to mention is that coherence is really prefab based. So the unit of networking, at least in Unity, is the prefab. So each prefab for us is what we call an entity, a network entity. And then through this component, you will be able to network, to sync one or multiple parameters of this prefab. So as soon as you apply it, Unity asks you to convert the prefab, the component asks you to convert the prefab in resources or in assets. There are several ways, but resources is the easiest way. So I click, and this prefab is now in resources, and I can then actually apply this other component to the prefab. It's already applied, sorry. Then I want to configure this. So this is the component, the coherence sync. I need to select the prefab asset, so not the instance in the scene, but the asset. And I start working. And here you can see this. I hope you can read the text fine. Coherence gives you a really clear picture of what is being synchronized over the network. Here it says one variable, no methods, no component actions. And then there's a button, configure. And then there's a bunch of things. I mean, I'm going to talk about this later. But let's jump into the configuration straight away. You click this button, and you get a new window. This is the configuration window from Coherence. So we made this one. I like to dock this to next to the inspector. And as you can see, you have straight away all of the parameters of all of the scripts, well, the public ones, that this game object has available to sync, to network. And you can see that the position has been already enabled, and we cannot unenable it. But I also want to enable the rotation. And that's basically it. Like, you just do this, and then when everything is set up and you're in play mode, Coherence will make sure that these values are synchronized over the network. In a vector 3, a quaternion, and then here it tells you how they will be interpolated, because obviously with networking, the data is not coming through, according to the frame rate on your machine. So there needs to be some interpolation of the missing data. And here you can customize that. You can create a new setting or tweak this default setting or turn interpolation off altogether, prediction, which means that then you will need to apply this data, the network data, manually. But we don't want to do that. We want to go for the easiest use case. So we stay on this. I enable position and rotation. And this character is basically, in terms of variable, he should be all right now. But let's look at the other options. So I do everything in one go, and we'll go a little bit faster. You see here methods. This allows me to basically network methods that we called network commands. And then you have components. And this is a menu that allows us to perform quick operations on all of the components that the player has. This is very useful because when I play the game and, I have this player in my scene, this is my player. But then when I jump online, I will get somebody else's player in my scene. And these two players have, in coherence, we have this concept of authority. The player that is mine, I have authority on it, so I can change its values. So as I play the game, this player input script will gather input and will move the player. And I will be able to do that because I have authority. But for the remote one, I will only apply the variables that I receive from the network. So if I'm playing with the input, I don't want to control that player. And that's when this menu comes handy, because as you can see here, it says select what happens to components on non-authoritative game objects. So on the ones that are remote, what happens to them? And then here you can do a few things. You can set the rigid body as kinematic automatically. You can disable the player input. You can disable the move script so that that instance of the player, the remote one, is only being moved by the network, and nothing, no logic is running locally. So let's do that in preparation. And next thing I need to do, this player is not gonna network itself just by virtue of this component. We need to set up the scene for networking. And I want to show you another piece of the coherence framework. So if you go here, you see this menu at the top. You have a bunch of things. One of them is called the Coherence Hub. The Coherence Hub is a very useful window that has basically all the coherence functionality in one place. I like to dock it as well to the side. As you can see, the first thing that the Coherence Hub offers you is this cloud functionality, which allows you to log in. I'm already logged in. This allows you to upload the build to the server. We'll do that later. Another thing it does here in Scene is it helps you set up the scene for networking. So just literally by clicking these buttons, you will make the scene networked, which is pretty cool. Let's do that, and I'll explain what they do. Create monobridge creates a game object that is basically going to handle the connection to the server. And I think this one requires no setup for now. Going back to the hub, live query. Live query is a very important thing. So I click and you see I get another game object with a very simple component called coherence live query. Live query is your eye, I would say, on the networking. So every player has to have a live query, and the live query is telling the server, the replication server, what is the player interested in. So as you play the game, you might not be interested in the whole game world because maybe a player is very far away. You don't want to know about their position. So live query allows you to say, what are you interested in and how big it is, if you want, which area. In this case, having set it to 0 means that we're interested in everything. But you could say, for example, that this live query was 10. And so the replication server will only serve you updates about this 10 by 10 by 10 cube. And live queries can be moved around. So you could basically move your area of interest. Let me put it back to 0. So you will understand how live queries are very useful to do optimization, to do big worlds, when you're like only interested in what's happening around you. You can also have multiple live queries. If you just duplicate the object, that's as easy as, like doing this, and you can then have multiple area of interest. So it's really cool. It's a really cool system. but let me stay with just one for now. Third piece of the puzzle is actually just a nicety that we provide with the framework, which is a UI to connect. So it's just a simple UI that allows you to connect to the server. So again, monobridge, live query, and the UI. We have an event system to be able to click the UI and click this to make it work. The UI, as you can see, has a lot of functionality in it, and it allows us to connect to rooms and worlds. What are rooms and worlds? I guess you probably already have an idea, right? Rooms is a how do you call it? A topology, I would say, that allows us to have smaller places where people meet. Rooms, they might have maybe a maximum number of players, and they get created and destroyed and closed very dynamically. So they're very good for match-based games. While worlds is a tool that Coherence gives you to create big spaces, potentially, hundreds of players, and they can also be pretty big. And Coherence manages like the spaces in a very smart way. With live queries, you can have big words and only ask for a small part of it. I like to use words, so I will start with words. And you see the UI changes in response. All right, I'm going to save my scene.
One question, Ciro. Did you want to sync the animation parameters as well, or are you going to show that later?
I was undecided. Should I do it now? I want to press play first. I want to show people something, because it. I've been talking too much, but I will show that. So I will just want to press play once, right, and see what happens. So I press play. Runtime key. We don't care about that. We don't need to connect. I think we should be able to work. You can see that the UI shows me that there's a local word that I can connect to. If I click connect, it tells me that I'm attempting to connect, but the connection will not actually go through. So what's happening here? I need to have a server, and Coherence gives you one, but it doesn't start automatically. But you can start it pretty easily by just going here, servers, and then you click this button, run rooms. And by clicking run rooms, Coherence will start a replication server in the terminal on your machine, right? And then you're ready to go, and you can.
Maybe you need worlds for this one, right?
Did I press rooms?
Yes. Doesn't matter.
Good, Tadej.
It's nice to see that both exist.
I wanted to see
if I'm paying attention. Yes.
If you're paying attention to my presentation, yes. Did anybody spot it in the chat?
I don't see a comment, but they have a little bit of a delay to what we're seeing here.
Very bad. It means that nobody's listening. No, I'm joking. But thanks for the catch. So now that I'm running the words server, because they're different, I can press play, and if I press connect, instantly I'm connected, right? So now although I'm alone, I'm actually connected. You will be actually able to see that here in the window. It gave some kind of output that somebody connected. And you can also notice here, Coherence gives you a lot of information directly in the hierarchy about the fact that I am the one in charge of this character. It's connected. I have state authority, so it means that this is my character, and so forth. If somebody else were to connect, you will see that this would say remote, right? So you have a lot of integration into Unity that I think is pretty nice. And you see the monobridges has a little icon here that's telling me that one player is connected, is me, of course. And there's two entities, the query, the live query, and my player. So the picture is really clear. I really love the UX of Coherence inside Unity. Okay, so how do I get another player? Well, let's do this. We need to create a build, right? So we click build settings. We make sure that the scene is in the build, and we literally just click build and save. Well, save the scene maybe. One small piece of advice. You remember I talked about WebGL. WebGL is amazing, to share the build with your friends, with your teammates during Global Game Jam. But the build takes a little bit long. So you saw how fast this was. During Global Game Jam, we advise always to make native builds as you work, as you want to test, and then a WebGL build only towards the end. So you make sure that you don't waste time building all the time, but you utilize the precious time of Global Game Jam for working on the game. You can see that this build took 15 seconds, so you can do it if you don't make WebGL builds all the time. So I made a build, and as you can see straight away here, I can also connect, and I can call it build. Well, I mean, it doesn't matter. We don't see the name anyway. And I have this build running here. When I go to Unity and I press play and I connect here, voila, I have 2 players. And as I do this, you can see that the players change position. I can actually try to put them on the same screen. And you can see how they're already networked. So you can see how the road to networking is pretty fast. But as Tadej was pointing out, they're still not animating correctly. So let's solve that pretty quickly. I'm going to be a little bit faster now, since you kind of like got the basics. So how do we network animation? Again, couldn't be simpler. I go back into my prefab. I can now see that, you see, as I expand the hierarchy of this player, you can see that this little icon is telling me that there's a coherent sync here on the root. And if I go to the player game object, there's the animator. And if I go to the configuration panel like before, I can now, as you can see, network directly the animator parameters. Move speed, is falling, grounded, carrying small, carrying big. I can network them all. And basically, coherence will just take care of that. If you set move speed on this machine, it will be sent to the other client. And if their animator is playing and it has the same, of course, it will have the same parameters, it will just play, right? And then I can network this set trigger method, sorry. So I prepare it to be networked, and I don't need to set up anything else here. The only thing I need to do is I need to go into my move script, and now I need to make a small modification. You see, it was offline so far, and now we just make a small modification to it. So what do we need to do? We need to, first, we want to get a, let's make it private, doesn't matter, a reference to the coherent sync component, right? Type. This reference, I will initialize it in start, for example. So you see I grab a reference to the component, and then the only thing I need to do here is literally here. As this animator sets, sorry, as we set the trigger on this animator, on the trigger called jump, you will notice that the let me open the animator. So the animator has a bunch of parameters. The booleans and the float will be handled by coherence, but the trigger ones, because that's a method call, we need to network it ourselves. So we go here, and it's as simple as going sync dot network called send command. Sorry. We say to which component we want to send the command, and then we tell which command we want to send, which is literally set trigger. It's the same one that we're calling here locally. We tell which type of entity we want to send it to. In this case, we don't want to send it to ourselves. We want to send it to the others, the other clients. And then we tell which parameter. In this case, it's just the name of the trigger that we want to set. So you can see how this call is pretty simple. It mirrors really like what you see here. So on this entity, we call it locally, and then we make sure that Coherent sends it to the other entities on other clients with the same parameters. So the other clients will receive this thing, and Coherence will basically call the method. Let me compile. We'll call the method on the animator for us, just like we said here, because it is available to be called on the network. I think this is all. And now I can quickly make a new build.
Do you need to bake or not? Maybe not.
That's a good question. I think we're using reflection.
Ah, yes. Then maybe it just works.
Yeah, but let me bake just in case. The only thing you will have to remember, I won't comment on what baking is. You can check it out in the documentation. It's a way to create optimized code. But the only thing we need to remember is that whenever we change what's happening on the network, on the syncing, we need to restart the server. So the replication server that I started before, I will quickly terminate it, and then I will start a new one. So I go here, local server. Yeah, you remember I did it through the window last time. You can also do it from there. Remember to run the words one. And now I can build again.
And while you do that, I can answer one of the questions from the chat. And the chat was, what's the main difference between rooms and worlds? So maybe I can answer that one.
Yep.
So it depends on what kind of game or project you're making. Rooms are very useful for session-based games. So for instance, let's see you're making a sports game and you want 2-a-side matches. And then you will just create a room of maximum 4 people. And then people will join that specific room and play. And when everybody leaves it, the room will close after a certain timeout. And all the data or everything in that room will get deleted. And if you have a world, then you can basically create a persistent place where people could join in. So that's kind of like imagine having an MMO, and you have multiple worlds that people can join. And in that case, you can use also something that Ciro can talk about later called persistence, where you can make lasting changes in the world. And even when nobody's there, you can connect, simulate dedicated servers, we call simulators, that can make changes to the world while you're not there as well.
Yeah, plenty of tools and possibilities, really. So you see how now they're networked, and I think this is actually a pretty cool moment. When you make a multiplayer game, you will notice yourself. Try during Global Game Jam. You will see yourself. You network the rotation and the position of a character and its animations, and it feels like magic. You're like, oh my god, I made a multiplayer game. It's so silly, but it really works. It just, seeing this character move on its own. I mean, of course, it's not, because I'm playing with myself. But when you try it with a friend, when you share the build, it's really a magic moment. So you see now the characters are fully networked. We network movement, rotation, position, rotation, and then they play triggers and animator parameters. And I can't show you the other window easily.
Cool. Was it scary doing this live, Ciro?
No. It was okay. I've done it a million times through the demos, right? And the steps are so simple that you really can't. You really can't go wrong. It's really hard to go wrong. So let's see.
Do you want to maybe share? Do we want to share it online, maybe this one, or is it? Do you want to show that with the other demo?
I can try. You mean with a WebGL demo?
No, we don't have to do WebGL. We just show how to upload this online. So first of all, that one viewer was asking how you can share this game now. So one of the things about sharing this game is actually making sure that you're not using a local replication server, but you're using an online world for this. And we can easily do that with the account because you're already logged in, right? But
yes.
maybe we can show the dashboard a little bit and how to just upload the schema to the online world and then see it here.
Totally.
What do you think?
Good point. So I'll do it through the hub. So as you can see, I'm already logged in, right? Like here it says Ciro and log out, which means that I already have an account, of course. And this link will open the developer portal for me. So the developer portal is where you control all of your projects. There's organization management, there's project management, and I think we have one called Global Game Jam, and we have one called Live Setup, which is exactly this project. But in any case, from here, you can literally, reroute a project onto another project just by doing this, right? So I could go say that this is actually from the organization Global Game Jam, and the project is, what did I say? Live Setup. And now I'm basically pushing here. So it's super, super simple. You can see I'm on the free plan. I have a certain number of credits. This doesn't really matter now. And then the schema is, we briefly mentioned it before. The schema is kind of like a contract, if you want. It's like a definition of the data that is being passed from the server to the clients. And every time you change the data that needs to be passed, the schema changes. So in this case, it says that the schema is out of sync in the sense that the schema I have here on this machine is not on the server, but it's as simple as just like clicking this and then it's in sync.
May I suggest one thing, Ciro? Should we do rooms now?
Sure.
Because then we don't have to set up a world in the dashboard.
Sure.
It will just work.
Doing rooms, as I was saying, it's as easy as, in the sample UI, we decide to connect with rooms. And then in the hub again, what do we need to do? We uploaded the schema. That's fine.
Yeah, you just press play, and you need another build if you want to play online, right?
Yeah.
With that as well.
So if you go here, I just wanted to show that this is kind of like the place where you control it all, right? And you have it says here replication server. I think the resolution is not helping me, but you can see that that here you have the schema hash. So this allows you to always check like which schema you have uploaded. If you're working with multiple versions and so forth. So it's a really comprehensive dashboard. And then if I press play, you will see that. Do I need to connect to destination host? Am I missing something today?
Do you have Unity editor play settings enabled right now?
Let's see. Seems like it. Let's.
Yes, now you see it. The EU.
Okay. So
anyway, you can make this a little bigger.
Yeah, I was gonna say I can maybe do this.
Yeah.
So you can see that the sample UI, this is a UI that we provide, with the SDK, already shows like the different regions. You can choose EU, you can put your name in, and you have a room list, and you can create a new one, choose a maximum number of players, and then here you have a browser of the available rooms, and then, for instance, I can join. So this means that right now I'm in one of the rooms, right? And if somebody had the same build, they could join me, and they will pop up in my game. I haven't shared the build just yet because, of course, it takes time to make one. But that's kind of like the workflow, and you can make I presume at Global Game Jam you could do it in different ways. You could make like a native build, like I just did, and just pass it through a friend via email, via USB key, whatever. Or you could make a WebGL build. But again, WebGL builds take a little bit longer. So
maybe we have 15 minutes left.
Yes.
So maybe we can explain just how the share build function works. Because in addition to sharing your game, just the server part of it online, which we did now with just one click and the dashboard setup, you can also share the build itself. And then people can download that build from your Coherence URL. which you can see here in the share build section. And you can put here the WebGL build. It's kind of like the one that we played with the duck game before. You can share Windows, Mac, Linux, and all these builds can just live here, and you don't have to worry about how you host them and where you upload them.
Yeah, I mentioned WebGL because it's the one that you can play with one click, but you could totally, for example, right now, upload this Mac OS build, right? If you just like click browse and you choose here the window, then you can press begin upload, and that will basically send it to the server, and you will see here this will light up, and then on this URL that Coherence generates for you, it will show here the Mac build, and people will be able to download it. So yeah, that's also an option, right? Like USB, maybe a USB key. I'm a bit old-fashioned. But again, you can produce like native builds all the time, and then once you feel ready, you can produce a WebGL one, and which takes a little bit longer. I think for me it takes maybe 10 minutes, and share it with your friends. And that's a really cool way to end the jam and share this thing online and let everybody jump on. And also it's a great way to test it when you're at Global Game Jam and you're doing the final presentations maybe. It's always a problem to have people try your game, but if you share a WebGL build, then they will be able to join from any machine. How long do we have still?
We have 13 minutes.
13 minutes, okay.
Maybe the first steps, or
yeah, I was thinking so.
Hmm?
So I will stop with this project. I mean, this was just to give you a sense of how it feels to set things from the start. I hope it was clear enough, and you can get a feeling of how quick it can be to get started. But we have another thing that we want to share with you. And if I go back to my slides, SDK demo, first steps tutorial. So this tutorial is called First Steps. It's literally, to move your first steps with Coherence. It's a project. It's a Unity project that we worked on in the last few months, and for now we shared it on our Discord. So if you want to get it, you can start getting it from our Discord. It's currently posted in the general channel. It's kind of like because we're testing it out, but we will share it a bit more widely later. This tutorial guides you through the different interesting aspects of Coherence. So from really like the basics, which are what I showed you now, to something more advanced. Because we already built for WebGL, I can now share a link to it and I can play it myself with you live now. So if you want to jump into this build, I would be very happy to move a few first steps.
I will join you at least.
Yes, thanks. But please feel free. You will find the link in the slides we shared before. It's this one.
We have a bunch of worlds running in US East, US West, and Europe right now. And we'll be joining the Europe one because that's where we are. So if you join that one, you'll be able to see us as well.
Yeah. So I click First Steps World Europe. I put my name in and I click Connect. And after a few seconds, because now this is actually not a local world, but it's a remote one, I'm online, I'm playing on Citadel. Hello. I can jump around. The C key allows you to change your appearance.
Customize, so yes, this guy.
And the Q key allows you to wave to the other player.
Very important feature.
Yeah. And that's it. This first scene is pretty simple. It really just shows you how players can move around. This project really shines if you check it out in Unity, right? Then you can explore it. And actually, you see here, even this page has a link to the documentation. The documentation is, it will guide you. It will guide you by hand, if you want, through the different scenes, syncing variables, animation parameters, and so forth. And really provide a deeper understanding of what's happening in this scene. So it's pretty cool. Oh, yes, one thing I wanted to show you. If you click Tab, you will be able to see who has authority on what. So the blue objects means that this character, I have authority on it, and the orange one means that somebody else has authority on it, in this case, Tadej. So this is a little thing that we built in the demo just to show you better, to understand better who has authority. So if we jump into another scene, actually, if we go into the physics scene, and again, we need to reconnect. We'll make this better later, but for now, a little bit of patience. And here we are. Tadej is also in the scene. Hello. He's grabbing some crates. I can press tab to see what's happening here. So you can see that these crates, some of them, I actually have them on my running them on my machine, and some of them Tadej is running them. What do I mean by running them? It means that this crate right now, for example, this blue one, has a rigid body and has a collider, and as I carry it around and as I throw it around, the collisions are being calculated on my machine. So they're very smooth, they're very reactive. The ones that Tadej is handling are calculated on his machine, and then I'm just getting the position through coherence. So this is very important when you do physics. Who runs the physics? Well, in a real scenario, you will probably, sometimes some game genres, you will maybe run them on the server. The issue is that if you do that, then you're requesting, you need to perform calculations on the servers, which makes your game a little bit more costly. And this is not just a coherence thing. This is like the norm. So one way to do it is to run physics on the clients if cheating is not your concern.
And of course, for game jam situations, you will not care about this so much. So I don't think you need to worry about server authoritativeness for a game jam. But rest assured that it's pretty easy to set up that as well, and you can upload headless Unity builds, dedicated servers directly from the Unity editor, and run them in the cloud, like we did with the build.
Yeah. So I just wanted to point out that, like, you see that my character, I'm controlling it, and in this crate, as soon as I touch it, it becomes simulated on my machine. So now it's very responsive, and if it touches Tadej, then it will be, well, he needs to probably run into it. It will be, the authority will switch to him so that it becomes smooth for him because I'm not currently interacting with it. So it's really nice, I think, to be able to control authority this smoothly as a developer. And this scene shows that. So please, check it out. And if you just go to the this tutorial, it explains everything about it. Very quickly, let's jump into the live query scene. It's going to be me again. The live query scene shows you live queries, as I mentioned before, but we actually gave them some graphics this time around. So you see these two big boxes, they're my live queries. And you see Tadej, as he goes in and out of the live query, I can see him. So basically the server is now sending me updates about his character. And now that I'm here, he can see me, right? Hello. But if he goes out of the live query, then I don't see him anymore. So he's still on the server. The server is still knows where he is, where his character is, and how it's rotated, and all the parameters that you remember we networked before. But if he's not in the live query, those parameters, that data, that's not going to be sent to me, to my machine. And that's, if you remember, that was the way that we mentioned to create big performant worlds. This demo shows you just that with a nice graphical representations, but of course, live queries are usually invisible. If we go to moving platforms, again, another example of how easily...
That's my favorite one.
Another example of how easily you can create something very complex, which is moving platforms. And moving platforms, for everyone who created a networking library, knows how hard they are to get right. But with coherence, you literally just parent something to another object and it just works. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, from a technical side, it's pretty cool because what we're doing is changing the relationship between the objects on the fly on the server as well. So it understands that these objects are now parented to each other, and all the stuff on the child object is going to be synchronized in local coordinates, not global coordinates.
Yes,
pretty cool and very, very useful.
You see absolutely no stuttering, even though actually the platform, you will notice, is simulated on my machine. But if Tadej is riding it, it doesn't, you can see now that he moves around. There's no stuttering whatsoever on the rotation, on the movement. It's actually pretty cool. All handled for you just by parenting two network objects to each other. Complex hierarchies is maybe the least impressive one visually.
Maybe we can just show the persistence, maybe, because we have 4 minutes left.
Yes.
What do you think?
I'll let you explore this one on your own. The persistent scene is actually pretty nice. This one shows the ability to create objects that persist on the server, even if no one is connected. So in this scene, by pressing P, the characters will plant some little flowers. These flowers have actually I don't know if I can zoom in. They have a counter on top of them, which will bring them to become from a bud to a flower, and they're also persistent objects. So it means that differently from mine and today's character, as I disconnect, my character gets destroyed on the server. I can go into other scenes or whatever. My character is not on the server anymore, but those flowers, they are. And even though they're performing no elaboration, no computation, they're still there. And when I go back to the persistent scene and I log back in, I will see them again. They will be recreated in my machine, and here they are. They're still blossoming, they're still evolving, and they basically, as you can see from the counter, they already have some kind of state. So I got in the state from the server as I left it without things starting from scratch again, because they are persistent and they just stay. They are saved on the replication server. This is actually a pretty interesting mechanic to me personally. I think I'm going to use it at Global Game Jam, but it really depends on how you use it. But it opens up a lot of possibilities of making something that stays beyond the individual play session. Okay, we're getting there. 2 minutes to go. Any last questions before I jump into the rest of the presentation? Tade, is there anything in the chat? Any comment?
When is Coherence going to be production ready? Is a question we get. So Coherence
Tade, I'll let you answer this one.
So Coherence currently doesn't have the pricing model published, and as we said, there's multiple ways of using Coherence for free, especially at game jams and for smaller projects and for development. And there are multiple projects currently being developed with Coherence. So we think Coherence is production ready to a large extent. We're always, of course, bringing out new features and testing and working with our partners to make it more stable and more scalable. But we have Coherence has gone through quite some testing. I can assure you that.
Yeah.
And we're a startup, 4 years old, 30 people, and all game developers, and super excited to bring this technology to you and to have you especially try it at Global Game Jam.
Yeah, as you said, we have a few customers already working with it, right? So even though we don't have the label 1.0, there is actually some production going on, and we offer really close support. So starting from the Discord, and then depending on the project, we can help you further if you were to decide to use it in a real world project. Quickly wrapping up, how to install Coherence, just head to the docs. Coherence.io, you'll find the link. There's a lot of hand holding there. You will find it pretty easy, and you can download the SDK from there as well. You can create a free account on the website. Again, I mentioned it multiple times. We have our Discord, and we have a channel on the Global Game Jam Discord. So if you're already in there, just head to the Coherence channel during the jam, and you'll find us there too if you have questions. Today made this very nice 5-minute multiplayer setup video. We like to play with this time because we really think the road to making a multiplayer game can be shortened. So check it out. You will see how it connects, it networks. A game that was previously just an offline game. And I think we're out of time, right? So I'm just going to skip to the end. A few links. These are our emails if you want to get in touch. Yeah, we have this challenge. Again, Global Game Jam is not a challenge. We know that. It's not a competition. But we just want to reward you if you decide to take up the challenge and make a multiplayer game with Coherence this next coming weekend or week. So if you were to do that, please let us know. There's this link, actually, this coherence.io/GGJ has all the information about this contest. We will award the best games, the games that make the best use of multiplayer. We really value cool ideas. It doesn't need to be polished, but we just want it to be fun and using the multiplayer tools in a good way. In 2 days, Global Game Jam will reveal the theme on their live stream, so don't miss that. And then we will see each other probably next week or next weekend if you decide to do the weekend only. Hopefully you use Coherence. I hope this presentation was convinced you in a certain sense. And what can I say? Good luck, have fun, and make lots of amazing games as usual. I will be jamming from Rome.
You guys are thanks Chiro and Tade. That was a great presentation. Really appreciate it. Appreciate your support of Global Game Jam, and hopefully we can get the folks in Rome some help to get their site going, as we talked about earlier. Yeah, but this was great, and I think people got a lot out of it. So
yeah, we'll be streaming also tomorrow at the same time if you missed it. So if you're just connecting now and you're wondering, I will be doing the same thing tomorrow, more or less the same presentation. So yeah, but other than that, I'll leave it to Tim. And
thanks everybody for all the good questions and comments in the chat. And yeah, hope to see you at Global Game Jam. And don't forget to register and have fun. We'll be jamming with you.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And good luck.
Thanks, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. Well, that was a great session with our friends at Coherence, one of our headline sponsors this year that we're excited to have on board, and hope you are too. And we'll attempt to make some fun multiplayer games at the Jam. So yeah, coming right up next, we have another one of our great sponsors, InWorld, who is going to show you how to make some really amazing AI NPCs in your games. Bring on Steven from InWorld here.
Hey Tim, how you doing?
Good, how's it going? And we also have a couple other folks joining us.
Yeah, we have Clint and Jan. Clint is I'm always pointed the wrong way on these things. My left, your right, anyway. And Jan is easier because he's just down below you. So yeah, we're going to go through kind of the basics of InWorld, what InWorld's all about, and then talk about how to integrate into Unity as well.
Excellent. I'll let you take it away.
All right. Hey, everybody. Thanks very much for coming by. So as we just said, or as Tim just said, we're from InWorld, InWorld.ai, and we're making AI NPC brains to put into your games, which is very new tech. That's super exciting, and we think it has a lot of potential, even in a game jam setting. So what we're going to do is go through this deck, very short deck, by the way, nothing too crazy, give you a real high-level overview of what InWorld is, and then Clint is going to go through the process of character creation, explain to you how you can make these NPCs completely in plain English, no coding required at all. Even someone who doesn't code like me can make characters. And then Jan is going to talk about how to integrate those characters into Unity using our SDK, so that you can talk and interact with those NPCs in Unity builds, which is pretty damn cool. And he'll be able to do it pretty much from scratch in the time that he takes to demonstrate. So you'll see that it is quite a quick and easy thing to do. Okay, so let's talk about what we do and how to integrate AI characters. So as it says here, we're InWorld, and what we do is allow you to create, talk to, share, and integrate AI characters into games. So we allow you to build their personalities, their motivations, their traits, their backstories, really make them into as close to real life, feeling like real people kind of NPCs as possible, with really, like I said, zero coding and very little hard work involved, although the harder you work, the better the results are likely to be. And we do this because while, of course, NPCs in games have been around almost pretty much since the year dot, I suppose, in general, those characters are not that smart. And that is not because they're badly written necessarily, but because of some of the limitations of how these NPC systems work, you tend to get things like this, where the infamous Skyrim Whiterun Guard has become very popular as a meme because of the fact that he tends to spout the same dialogue over and over and over. So what we have decided to do is to give these NPCs, a brain of sorts. And that allows them to really be anything. They can be good, they can be evil, they can be happy, they can be sad, they even can change emotional state in your game while somebody is playing it. So it's pretty exciting. Like I said, it's very new. And I'm not going to lie, we're at the early part of this journey. We're learning alongside you guys, but there's still enormous amounts of potential even in what we have today. So while we do the brains, it is important to understand that you handle the body. We are not an avatar company. You integrate our AI into your games using your choices of avatars. So we're going to talk about Unity today, but you can also use Unreal Engine, and we have a Node.js integration as well. So essentially, any avatar system that you want can potentially be hooked up and connected to in-world, allowing you to get those avatars to express emotions, and speak with AI-generated dialogue. But yeah, it's important to realize that if you want to make a wizard in your game, if you want to put a sort of Pixar-esque character in your game, that's up to you. We're going to give them the brains, and you allow them to, or you give them the body and potentially the voice. And I am always, I like to point out that this does not mean that we believe or we think AI should replace writers wholesale. What it is it's a different kind of writing. The way that we look at it is we make your characters into actors, but then you, as essentially the director, the writer, the producer, you give them their lines, their motivations, and the places that they need to stand, their marks. Okay. And then they go ahead and essentially they improvise with the information that they've been given, right? So it's a different kind of thing. And it also doesn't mean that specifically scripted dialogue has to be removed from anybody's game. That's not the case whatsoever. But this allows for a very refreshing feel of things being dynamic, being different, and hopefully increasing replayability in these games as well. So how can we help you, Jam? Well, the way we see it is you can do this. Number one, you can create NPCs really fast, and you're going to see how fast when Clint goes through his demonstration. We've actually made it even faster recently with some auto-generation options, so that's pretty exciting. The other thing you can do is you can generate dialogue fast. Essentially, you can generate as fast as you can talk to the NPC. Once you've created your NPC, say like a wizard here, and given him motivation and backstory and so on and so forth, you can go into our studio-based chat. You can basically have a conversation with the character and ask him things, and then you can take that dialogue if you like, and then just literally copy paste it, put it into something else, edit it, boom, you're done, right? So that's one way to go. The other thing, of course, you can do is you can then integrate the character into Unity and Unreal, and then really let those NPCs come alive. So we think there's quite a lot of potential here if you're going to try and build something that involves characters, involves NPCs. There's definitely some help you can get. And in terms of the specifics, of course, Clinton and Jan are going to talk about this. You start things at inworld.ai, which is our website. You can go directly to studio.inworld.ai, or you can go to the main site, inworld.ai. And you can chat with your characters forever in either Studio or Arcade. Studio is pictured on the bottom right here, and Clint is going to go into more detail on that. Studio is where you actually create characters, and then you can talk to them directly from the Studio interface. Like I say, you can talk to them forever. You're never going to see a charge or anything else. It's completely open while our beta is ongoing. And in addition, we have a bunch of pre-generated characters in the arcade. That's only the first 2 lines. There's a lot more than that. So you can see the potential of some of these AI characters by playing with them. Some of our favorites are definitely up at the top line there. Our Game Master, our Artificial Intelligence, or even Sigmund Freud, if you want to have a chat with the world-famous psychologist. And then if you decide during Game Jam that you want to integrate something and you want to potentially push it out into the world, drop us an email at support@inworld.ai, and we'll make sure that your account is covered for any integration time that you might incur. Because integration is when potentially, things start to get charged, because, there has to be somebody involved somewhere. Okay. That's it for me for now. I'll come back at the end. But Clint is going to step up here and give us an introduction and really walk us through character creation in the InWorld Studio. So, Clint, I'm going to hand it to you. I'm going to lurk in the background here and maybe pepper in a few questions or clarifications as we go. But Clint is an old hand at this. So, over to you, Clint.
That's great. Thank you so much, Stephen. Hi there, everyone. My name is Clint. I'm the senior character and conversation designer for the InWorld team. And I'm excited to show you folks some of the details of our platform. So here we are within a studio workspace. We have some pre-existing characters added in here. If, however, we'd like to design a character from scratch. As Stephen mentioned, we've got some exciting options to auto-generate if we would like to go down that route. So all we have to do is enter a character name. If we want to, we can add a brief core description about the character. And from there, we can either hit create or we can hit the auto generate. And some of the work of adding the emotions, the backstory of the character will be done for us. So it helps to speed up the process and make things that much more scalable. Now, that said, we're going to go into a character that we already have existing here, already fully fleshed out, all the details added in. So some of you may recognize the Sadie Adler character. When we go in here, we're going to see that, again, we have that core description right off the top. It's going to be a basic paragraph explaining the character, kind of their backstory, their, what it is they're trying to accomplish, their relationships, and any important details about them. We may also make reference to how they actually speak as a character. Sadie, of course, is going to use cowboy slang and poor diction. From there, we move into the motivations. Motivations are, what is it exactly that your character is trying to accomplish, both in a general sense and within the conversation that they're having with the player. So we can see Sadie is trying to gather up a gang so she can go take on the O'Driscoll boys. And of course, she has to work out some of the plans for how they're going to go about that.
Clint, you want to maybe drop into chat and show off Sadie, because I realize quite a lot of people here might not have even seen it in action, and I'm always impressed.
For sure. So so assuming that we have our character built out as we do here, anytime we want to have a chat, we want to test to see how things are progressing, how our experiments are coming along, we can simply easily open a chat window and then have a conversation from there, either through text or we can connect our mic to it. So I'll just say hi to Sadie and we'll see what we get.
Howdy, partner. I'm the one they call Sadie. I'm looking to get a posse together to track down the O'Driscoll boys and get some revenge for my husband, Jake. You game.
So there you go. We see she knows what her motivations are. She's introduced herself. She's told us a little bit about her backstory, and she's kind of asked us how we'd like to progress. So, perfect for an NPC character. Some of the details that we added to create this are, of course, the character's name, their pronouns. We're going to have the character's role, which, can be anything from a CEO to a gunslinger. We're going to have the character's age, which we have a full range of. Additional alternative names that the character may go by, maybe a nickname, maybe an alternative. And then as well, a character's hobbies and interests. They will bring these hobbies and interests up in conversation, so try to make sure that they make sense within the use case that you're working on. Additionally, if your character is widely known already, they might have an existing Wikipedia entry. So if that is the case, you can then connect the Wikipedia link as well to add additional details for the character. Moving into the personality and emotions, we see that you can add just kind of one-off adverbs, adjectives, things like that to kind of, explain the character's state more. We see Sadie is vengeful, relentless, nihilistic, things of that nature. We then have these fun sliders that we can use to determine the ranges of a character's emotional state. So is a character more on the sadness side or the joyous side? And as we can see here, we have a variety of options that you can adjust accordingly to set your character as you see fit. Some specific options here include the emotional fluidity. If you have a character that you don't want to be too emotional, you want to stick to one state, you can of course move that down. Or if it's a character that maybe is going to fly off the handle or has their emotions are right on the edge, you might want to move that up more. Again, we see additional personality settings here, negative, positive, so on and so forth. We also have a great setting for authority. If your character is an expert on a particular field, then that might be helpful to add that in here to really bring out their confidence in what it is they're saying. Of course, maybe they're on the other end of the spectrum and they're not so confident in what they're saying. So in that case, we can move it down.
It's also a great shortcut to make a character very dominating, I think, is the safe way.
Absolutely. Yeah. If you're going for a villainous character, something along those lines, cranking the authority up is a great option there. Then moving into the facts and knowledge, kind of an extension of that core description that we originally saw. This is where you can get into some real specific details about a character, their backstory, the relationships they've been in, the adventures that they've had. You can also get into things like the items that they might be carrying, or the their horse or their car, or make references to that. You can also reference the clothing, the attire that they have on, and how they think of these things as well. Is it their beloved horse or their mangy old horse? All of these kind of wording characteristics will play a role in how the character expresses himself. Now, while this is personal knowledge specific to Sadie, we also have a common knowledge area as well that can be used for a specific character, but also more broadly used for a wide range of characters. So this is a great way to scale your world. If we click into the common knowledge, we will see that we have that cowboy slang there. Of course, this is appropriate for Sadie. She's a gunslinger from the Old West, so this is the terminology she's going to use. This is a very simple setup where you can just have whatever the terminology, the slang word is, and then have kind of a general overview of what that means in a more general current sense. So of course we're doing this for Sadie and for gunslingers, but there's countless use cases where this can apply. Of course, this can also serve a purpose for world building. If you have rules or general knowledge that everyone in your world should be aware of, this is a great opportunity for that. So we see here that we have Sadie connected to this, but as our world grows, we can easily add in additional characters.
And I think it's important to note here that the common knowledge section is optional. When you're building a character, a very well-known archetype, in this case, like a gunslinger, you don't need to add in this kind of information. But the more you do, the more likely the character is going to feel real and connected and authentic. One great use for this, as Clint said, from a world-building perspective, is if you're needing to put in unique names or locations and that kind of thing, this is a perfect place to put it. If, for example, you said this character is a fantasy warrior, and you asked them about creatures in their world, they would probably talk about maybe, dwarves and elves and ogres. But if you decided that you wanted to call your dwarf race a specific thing, or your elves or something similar, then this is a great place to put that in and really back up that information.
Well said. Okay, so now that we have that all set up, we'll go back into Sadie's specific profile again. And there's just a few more features that we have to show everyone here. So now that we went through the facts and knowledge, we can then add in a particular voice for a character. We can easily demo that voice just to see how it sounds for our character.
Hello, I'm Sadie Adler.
And we see here that we have a multitude of voices available, both male and female. from a variety of backgrounds, nationalities, different tones, pitches. So lots of options there. And then you can do additional fine tuning as well for the pitch and the talking speed of your character, just to make it appropriate for them. Of course, if you're looking for custom voices, that's a conversation we're always willing to have as well.
Yeah,
So
one thing to
moving-
point out on the voices, sorry, Clint, to talk over you there. We've had a lot of feedback from people about the voices, and they're certainly at this stage, when you listen to them, they're not going to be the same level as a AAA game or even, a commissioned voice actor. And there's two reasons for that, which are important to realize. One, the voices are being generated in real time based off of the text that's being generated by the character. So when you go into the chat and you see that text being generated, that speech is being generated pretty much instantaneously at the time that the text is generated. There are very, very few solutions for that on the market right now. The other thing is that our voices react to emotions too. So that's another thing you can do. Now, you can, of course, if you wanted to, and this might not be within the scope of a global game jam, but it is possible to potentially hook up other voice solutions. The other thing you can do, and again, this could be done during a global game jam, is that idea of generating dialogue. Once you have that dialogue, that can be fed into any number of text-to-speech solutions, some of which on the market today are pretty amazing. Very, very few of them are able to do what we're doing, which is in real time. But if you had a feeling that you wanted to have generated AI dialogue, which was then potentially put through, a different kind of text-to-speech option, that is something you could do. And we're working to improve the voices as we go ahead. But to hark back to my presentation, we make the brains, we don't make the avatars, and we also aren't ultimately planning to suggest that you should use our voices versus anybody else's. But the way that the market is right now with text-to-speech, that's one of the reasons why the voices sound the way they do.
For sure. Yeah, lots of options, and it continues to evolve all the time. So moving on from voice into the actual dialogue style, we have a handful of options to choose from. If your character is, blunt, bubbly, inquisitive, maybe they like to ask a lot of questions, or maybe they're very formal and like to stay to a specific state. So you have those options. Again, as well, you can have example dialogue in here. So as Stephen mentioned, this can be scripted to some extent where you can have specific lines that you'd like a character to deliver. Maybe they have a catchphrase or a certain colloquialism, something like that you really want to highlight, make sure it gets brought out. This is a great opportunity to bring that out here. And I believe when we clicked on chat with Sadie, she actually included Howdy Partner in her intro. So just to show you how that works. We can then get into experimental features. We have things like adding filler words. Those are ums and ahs into a conversation to kind of further, the immersion. We also have those emotional states that we spoke about earlier. You may want to turn that off for certain characters. And then we also have goals and actions. So goals and actions allow our character to say and do certain things in certain settings. This is very easy to set up. We have just a basic one here to show you called throw bottles. So this would be, in this particular situation, maybe the piano player in the background of the saloon starts playing something a little too upbeat for Sadie. So we could have that triggered so she would then threaten the piano player to throw a whiskey bottle at him. And just to show you what that would look like, while this isn't a full integration here by any means, we can always test them directly within our chat window here.
Hey there, partner. How about you play me a tune? If not, I'm going to have to break that there bottle on her piano.
So she completely understood what it was we were trying to accomplish, but added her own twist on it. So that's one of the great things about the in-world studio, that your character always stays on brand while giving them a little room to go off script.
Yeah, and if you restarted that conversation and then re-triggered that, you get a different dialogue piece. We ran a stream yesterday where Clint did the same thing, completely different piece of dialogue, but the intention was still clear.
Absolutely, and that just further adds to the replayability too, right? Okay, so then getting into scenes, this is important to be aware of for the Unity and Unreal integrations. Your character can have a specific scene that they're in. Of course, you can have multiple scenes, if you have a larger world, larger game. So if we click into the scene here, we can see that we're in a saloon. It's an Old West saloon where gunslingers like Sadie like to hang out and drink. Our character, Sadie, is sitting at a table eyeing up possible recruits. So this is, this can just be contextual if your character just wants to be aware of their setting and make reference to that. Of course, if you are using Unreal and Unity integrations, you could use this to set up a scene key to connect everything together. Again, similar to the common knowledge, we can very easily add additional characters to our scene. Just a matter of clicking and they're in there. Now, them and Sadie are in the same scene together. So that's a general overview of all of the settings. As we saw, once we have everything set up, we can do testing with lots of chat conversations, kind of see what's working, what's not, and then make any additional adjustments from there. As well, if you would like to share your character to our arcade, or just simply share it with members of your team, friends, family, what have you, just so they can test it out, get additional perspectives. You can easily share a link out to the character where other people can chat with it. That can be private or that can be public, depending on what it is you're working on. So as you can see, everything is very straightforward. As Stephen said, there's no coding going on here. It's very simple language that we're using, very simple UI, and we're confident that anyone should be able to dive into it and make some really exciting characters.
Yeah, and I should emphasize that you really do not need, Clint has a very well-developed character here, and as a result, it gives very high-quality interactions, but you really can put in as little as a couple of lines of the core description and the character's name. If the character that you're trying to create is sort of either a well-known archetype or a character from fiction or history, then you're probably going to find that the engine will be able to make that character believable with that little information. That's particularly helpful if you're trying to build out an experience where you have multiple NPCs instead of just the one or two that you want to talk to. All right, that's great. So that process, you can go through and play with it at studio.inworld.ai. It's completely free to sign up, and as I said, you can chat with those characters either within the studio environment, which is right here, or on Arcade itself. When you did that sharing step that Clint mentioned, you can chat there as much as you want to iterate on your characters to make them really feel exactly the way that you want to feel, or just for having fun. But the next step, of course, if you're building out a game, is you might want to integrate this character into a game environment. And as I said earlier, we do offer SDK integration with Unity and Unreal Engine, and we have a Node.js integration as well. We're also working on the early stages of other integrations. We just recently launched a Roblox demo, which you may not necessarily think is an immediate place the way you want to develop your game, but it is a thriving development environment with a lot of people using it. So it's a good example of a small sort of contained demo of a game. But because we know that a lot of jammers use Unity to build out their game prototypes, we thought it would be best to talk about Unity integration. So Yan here, hello Yan, is going to go through and literally take you step by step through the entire process of using our SDK, which comes, well, you'll see, basically pre-set up to help you get to the point where you're interacting with characters in Unity really, really quickly. So yeah, I'm going to let Yan take it away.
So thank you, Stephen. So let's move on to Unity part. The first thing is where to get our package. You could just directly go to Unity Asset Store and type InWorld. The InWorld package will be here. You could just download it and put it into a package manager. So let's see. Once you got the data, you could put in MySets, and all the package will be there. In this environment, the Unity already has InWorld AI packages, and we highly recommend you just go through our sample things. So in the sample thing, go to sample basic. There is a basic character called Celeste within Celeste basic spaceship, and she will talk to you. So there's basic instructions. You can go to her to say, hello, nice to meet you.
Interesting. Tell me more about yourself, player. My name is Celeste and I'm an anthropologist from the planet of Orange in the Hydra Nebula. What brings you here?
How are you doing today?
I'm doing alright. I'm always excited to learn more about new places and people, so I'm glad you asked. So, what is it that brought you to this part of space?
So that's the basic environment. And Clint just mentioned about the triggers, like throwing bottles. We also have a trigger implementation sample thing here, which is called sample trigger. In this thing, the character is a cube, actually, before he transforms into a man. So you could talk to this character.
It's the well-known fairy tale of the cube
I
that
need your
needed to
help.
be a man.
I can't believe this is happening. I must be cursed for something I said about web browsers. Is there any way to turn me back?
So why are you turning into a stone?
What? I'm not a Chinese restaurant. I
Sorry
used
for
to be
my
a prince, but now I'm trapped in this stone form. I think the only way to break the curse is by saying something related to what I said about web browsers.
How about www?
No, that's not it. I don't think tablets have anything to do with this. I'm thinking of something more specific to the internet. Something like a website or a search engine.
www.
Wow, that could be it. www. I can't believe it was that simple. Thank you so much for your help. Wait, I think I know the answer. It's 3 letters that start a lot of websites. www.
Yeah, I just turn off because we actually set two triggers. One is init, and we enable the invoke first. So when you communicate with the catcher, this catcher will actually talking to you first instead of you talking to this catcher. And when you are trying to talk to the catcher, when you say www, we send another trigger, which is www to the data we set, and this catcher will send thank you and will cure himself and thank you for the effort. That's a basic idea about how to implement the triggers into our things. Next, we are going to trying to create our own thing. So let's just create a sample thing here. We'll just go through a new thing. And you could go to the Inward Studio panel. You can actually go on the top menu, or you could just right-click as a project panel and click the Inward panel. And then you could import your characters into the thing. Also, we've already give 3 characters to you, but you could always log in with your own account.
So to be clear, what Clint did earlier, where he created a scene and a character, this is where you would bring it in from the studio.
Yes. These are the characters you already created, and you trying to create it. And in this part, we have to make sure that you have at least one API keys, at least one thing, and in one thing you should contain at least one characters. I mean, the thing terminology is based on Unity, so that we all recommend that you have one-to-one mapping relationship, so that one Unity thing is mapping to one inward thing. And in this page, we could just click Studio Access Token, generate a token, copy it, and paste to our page. Sorry, I put it a little bit higher. Then we click Login. Then the data will be fetch and download. You could get the data here, choose your key, and choose your data you've created. For example, this is a white rabbit. I think that's a character here, right? And you could click on it. That will navigate to the asset. You could either drag into the scene or just drag into the hierarchy. And then it will generate a character for you. Also, I try to move a little bit around. Yeah, you could see in the gizmos, we also have the side angles and the side distances. You could also change the side angles here and the distance here to differentiate how far you are in this zone. So this character will talk to you. Now let's click the play button. Oh, sorry. Another thing I want to mention is that we have to create a player controller. Player controller actually could be any player controller. You could just create your player controller yourself and then drag the controller to in-world players, then you could use your own player controller. For example, if you're playing in VR, then you could just using OVR camera rig as a player controller. Then it will notify, oh, this is actually the avatar you are trying to connect with.
Hurry, Slowpoke. Let's get your watch so you can keep track of Wonderland time.
So how are you doing today?
I'm doing great now that I have a customer. Now, let's get your pocket watch.
What kind of pocket do I have?
All of them.
Yeah, this character is kind of quiet, but you can understand what's the meaning of this. So yeah, this basically pretty simple. You could just create a characters and drag into it, and in your Unity thing, you automatically have these features. So I'll hand back to Stephen.
Thanks, Jin. So yeah, we're using avatars there from Ready Player Me, who are at readyplayer.me, I believe is their website. Again, they're really kind of a proof of concept. As we said earlier on, you can choose to go ahead and connect to other avatar systems if you want. But the SDK download that you can get for Unity will have some pre-rigged animation states for emotions and reactions and that kind of thing. So it'll get you off and running. And the characters that you briefly saw in Yen's studio are our demo characters based off of characters from Alice in Wonderland. So the Mad Hatter, the Cheshire Cat, I know I'm forgetting others, the Queen of Hearts, and who's the fourth one? The Caterpillar. Caterpillar, yeah, that's it, yeah. And they're all available to you to use in whatever way you choose. You can just interact with them, chat with them, do whatever you want to do. Or obviously you can base characters that you might make yourself off of them. So there's plenty of different options to go ahead and do there. That honestly is kind of about it, in terms of getting that Unity integration up and running. We're certainly open to any questions that anyone might have in the chat, if anyone has any thoughts. If there's nothing there, then we are happy to let you go. We are going to be hopefully doing some sort of internal game jam ourselves. But before we do run off, let me just quickly show you all of our social stuff, if we can pull that up on screen. Obviously, as we said earlier on, we're at www.inworld.ai. That's the main site. We have something called an email address. I don't know how that works, but hello@inworld.ai will reach us. We have some forums at community.inworld.ai. We're on Twitter, of course, at inworld_AI. And on YouTube, where we have a number of different tutorials and demo videos similar to this one, including some on Unreal integration if you wanted to do that. And you'll find us at YouTube/@inworld.ai. And finally, of course, we do have a Discord, which I will put in the chat too, because unfortunately we have one of those hard to remember Discord links right now. But that is available to us. So yes, we do have a Discord as well. Feel free to drop by there and you can chat with other people who are using InWorld to create AI characters and integrate them into their projects. And yeah, we hope to see you there. Hope to see some of you using InWorld in our game jam, in your game jam projects. And the last thing I'm going to mention, if you do enjoy working with InWorld and you like the process and think you're going to be able to do something interesting with those AI characters, we also have an ongoing character grant program where you can earn up to $50,000 for integrating InWorld into a game or other project. We have been judging a lot of entries into that, or applicants, I should say, into that program. And we're starting to disperse some of those grants the early part of this year. So perfect time to go ahead and apply. You'll find all the details at the website at inworld.ai, or you can jump straight to inworld.ai/grants for some information there too. Okay, that's about it from us.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Tim.
Great presentation. I'm wondering if you've seen other people use this at a game jam and what things you've seen come up.
Well, we're pretty early. The company's really only been around for about a year, so I think you probably came after last year's jam. So we're really interested to see what people might be able to do, especially given the fact that you can, in theory, generate these NPCs very quickly, and the integration, as you can see, is pretty easy to do too. The sort of fine tuning of the characters is often what can take a little while, to get them to do sort of exactly the kind of thing you want to do, and that's kind of the part of the fun of working with AI too. It can be kind of unpredictable. Everybody's heard about not exactly AI going rogue, but we call it AI hallucinations when
Right.
they kind of come up with things that are quote unquote off script, which is why I refer to them as actors who are improvising as opposed to necessarily straight scripted characters, because they are doing their best to give a good performance. So sometimes they'll improvise things that you might not expect, which is great from a replayability point of view, and can be a lot of fun. But from a game perspective, it's something that, as I say, we are at the beginning of, and we're working on. So we're working on improving narrative control and dialogue styles, all that kind of thing, to make it feel more and more like a real game experience. But even in the Roblox demo that we have, you get to talk with the different Wonderland characters, and we have a short quest line that opens up from that, which is really interesting and quite unusual from the point of view of, if you've played games for any length of time and you've interacted with NPCs in games, you're kind of used to that usual dialogue option choice kind of thing.
Right.
And in our demo, you have to go in and basically persuade the White Rabbit to hand over an item that you need to progress.
Oh, that's cool.
And yeah, you better be good at persuasion. I mean, that's the main thing, because she wants to sell you pocket watches rather than give you magic swords. Oh, there's a question from Mr. Whitehawk. Will there be a way to hone on the dialogue so you can weight the good dialogue so it learns the best way to answer? Clint, you might want to jump in on this. There's a couple of different things. One is that when you're in our InWorld arcade and chatting with characters, you can rate their responses, which gradually will help train things over time. But Clint, do you have any other thoughts on that?
Just a bit of trial and error, really, Stephen. Just a matter of having those conversations. If something you don't like is appearing, try to surface that again, and then find ways to correct that accordingly. So yeah, just a bit of trial and error, but there's really nothing you can't figure out.
Yeah, and often it is, as we've seen in the past, it can be down to like one word in a character description, right? Like in Clint's Sadie Adler character, he says, what is it? She says she tries to convincingly persuade the player or something like that. But uses a specific word there,
Yeah. She convincingly tries to get the player to join her gang, but she could comically try, she could mysteriously try. There's endless possibilities there that, as you said, just changing a single word can really change the storyline.
Yeah, it's a good excuse to break up the thesaurus and get your synonyms working. But yeah, so that can certainly help. It does help to leave things relatively open-ended, but you'll generally find that they won't break character very often. They are hardworking actors, and they try to improvise and stay within the confines of what you've given them as a director. Cool. Anyone else with any other questions out there?
Yeah, I was reminded of, I saw some tweet the other day that somebody put out that was like, if I am playing a game and I run into an NPC and they're just giving me nonsense that doesn't relate to the rest of the game, I'm not really interested, and I'm probably going to stop playing. So I'm like, can you make the characters aware of sort of the greater arc of the story that's happening in the worlds as well? Or
yeah, I mean, again, Clint, please jump in if I'm talking rubbish. I mean, there's a couple of different ways we can do it. We talked about that world building aspect of it, where they have facts and knowledge and information. That certainly helps. We are also working on a stronger and tighter narrative controls in the future, because we know that there's going to be times when potentially you want them to focus in on something. It's funny, talking about Sadie, when I've interacted with her as a character, it's almost comical how she doesn't want to talk about anything except persuading you to join the gang and getting revenge on the O'Driscoll boys, right? So again, that's really down to the way that Clint wrote her and built her out. You can engage her in other conversations. You can get her to talk about other stuff, but it's not that. I mean, that's almost in a funny way. That's kind of just down to the player, right? If you're the kind of person who picks the weird dialogue option in like a BioWare RPG just to see what they'll say, this is like manna from heaven, right? Because
Nice.
they will say potentially anything and everything, but usually still within the confines of the character.
Makes sense.
We half joke about the Skyrim Whiterun guard. In fact, we even made a video of it for TikTok, which was essentially like, why did he, how did he get an arrow in the knee, and we built a character who answered the question, and he talked about his valiant actions in a battle where he took that arrow, but he continued to fight onwards, and that's the kind of thing that we want to get towards, right? Is that you can potentially interact with an NPC who might otherwise not really seem to be that consequential, but because of the way the AI works, even with relatively little information and strong world building, they can give you convincing and interesting responses, as opposed to just sort of cycling through the same, couple of pieces of dialogue.
Mm. Yeah, super cool, and that makes it feel like a lot more of a living world rather than just like.
Oh yeah,
a game.
and that's absolutely the hope. Yeah, one thing we're working on now, and it'll probably be released fairly soon, is a demo which shows or allows you to have two characters talking to each other, which of course is a lot of fun too. With that, you'll be able to see how you could potentially build out background characters in a scene where characters would interact with each other. They would have conversations with each other, again, with their own goals and motivations. And then potentially they could reveal backstory. They could reveal, just general lore about the world. And then the exciting thing is that as a player, you can potentially go up and interact and interrupt that conversation, and then get extra information or ask them to go over something that they just said, and it really does make it feel alive and unique, which is super exciting.
Totally, yeah. That sounds great. I'm excited to see what the people out there make with it at the
Fingers
gym.
crossed. Fingers crossed. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I don't know who's up next on the stream, but I guess you've been on here for a while.
Yeah, I think we have Richcast coming up next, which is like another kind of like narrative game building tool.
Nice.
Built for like mobile devices to make your own narrative games.
We'll have to stick around, take a look.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Well, I guess I can say thank you very much, everybody who's watched, and hopefully we'll see you checking out InWorld and checking out the arcade. And feel free to drop by the Discord and share your characters. We always love to see what you've done. Clint always likes to play around with them, and he's the one picking the characters that will go into the arcade live. So you have to impress him to get things to be seen. But I'm not going to say you're easily impressed, Clint, but you tend to be quite generous in putting things live.
I try to stay positive, so absolutely share your characters, and we're excited to see what you're up to.
Yeah, absolutely. All right.
Great.
Cool.
Thanks,
Tim.
Yep. Have a great day.
All
Enjoy
right.
the rest of your day.
Thanks very much.
Awesome. Yeah, that was our friends at InWorld showing you how to add some cool AI NPCs to your game worlds and your games and make the games feel a lot more alive and the characters feel more alive and living. And hope you got something out of that. Go to inworld.ai to find out more about it, and check out the sponsor page on our website to find the links to the grant that they mentioned for people that might be eligible. If you implement their technology in a game that you're working on, you can be eligible to get some funding for that, which is always something that game devs need for sure. Stick around for a few more minutes. We'll have our friends at Richcast have a little presentation that they put together on how to use their tool to make some cool narrative games. After them, we'll have their friends at Cubes showing you their game building tool that's coming out soon, and you'll be able to use at the gym. And then at the end of the day, we have our friends from GitHub joining us again to talk a little bit more about using their version control tools at the gym. So stick around, and we'll be right back with all of that.
Greetings, Detective. I'm Special Agent Janice. You have been authorized by the Metropolis Bureau of Investigations to conduct interviews with possible witnesses.
What do you know about the crime scene?
What are you doing here?
Is it dangerous here?
It's hard to say. We're still piecing together the evidence.
I saw some humans running away from the building shortly after the fire started.
Detective, I believe someone is watching us.
This is a delicate situation. Let the professionals handle it. We wouldn't want anyone to get hurt, now would we?
Why would you say that?
Listen carefully, Detective. This is no place for a rookie cop. If you know what's good for you, then turn back now before someone gets hurt.
You seem different from the other robots.
I saw the bots, and unknown life forms die in the explosion. It made me feel something for the first time, and I don't know what to do with these feelings.
Hi, today we're going to have a look at how to take a single player game and make it multiplayer with coherence. Coherence comes with a lot of features that help you make all kinds of multiplayer games. What we'll focus on today is how easy it is to get started. To test this, we wanted to see how quickly we could add multiplayer to a popular package in the Unity Asset Store. You'll find the link in the description below. So let's get this started. Let me turn on the timer. First, let's go to Docs Coherence.io and click on the installation page. We scroll down to the Package Manager section, and I'll copy the URL to the package repo. In Unity, let's open Project Settings and click on Package Manager to add our scope registry. We'll enable pre-release packages and then enter the name, URL, and scope. We'll click Save and close the settings. And now let's open the package manager itself and select My Registries. We can see that the Coherence package is already available, so let's go ahead and install it. Now that Coherence is installed, we can click Welcome in the Coherence menu and open the Coherence Hub. Let's connect the project with our free online username by clicking on Login Sign Up and logging in the browser. Going back to the Unity editor, we can now select our default organization and project. Now let's set up our scene by clicking on the Scene tab and adding a monobridge, a live query, and a sample connect dialog. Now we can look at our Fox game object. We can see that it has a lot of components for handling animation states and inputs. Let's add a coherent sync component to it. We'll need to convert it into a prefab, so let's click on Convert to Prefab in Assets and add it to the prefab mapper. We have to define what fields to sync over the network, so let's click Configure and select Position, Rotation, Local Scale, and all parameters in the animator. There is a lot more we could be synchronizing and fine-tuning, but let's stick to the defaults for now. Right now, we don't need to expose any methods as RPCs, but we do need to define what happens to components on remote foxes. We want the rigid body to be kinematic and disable the input and other components that control the fox's logic. When Coherent spawns this prefab over the network, it will make sure these settings are applied. Now let's close the configuration window and go back to the Coherence hub. Let's go to Schemas and click on Bake Now. This will generate the client-side network code for all our Coherence prefabs. If we want to use the Coherence Cloud, we have to make sure that our configuration is uploaded. So let's click on Upload to Coherence Cloud. Now we can hit play and we'll see that the region selector gets populated with the EU region already. So we can go ahead and create a room. We're connected to the cloud, but there's nobody else in our session. So what do? Let's make a build. We'll create and join a new room called Demo. And run the editor scene again. We can now see that the demo room is already here, so let's join it. And voila, 2 foxes synchronizing online. We can now send this build to a friend and play the game together. Let's check the timer. 4 minutes and 45 seconds to set up basic networking. Not bad. Coherence also allows you to share builds online. Let's first go to our project dashboard. Go to Share Build, and make sure we have build sharing enabled. To make things extra interesting, let's switch to WebGL and make a new build. Let's give our build a name. Let's call it WebGL. And when the build is ready, we can navigate to the Share Build section of Coherence Hub. Let's select WebGL and the corresponding build folder. Now we can click on Begin Upload. Alright, the game build is uploaded. If we go back to the dashboard, we can see the public URL of the project. Let's open it in a new tab. There, the game's running in the browser. Let's create a new room and call it Demo Web and join it. In the editor, we can now join the same room. So let's hit play. See the room listing. As you can see, the demo room's there, and we join it. And now we can see the Fox syncing between the web browser using WebRTC and the Unity editor using UDP. Thanks for watching this video on how to make a simple multiplayer game with Coherence. This is of course just the start, and there's much more to explore, like network commands, server-side simulation, authority transfer, and other advanced features. Stay tuned for more videos, join our Discord, and head over to coherence.io and sign up for your free account.
should I do?
Okay, stay calm. What can you see in the room?
Hello, I'm Chris from Panavox, and I'm here to introduce our no-code interactive story creation sharing platform, Richcast. I work for the Oliver Twins and Neil Campbell, and together they've all worked on a bunch of games, with the Oliver Twins being responsible for Dizzy way back in the 80s. My personal skill sets include, game design, experience design, and interactive narrative design. I've also taught architecture. I spent a lot of time in academia as a lecturer, and I'm also currently a final year student finishing off my PhD, which is in user experience through the lens of cultural heritage, which, as I'm sure you know, cultural heritage having loads of cool stories that need to be told, interactive experiences to be designed for telling them. I've recently found myself at this wonderful company, Panavox, in the game industry, which has been an experience unto itself. See, Richcast is a lovely platform because it's been designed so that practically anyone can use it. You can use voice or buttons as inputs. There's a library of AI voices to support your project, and you can include your own art, voice, music, animation, and videos. It's available on the desktop right now, with the mobile application coming out soon. We're just going to take a deeper look into what Richcast can do in this video right here now.
Hi, my name's Kieran and I'm one of the community managers here at Panavox, where we've been developing Richcast. Richcast is a brand new form of entertainment that allows creators to build exciting interactive content without any prior knowledge of coding or programming. Richcast uses a simple drag and drop interface, meaning anybody can build a game, an interactive story, quiz, educational tool. In fact, the possibilities are endless. Creators are free to let their imaginations run wild, whilst players can access each title via desktop or mobile and control the action with either their voice or by using on-screen buttons. The unique aspect of Richcast is that you can quite literally have intelligent conversations with your characters and your creations. Richcast is bridging the gap for those wanting to create their own games and interactive content but who don't want to have to learn coding. So let's take a closer look at how Richcast works. Here's the Richcast editor. As you can see, very simple. The system works in the same way a flowchart would. Each tile represents an action, and all the creator needs to do is link them all together. So the first thing we're going to do is drag a visuals tile into the project. After all, the player needs something to look at. This is used to import pictures or video, and using an intuitive system you can work with multiple layers to create animations and movements. As we all know, music and sound effects really do make a story's believability. Dragging an audio tile into the workflow will allow the creator to upload their own music or sound effects and customize these with a variety of options, including reverb, distortion, panning, pitch, and volume. Next up, we're going to add a speak tile to the project. Using a unique text-to-speech system, all the creator needs to do is type their text into the box, which will then be read back in an AI voice during the story. Richcast uses over 150 actors, which can be customized to suit the character. Creators also have the option to upload their own voice clips, which can be done with a few mouse clicks. One of the most important things in any Richcast project is choice. We want players to feel a sense of freedom and that they are controlling the story themselves. To do this, we have the aptly named choice tile. Integrating this into the project allows the story to reach a point where the player can make a decision about what they want to do. This can be as simple as a yes or a no, but using Richcast's voice recognition system, choices can be as complex as the creator likes. Let's say your story begins in an empty room. How are you going to get out? The door? The window? Maybe the player needs to look under a table to find a key. Richcast uses a keyword system to pick up on the player's speech and influence the storyline and instruct the characters from there. The possibilities of choice are limitless, and this is how we've crafted Richcast to allow players to have a conversation with their characters. For example, a character could ask you how you are feeling. Using choice tiles, you could respond in a number of ways, but however you decide to respond will affect how the character reacts. Lastly, we have one of the most important tiles in the Richcast interface, logic. Logic allows Richcast to have a memory by setting variables. Variables are things that can change in the story. This could be the fact that you found a relevant item, it could be that a character remembers they've met you, or it could be used to trigger an event. Let's go back to our previous example. You wake up in an empty room, but you need a key to unlock the door. When you find the key, a variable can be switched on so that next time you interact with the door, you're able to open it. Logic can be used in hundreds, if not thousands of ways, whether it's remembering a score in an interactive quiz, changing the way a character responds to the player, or used as a way of creating multiple story endings depending on the choices that the player makes in the game. We've also included several other options such as pages to help organise projects in a page system, junctions to avoid overly complicated projects, and comments which act as sticky notes for creators. Richcast can be used collaboratively with multiple creators able to access each project. Once a project is finished, the creator simply hits the publish button and the project will go live for anyone to enjoy. Of course, before publishing, creators will want to test their project. Richcast includes an intuitive test mode, meaning creators can ensure their project is complete, fully working and entertaining before it goes live. Entering test mode will produce a preview of the project, which can either be viewed in landscape or portrait depending on how the project has been set up. Creators can choose to play from the start or at any designated point in their story, with an option to trigger variables to allow testing of multiple routes and scenarios. Test mode also has a handy function to help creators predict any potential causes of running issues they might want to fix before hitting the publish button. Now let's take a look at Richcast for players. So we've been working with writers, artists, sound designers, and voice actors to create a diverse catalogue of interactive titles. One of the first is Sherlock Holmes and the Eminent Explorer. Playing the part of the world-famous detective, you'll need to interrogate suspects and find clues as to who murdered Sir William Blanchard. But what makes this title unique? Well, you need to follow your own line of questioning, gather evidence, and then present this at the end and see if you can deduce who the killer was. Far from a linear story, Sherlock Holmes gives you the chance to play an active role in solving a murder, using your initiative and cunning to find the answer. Let's take a look at the title using AI voices.
Dr. Watson burst into the cozy sitting room of 221B Baker Street, and there you were.
Where would you like to go next?
Okay, let's go to the bedroom. As we mentioned, voice clips can be easily uploaded and assigned to a speak tile as well. The really exciting aspect of this is that anyone can play a part in their title. In the past, casting voice actors would involve sourcing expensive talent, hiring a studio, a sound engineer. Richcast skips this and lets anyone integrate their voices into their story. We've built a vibrant community of creators at Richcast, many of which have written and published their own titles. 911, What's Your Emergency is one of these. Playing a part of a 911 operator, you'll need your wits about you to help save Penny, a stranded caller who is reporting some thing breaking into her house. Following her progress with a series of images sent to you through your mobile phone, you'll need to instruct her on how to escape her home and reach safety. Depending on how you do this will result in different endings. 911 What's Your Emergency is an absolutely thrilling title with excellent replay value. Of course, Richcast can be used in a more humorous way, as we see when we're introduced to the story with a series of warm-up calls.
911, what's your emergency?
Yes, hello, I wish to report a noise complaint.
Who is calling?
My name is David Miller. I live in Westview, 124 Cherry Tree Road. I swear, if I find beer cans on my lawn tomorrow...
Okay, sir, what's the problem?
Some punk kids are having a party on their front lawn. They're keeping the whole street up, and I've got work tomorrow.
I'm sorry, sir, this isn't an emergency.
Seriously? This is where my tax dollars go? Screw you.
The caller is hung up.
London's Calling is a title that's really used the Richcast toolset to maximum potential. The story puts you, a police officer known as Rookie, against the Raven, a twisted psychopath who has placed bombs all around London. Your job? To defuse them. But you need to be careful, as one wrong move and the bombs will go off.
Why are you targeting London?
So how are you going to stop them? Well, the Raven sets a series of puzzles that you must complete. Failing to do each one will result in a bomb going off. This is a really gripping title that features puzzles, riddles, and more that the player needs to overcome to be able to progress. The officer in charge is Chris Davis, and how you perform reflects how she behaves towards you. Let's take a quick look at one of the puzzles in action.
Now we move on to the main event. Before you is a box containing a maze of train tracks. All you have to do is navigate the model train through the maze, reach the other side safely, and the bomb will be disarmed.
As we've mentioned, Richcast is so much more than a tool for just creating games. We recently teamed up with popular gaming YouTuber DJ Slope to create Slope's Game Quiz. If you're ready to put your retro gaming knowledge to the test, then this is definitely the title for you. As Slopes himself told us, despite being a passionate gaming fan, he had zero knowledge of how to create a game despite always wanting to. Using the simple Richcast toolset, he was able to make what you're seeing now. He'll ask you questions and react depending on your answer. This really is far from a linear quiz, and using a series of video recordings, Slope's reactions are genuine and based on your own responses.
Who's your favourite company? Is it Sega or Nintendo?
I'd say it's got to be PlayStation, to be honest.
Sony? Come on, we got a whole section of Sony related stuff coming up.
In creating Richcast, we've built something truly unique. In 2022, gaming is more popular than ever, but there's always been a divide between those making games and those playing them. Richcast brings creators and players together, allowing anybody, and we mean anybody, to build their own interactive content. The Richcast mantra is create, play, share, publish. Until now, it was difficult to be able to do all of these things, but with our unique platform, we're giving creative control to anyone, anywhere, regardless of their skills, knowledge, and experience.
Hey everyone, my name's Kieran and I'm one of the community managers here at Richcast. So hopefully by now you've got a bit of an idea about what Richcast is about. We've basically been working hard to create a platform that allows anybody to create interactive content, whether that be interactive movies or games or quizzes, without the need to know anything remotely technical. So you don't need to know any coding, you don't need to know any programming. There's a very, very simple drag and drop system that anybody can use and within minutes get to create their own unique interactive content. So at the moment we have a desktop app, which you can download on Mac and PC. We've got a mobile app launching very, very soon, which we're really excited about. So what we've been doing for the last 18 months or so is building a nice, big, diverse catalogue of interactive content for people to play. What's really exciting about Richcast is you can pretty much make anything in there, and that's brought us to work with a lot of interesting and unique writers. So where we are now, we've got sci-fi titles, we've got horror, we've got interactive movies, we've even got interactive magic shows, which is really, really cool. It's been a good 18 months for us, so we've been able to work with a lot of up-and-coming writers from all different backgrounds, writers, game designers, interactive fiction creators, and that's helped us build something that we think is really diverse and really exciting. A couple of examples of people that we've worked with. So we recently signed off on a project with Jane Fenn, who's written for Warhammer and she's written for Doctor Who, among other things. Bronte Dawson, who's very, very established in episode and the romance genre, so she was great to work with. We've worked with Eddie Robson, who's worked on Transformers comics and Captain America, and as I said, we even have a magician on board, Jason Michaels, who was recently on Fool Me with Penn and Teller. So it was great working with, well, it's great working with everybody, but Jason in particular was great to work with because he hadn't actually built an interactive story or any kind of interactive content before. And it was great to see him pick up Richcast really easily. The main thing is he enjoyed doing it as well, which is always very promising for us to see. So we've worked with people from all different kinds of backgrounds. Where we are now, we've got a pretty good catalogue of things for people to play. When the mobile app is launched, you want to have lots of things for people to enjoy. One writer that we did work with is Dan Whitehead. So if anybody is not familiar with Dan's work, Dan works, well, he's an established comic book writer. He actually helped us build our first interactive comic called Pegasus Lost. You can play this on Richcast now, and this is one of the titles we've been really, really excited about. It's set in deep space, and I won't give too much away about the story, but basically you wake up and you've lost your memory. You're stranded on the ship and you have to try and figure out what's going on. Depending on what you do and the choices you make and how you interact with the other characters, it'll lead you to various different endings in the story, which is great because if you don't get the ending you like, you can go back and play another one. We hired a really good artist to work on this with us to bring the, this comic book look to life. So what we like to do is we like to celebrate the writers that we work with. Richcast is a UGC platform after all, so it's really important for us to acknowledge and showcase the people that we've worked with and the people that have put a lot of time and effort and passion into building the titles that we have. So we recently did an interview with Dan, which I'm going to play for you now. So Dan will tell you a little bit about his background, a bit about Pegasus Lost as a whole, and also how he found Richcast and how he found actually building the project. So hope you enjoy this.
I've worked on loads of things. I've written for magazines, I've written books, comics, I've written for TV, I've written for video games, I've written video game scripts and things like that. Among the things I've worked on, Star Wars, Minecraft, Lord of the Rings, Looney Tunes, Rugrats. I'm currently writing the official comic series of Terrorhawks, the old Jerry Anderson TV show. So yeah, I write anything and everything. So Pegasus Lost is a sort of sci-fi mystery, I guess. The Pegasus is a trade ship on its way back from a routine mission. You, as the reader / player, are the captain of the ship. You wake up having been knocked out to find that the ship is off course. Your co-pilot has locked themselves in the cockpit and changed the course, and you've got to try and figure out what's happened basically by exploring the ship and working with Dola Sunday, the only other person on board who's the engineer, and there's also a ship's computer who will kind of help you out and guide you along the way. So with Pegasus Lost, what I wanted to do, when Panavox came to me and asked me if I was interested in working on a story for Richcast, I wanted to not create something that was so big that it would get out of hand and I wouldn't be able to finish it. So I wanted to choose a story that would have a limited location. You know, you're stuck on the spaceship, and also have a small cast, just so I could make sure I was comfortable using the technology. In terms of inspiration, it's, I mean, obviously things like Alien are a big influence on this kind of thing, but I didn't want it to be about you being chased by a monster around the spaceship. I want it to be more of a mystery. I wanted this to be a mystery for you to solve rather than an enemy to overcome, if that makes sense and isn't a spoiler. Yeah, I've worked on several games as a script writer and sometimes narrative designer. Usually the kind of stuff I've done has been much more straightforward in terms of writing the scripts for cutscenes and in-game dialogue, that kind of thing. Just prior to working on Pegasus Lost for Richcast, I worked on a game called Closed Hands with a games collective called Passenger. And this had 5 overlapping stories which told all through text, as if you were interacting with the computers of each of the different characters, which is about the closest thing to what I've done with Richcast. So I've got some experience with coming up with stories that work in this kind of area where you're not just telling a linear story of from A to B, you're giving the player choices along the way. You can have different outcomes, you can have different responses to situations. And it requires a lot more planning than just writing a straightforward story. You have to kind of consider every alternative, every outcome, every option. And also make sure that the player will know how to navigate through that. They won't, you know, if there's options available to them that aren't necessarily clear, then they won't find those options, and all that effort you've put into that part of the story is wasted. So there's a lot more thought that goes into it. When you're writing a linear story, there's always all these little ideas that come to you, like, you know, oh, you know, maybe we could do this, maybe we could do that. And the great thing about an interactive story is you can follow all those threads and see where they go. The trick is not doing it to such an extent that you're so overwhelmed that it becomes a huge tangle and it's impossible for you to finish, let alone for someone else to actually play it all the way through. And as my background as a writer, I kind of understand the principles of coding, but I don't know how to code. And one of the things I love most about Richcast is that you can just drag and drop the story elements without having to worry about the code underneath them. So it is just like, I mean, as a writer, I tend to see my stories as jigsaws anyway, that kind of need piecing together. And Richcast makes that literal. You can create a scene, you can create a dialogue, you can create an option, and they're all little, you know, pieces that you can move around. So it's not just easy to put together, it's easy to change and tweak and edit and shuffle and all the things that you do as a writer once you've kind of got a story in mind. And Richcast lets you do that on the fly. And then test it immediately. That was what was great as well. You can start writing your story and straight away you can play it and see, is it working? Do I need to add something here? Does that make sense? This input needs to be different, that outcome needs to be different. So just from the nuts and bolts mechanics of how you tell an interactive story, it takes all the hassle out of it. My favourite aspect of Richcast is how quickly you can get started with it and how quickly you can make things with it. When I first loaded it up, I was expecting to have to spend, at least a few hours, maybe a day or more, sort of figuring out what went where and how to do it. But as it was, my kind of like first faltering efforts at putting something together actually became the story I ended up doing, because it was so easy to iterate, so easy to go, oh, I can put that there, I can do this, I can shift this over there, that I didn't need to do a lot of onboarding, I guess. I just got on with it and it worked. I would think, I wonder if I can do that, and I could. So it was really intuitive, and it just kind of removed all the barriers between writing a story and making it interactive. I felt like I was just writing a story and then moving the pieces around however I wanted to, which was really refreshing. And also the AI voice acting is really good, which surprised me. I was thinking it would be very robotic, which is one of the reasons why when I started writing Pegasus Lost, I had the ship's computer as a character, because I thought, well, if the voices are going to be, a bit robotic and computerized, if I have a character who is a computer, that won't be as jarring. But in the end, we ended up using voice actors anyway. But I was really surprised at how good the AI voices were. And I probably would have been okay with putting them out without voice acting. But the best is you can hear, your story read back to you straight away. And the voice recognition part of it as well is so cool. You can talk to your story and have it respond. And we should be used to that by now, because it's the same kind of thing as, Siri and Alexa and all those kind of, voice activated assistants. But to have it in a narrative sense where, you're being told a story and then a character speaks to you and you can reply and the story responds to what you say, that's really cool. As a writer, that's really cool. As a reader or player, it's even cooler. And it's so much fun to do as well, because in Richcast you define what terms is it listening for. So you can kind of drop in little Easter eggs, like there's some in Pegasus Lost where, if you talk about aliens, the characters get a bit exasperated that you keep talking about aliens. But also it lets the player be themselves. You don't feel like you're... The thing with old text adventures, for instance, which was kind of my first experience of this kind of interactive fiction, was getting through the parser of, do you have to get the torch? Do you take the torch? Do you pick up the torch? And that's really hard, that's a barrier between you and the story. And with this, it's not there. You can tell, you can tell your story to just listen for any of these words, and as long as you hear them, it doesn't matter how they're said, it doesn't matter what else is around them, it doesn't matter what the sentences your player says. As long as they say get, or as long as they say pick up, it will respond. So it feels really natural when you're playing it, which is probably my favourite thing about it, is that you become an actor in the story rather than a player. As for tips, I think the main one is just have a go, play around with it, try things, experiment, because it is so easy to put things together and then change them and mix them up and shuffle things around, that there's absolutely no reason not to just start and play around with it. In terms of practical tips, keep your stories nice and clean on the screen. you know, nice rows of outcomes and plot threads. It's very easy with this kind of thing to get tangled up with lots of crisscrossing lines, linking back to stuff, things like that. But Richcast makes it very easy to not do that. You've got a huge kind of workspace to work with. So it's really nice and easy to make sure everything's laid out neat so that you can follow it and you can go back and change things. But yeah, it's so easy to use. My advice is just use it. Give it a go. Why not?
Welcome to the Right to Life orientation video. If you're watching this, that means it's your birthday. From the age of 20, all citizens must complete a Right to Life assessment. You find a wallet in the street. It's filled with cash.
Yeah, let's steal the cash.
Note that once the assessment process begins, it cannot be stopped.
Thank God you answered. There isn't much time, so listen. I'm from ComSec. We've made it our job to get you out of this.
Richcast is an exciting platform because it's been designed so that practically anyone can use it. We really want to lower the bar of entry so that if you've got a story or your friends have got a story that you want to tell and you want to make it interactive, you want to make it exciting, then we are there for you to support you through the Richcast tool. You can use your voice as inputs to guide the experience, or you can use buttons on screen. And what's really cool is there's a library of AI voices already built into the system so that you can quickly populate your experience with digital voice actors. Or if you prefer, you can add your own art, voice, music, animation, and videos. It's available on desktop with the mobile app coming out soon. And in a moment, we're going to take a deeper look into what Richcast can do in this video right here, right now.
So this is the Richcast editor. So as you can see, it's very, very simple to use. It's just a drag and drop system, and all we use are the tiles across the top, which we drag in whichever order we want, all with various different functions. And then once they're dragged in, we just link them up, hit play, and then it'll just follow this through as we set it up to go. If you've seen the video previously in this presentation, you'll see it's pretty easy to use. It's pretty self-explanatory, but what we'll do today is we'll go through a brief example of how you build a short story. We're going to go for a horror story because everybody loves a good horror game. And I'll show you how quick and easy it is to actually build something really fun that looks good and is fun to play. So I think the first thing we want to do in this story is bring in a visual tile. So the visual tile is used to upload, as you can imagine, visuals, any graphics or pictures or even videos that you want to use in the project. You could, if you wanted to, film an entire interactive movie on your mobile phone, send this to your friends, and they're effectively going to be able to have an interactive story with you, or you could film yourself talking to them in an interactive quiz. There's quite a lot that you can do. Again, very, very easy to use. There's a few different options in here that you can use to customize your visuals, whether it's panning across, zooming in, zooming out, making things a little bit more animated and exciting. But we'll get a nice background for this setup now. So this is how you're going to see the game on your mobile phone. If you wanted to, you can switch this to landscape as well, but we're going to go with portrait for now. And we have a layering system as well, so you can put an image in there and layer whatever you want over the top. So, for example, if you wanted to bring in a particular character into the scene, you can set them up so that they'll come in from one side, or fade in, fade out, however you want to do it to make it a bit more exciting. So all we need to do is select an asset for the layer. We have an inbuilt asset library here that you can see, but I've actually imported a few things into the project just to use for this particular example. So for a nice background, let's go with the this creepy looking kitchen over here. Now you might have seen this already if you've downloaded Richcast. This is actually a kitchen from 911 Watch Your Emergency, which is the title we've got live on there at the moment. But it looks cool, so I think we're going to use it for this one. Obviously it's not going to look great on a screen like this, so all we need to do, just resize it, zoom in as we want, and this looks kind of a nice place for the player to start looking at the big chunky knives on the table. So as I mentioned, we've got a layering system, so if we want to bring in some more objects that we can interact with, we just need to hit new layer and find the object. So let's have a look. So prop gun, let's go with that first of all. If we've got a monster chasing us, we're going to want a gun, aren't we? So let's stick that on the table. Now, as I mentioned before, you can do a few extra little things just to make this a bit more engaging. So rather than just have the image flash up and just have the gun just available to us straight away, what we can actually do is set this to fade in. So we've got a 5-second time here, which gives the image basically a time limit. So if you want something to fade in or to move, that will do so over 5 seconds. We can change that, we can make it shorter, we can make it longer, but 5 seconds seems about right, so let's go with that. So the gun's out on the screen. All we need to do is fade the gun out, flip to the end of the 5 seconds and make sure that's on 100%, test it out, and there we go, we've got a gun fading in. So let's do the same thing with a couple of other items that we could interact with. So keys would be a good shout. We might want to get out into our car and escape, so let's stick them down here in the middle, and we'll do the exact same thing with those. So let's make sure they're fully transparent and then fully faded in at the end. Make sure that's working. There we go. And let's give the player one more thing just for good measure. How about a prop phone? We might want to call the police. Let's say we don't want to fight this monster, we want to call the police, send for help. Again, just one more click. 2 more clicks. And there we go. Everything fades in. The great thing that we can do if you want to actually test this, make sure it's actually working, we've got a test console. You can jump into this whenever you like, you can play it from any point that you like, and you'll get this little example mobile phone that'll come up and show you exactly how it'll display on the screen. Just click on the block weight. And there we go. If we want to reposition them, we can do, but we know that it works. But what we probably want to do as well is set some atmospheric music or some atmospheric background. So we're going to use the audio tile for this, which, as you can guess, imports audio. So there's a number of different things you can do on here. You can import audio files, whether that's speech, whether that's sound effects or music. We've got different effects that you can put onto the sounds. You've got distortion, you've got reverb. So for example, your character's, walking around a cave and you want some footsteps, you can put reverb on that and it'll instantly sound like you're in a cave. We can fade it in, we can change the pitch, we can change the volume, we can put that up and down as we please. So let's call this background music, and let's find some music that we want to put in. So we've got different channels we can assign these to, so we can have multiple channels playing at once. So in this case, we obviously want that to be the music channel. Now I did actually put some music in here already, so let's see, we can listen to what the music is before we actually put it in. Yeah, that sounds nice and creepy. Let's put that in there. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to separate the 2 flows. So we've got one going off to the left and then one that's going to come down here. I'll actually play those both at the same time. And the reason I've done that is so that I can put in some ambience on the ambience channel. Let's see what we've got in here. Let's go with Stormy Night. Let's have some nice, some nice rain type effects. Like I say, if we wanted to, we could put some distortion on this. That's probably a bit much. We don't want that. We could have a high pass filter if you want the typical telephone effect. But this one sounds pretty good on its own. So we'll turn it down because we don't want that background to be too loud and destroying and annoying or distracting. And then hook that up. So now, as you can see, when we hit play, it's going to go this way and play the eerie background music, whilst also going this way and playing the stormy background noise. So what we need to do really is think about what characters we want to bring into this. So Richcast at the moment has got over 150 artificial intelligence characters that you can use, and you can set these up by going to actors. Now I've actually set this up already, so you'll default with a female narrator and a male narrator. I've actually created my own actor called Joe here, and his speech type is a character called Oliver. So you can actually audition these before you put them into the project and see if you like the sound of them.
Hi, I am Oliver and I often try my hand at open mics doing some stand-up comedy.
If you want to, you can change the speed if you want a bit of a slower character.
Hi, I am Oliver, and I often try my hand at open mics doing some stand-up comedy.
If you want to, you can even get ridiculous and turn the pitch right up.
Hi, I am Oliver and I often try my hand at open mics doing some stand-up comedy.
Oliver's obviously been inhaling some helium balloons, but I think we'll keep that at 0. You can change the colour, you can change to all these different actors. Like I say, we've got about 150 ranging from various regional accents, male, female, older, younger, children. So there's quite a bit in there that you can use. So we're going to stick with Oliver, who is going to play the character of Joe. So we've come into the kitchen with Joe, and what we're going to do. So let's have Joe ask us, what are we going to do? We can get a lot more creative than this, but this will do for now. If you want to listen to it back, we just hit play.
What are we going to do?
And we can type whatever we want in there. So what we're going to do, we can give this a title as well. So what are we going to do? That way we can recognise the title when we come out. One reason this is important is if you have quite a lot of dialect or dialogue in your story, I should say, you can export the entire script, and then the title will be assigned to the actual speak title here, so you can use that as a reference. One really exciting thing that you can do is you can actually import your own voice clips as well, in the same way that you'd import media. So if I have got a friend who wants to play the part of Joe and I don't want to use the AI voice, I can send him the script, he can send me back his lines, and all I need to do is import them this way. We've got a batch import function, so if you've got hundreds of lines, they can all be imported in once. And we've just released a new system where if you there's a particular file name or file naming system that you'll see in the script. If you assign the file name to the file, when you upload your voice acting clips, they'll automatically assign to these tiles. So let's say you've got 300 lines of dialogue, you don't have to go through and import every single one and import them all to the right tile. It'll just do it automatically, which is so useful and, as you can imagine, a massive time saver. So we're in the kitchen with Joe, and Joe's just asked what we want to do. So this is one of the probably the most exciting functions of Richcast is the choice tile. So a choice, as you can imagine, gives the player a choice of what they want to do. So at this point, we want to think about what we've got in the scene and what they can interact with. So we've got our gun, we've got our phone, and we've got the keys. So let's give the player one of these choices. Let's pick up the phone. Now down here is our keyword box. So with Richcast you can play either with buttons or with voice. As a creator you can turn buttons off, so if you want someone to play entirely with a voice you can do, or you can use buttons so that the player can actually tap on-screen buttons. So keywords are what the system will actually look out for when you're speaking to Richcast to give a command. So picking up the phone, you'll want words like phone, telephone, mobile phone, anything really that the player might say. You could put in, you know, anything you like in here, but whatever the player says, the system will look out for, and it'll pick up on the correct words and then send them down the correct route. So we've got to pick up the phone here. Well, equally, you might want to grab the gun. So let's go with gun, pistol, shoot, handgun. All things that the player might say if they were playing the voice. Then we've got the keys. Take the keys. Or the player might say, let's get in the car. Let's use the keys to unlock the door. Just a few of the words that the player might say to actually command what's going to happen next. So let's just do a little test from here. So we've got up to the part with Joe.
What are we going to do?
And we can see that we've got the 3 choices have come up on the screen. Now what you might want to do, let's say that the player gets to this point and they're a little bit unsure about what they want to do. They might not know specifically which option they want to choose. We can actually give the player little hints by using a nothing option. So nothing basically triggers if the player doesn't respond within a certain amount of time. So let's give the player 5 seconds. We'll just call this nothing. Now this won't show up on the screen, but what we'll do is it'll lurk in the background, and if the player gets to 5 seconds without saying anything, it'll trigger that route. So let's hook that up, and then we're going to give the player a hint. So Joe's going to say, what should we do? Grab the gun, the keys, or the phone? And again, we can test this. So let's go to Joe.
What are we going to do? What should we do? Grab the gun, the keys, or the phone?
So there you go. You can give the player a nice little hint by doing that. Now you will notice when we go into test mode here, nothing appeared on the screen.
What are we going to do?
The reason is because we've tested after the image was generated, whereas if we go back here, we can see the image. There's also another option that you can incorporate, which is called anything or anything else. And what this does is this looks out for any speech that doesn't appear in the choice boxes that we've already put in. So for example, if a player decides to say bacon and eggs, obviously that isn't relevant to the story and that's not going to be picked up on the choice tiles. So we need to think about what the system is going to do if the player does that. So let's say they say something stupid just because, you know, they just want to be daft. So they've said something that's not relevant at all. Joe might say, I don't think that will work. And we'll test that.
What are we going to do?
Bacon and eggs.
I don't think that will work. What are we going to do?
There you go. So now we've got all eventualities covered. We've got the 3 choices. We've got an option if the player doesn't respond, and we've got an option for if the player says something that isn't recognised. So what we can do now is think about what's going to happen when the player interacts with one of these objects. One of the things that we can do is use a logic tile. Now logic is arguably the most complex part of Richcast, but the great thing is it's just literally a drop-down menu. So this is where we set our variables. So for example, if a player has picked up a key or a player has found a bit of information that's key to the story that we need to refer to. The key example is probably the most common one. So let's say we need to get through a room or get through a door and we need a key to unlock the door. Once the player's got the key, the system needs to know that the player has picked it up, and then it will allow them to unlock the door and get through. So we're going to create a variable here. Again, this is probably the most complex part of Richcast, and it's literally a drop-down menu. So let's say the player has chosen the gun. The system needs to know that the player has chosen the gun. We can assign a number, or we can make this a Boolean variable, which means it's true or false. And that's it. So let's say they've chosen the gun. We want to set the variable to make the chose gun become true, because now they've picked up the gun. Chose gun. Very, very easy. So now when we go down this route and the player says, I'm going to pick up the gun, the system's going to know that's the option that they've chosen, and we can refer to that later on. So for example, if we got to the end of the story, if we've got the gun, we might be able to shoot the monster. If we picked up the phone, we haven't got a gun, so we can't defend ourselves, but Joe might say, let's call the police. So we're just going to repeat this for each item that we could choose. We're going to set up another variable. Let's go for chose phone. And we're going to set that as a Boolean. And then down here we're going to set the variable to chose phone to true. And lastly, same thing again for the keys. So we're going to set chose keys to true. And now we know that whatever choice we make, the system is going to know that that's the item that we've picked up. So what we might want to do now is, let's bring the monster in. So let's go for a sound effect here. Now again, these are uploaded to the system already, so we've got a nice monster noise here. Maybe a monster growling might be nicer. Sounds a bit like a dog. Let's try this one. Okay, that'll do. Let's turn that down a little bit. And now what'll happen is we'll link that up so that once we've chosen an item, the next thing that's going to trigger is the monster sound. Now because we can hear the monster, let's have Joe jump in again. The monster is in the room. So Joe's nice and scared. Now, what we can do is now refer back to these items that we've already picked up by doing a quick check in the system. And we do that with what's called an if check. So we set our if up and we have let's have if chose gun is true. So what this is saying now is, if I've chosen the gun, I'm going to go down this path. So if the gun is chosen, I'm going to go down here. If I chose the phone, I'm going to go down this route. Now what we also need to do when we're doing an if check is make sure that one of the options is always an else. So in this case, an else would refer to if I chose the keys. So we're saying if the gun's chosen, we'll go this way. If the phone was chosen, we'll go this way, or else we'll go this way, in which case, or in this situation, it would be the keys. So this is how we really make Richcast customizable and immersive for the player, because we want to make them feel like the choice they've made has had an impact in the story. So in this case, we're going to refer back to the items we've got. So we've got Joe saying the monster's in the room. If we've got the gun, Joe's going to say, shoot that thing. If we've got the phone, call the police. Call anyone. Maybe the phone's not the right choice. I think I'd have gone for the gun personally. And then if we've got the keys, unlock. Can't type. And let's get out of here. So we've basically now got a very short interactive story. So what we could do here is we can build onto this. So we could put a separate page for shooting the monster, which we could link to. So maybe the next page where we shoot the monster leads to a different bit of action. You know, we shoot the monster and it's wounded and we have to find a way out to escape because we've bought ourselves some time. If we call the police, that could link us to a different page, which, you know, let's say we've called the police, we now need to hide in the house and wait for them to arrive. Or we've got the keys, we maybe go to the car, unlock the car, but we find the battery's dead, and that means that we then have to go and find a battery to fix the car to get out. There's really pretty endless things of what you could do. So we're going to leave the demo there. Hopefully that's shown you exactly how you can build a short story really, really quickly. It's very simple to use, but we need to make sure we can test it and make sure it works. So we're going to do this on a little mobile phone. So we've got the stormy night and the eerie music.
What are we going to do?
Let's take the gun.
The monster is in the room. Shoot that thing.
And there we go. So that's very, very brief, but it gives you an idea of how we can actually build an interactive story in there. As I mentioned before, there's page functions, so I can build a different page in here if I want to. So these effectively act like internet browser tabs across the top, and that just helps you organize things. So for example, if you have various rooms in this house that you wanted to go to, maybe you've got the lounge, you've got the basement, you've got the kitchen, you've got the bedroom, you can separate these into pages, and that will really help with your organization. Another key thing that's worth doing is having some comments in here. So we're really keen for Richcast to be used as a collaborative tool. Comments can help you if you're coming back to something. So, you know, reminder, needs audio. So when I come back to the project, if I think, oh, do you know what, I need an extra sound effect in there, I can jump in and do that. Similarly, let's say you're collaborating with Joe. Joe, rewrite this text. So when Joe comes to it, maybe Joe's our script editor. When he comes to the project, he can see that and I'll think, okay, I'll rewrite the text, and that's his job done. So yeah, that's Richcast in a nutshell. Hopefully you can see how easy it is to use. It's something you can pick up very, very quickly. If you do have any questions about it, you can email us directly at community@panivox.com. If you want more information, you can head to richcast.com, and that will give you a bit of a help guide, as well as some details on how to get going with your first interactive story. But yeah, we hope you enjoy Richcast as much as we do, and anything you need to know from us, please don't hesitate to get in touch.
You are a field agent of the Omega Institute. Dr. Alexander Kane has attempted to change history by interfering with the assassination of Julius Caesar. You are not to attempt to alter history, or you will be fired.
We have to go back in time and collect evidence by talking to people and snooping around. Let's go. Just tell me where and I'll be right behind you.
Let's go to Rome.
You've arrived in Rome. The year is 44 BCE.
Right then, let's get a move on.
Hey there, welcome to the Magic Show. Now I'm going to ask you to place your left index finger on your pinky finger. I'm going to ask you to move a total of 5 times. I'm going to do it too. Ready?
My hand is ready. Let's go.
You're on your right index finger. Isn't this fun?
There we go. I found Adrian.
Hey.
How's it going?
I'm good, and you?
Going well. Going good. It's been a long 4 days of streaming, but we're excited and still getting ready for the gym. Excited to see what you all have to show us and the people who are watching the stream still.
Cool. Well, thanks for having me on the stream, and sorry I couldn't make it the other day, but I'm
Oh, no
glad I
worries.
can make it today. Yeah.
Yeah, glad to have you here. Excited to watch what you're going to show us.
Yeah.
So I will let you take it away from here.
Cool. Okay, let's go. Well, so I'm Adrian. I'm a co-founder of Cubes, and we're a sponsor for the Game Jam this year, and we're super excited about this. And mainly because we love game jams. We think it's the best way to learn game dev, and even if you're an experienced game dev, you can become a better one by doing game jams like this one. And we think the reason for this is, like, by nature, game jams force you to focus on what's important, and the short amount of time constraint prevents you from falling into the deadly dev trap that is, for me, never ending projects, basically. Because I think you all know the feeling, like you start with a very simple idea, and it starts working, but then you start adding so many things, like, what if I make this part more complex and add like some AI in there, uh, change the physics, lights, etc. And then you want to port the thing on different platforms, and it takes forever. And the worst case scenario is, like, after months working on this simple idea, you end up hating this original thing that you loved so much in the beginning. But in any case, even if you don't end up like hating this thing, in any case, the thing is, you spend way less time on what you really love doing. That is usually gameplay, cool mechanics, punchlines, story, like simple story, etc. Like a very powerful loop. Yeah, so game jam forces you to focus on what matters, and forces you to keep it simple, to narrow the scope down to what really counts in the end. Yeah, and it's the only way if you want to make it in 2 days. So yeah, we're glad to be a sponsor because we love game jams, and also because it marks a big step for us in the development of cubes. Because I honestly consider, like, as of this month, I do consider we're now game jam ready, and we were not like 2 or 3 months ago. So it's really, we had our first games made in so so fast. We could come up with multiplayer games in just a day. But of course, we're the dev team, so it's of course easier for us. And now we still have to lower the bar as much as possible. But yeah, we're at that point now. And yeah, and it's it marks a big step. And so yeah, Cubes is a platform to build games, and the goal since the very beginning was to make sure hobbyists or even like experienced devs could build crazy things in just 1 or 2 days. That was the goal at the beginning. And and I'll go into the details for our how we came up with the product. But yeah, Cube's been around for, we've been in a public alpha for about a year and a half, I think. But it was super sketchy by then. We opened this alpha very early because we wanted to get feedback from devs as we were designing the scripting environment. So I thank all the courageous pioneers in this experience, like they've been like through so much. Like we've been breaking stuff every month, and yeah, I want to thank you all for this. Okay, so a little bit about the story. So we started building this application. I started building this thing with Gaten, who was my co-founder. We met about 15 years ago. I have a picture here. That's us. That's from that picture is from the press kit. So we look nice on this, but we don't look like this in real life, I guess. But yeah, we met 15 years ago. And we used to work for a mobile game studio, building mobile games, very different kind of games, village games, action games, also user generated content programs. And yeah, it was awesome. But the thing is, when Gaten joined the company 15 years ago, the thing that he did is he introduced me to Minecraft. And I gotta say, it's been love at first sight for me with this program. And yeah, I thought it was so like just crazy how cubes are so easy to work with. Like anyone could build a house in just an hour. They never touched the program, and it was just so natural natural, and it was a crazy idea to make like very clever to make this a constraint for the whole environment. Like say the environment has to be made out of cubes so that people will be able to interact with it. So yeah, since then we've been playing Minecraft a lot and also administrated servers for friends and family, wrote a few plugins. And at some point, like the two of us have been hired by Docker, so we stopped working on games to move to DevTools. And even though the hiring itself had nothing to do with Minecraft, we also ended up building a Docker client within Minecraft. I have a little link in here. That's yeah, it's called Dockercraft. So it basically, the idea here is it would let you control your Linux containers right from within Minecraft. So you could just manage your website, for example, just pressing buttons and levers, writing Docker commands right from within the chat input. And this was so fast to build this kind of thing because you just assembling cubes, you had like not losing time designing graphics and stuff, and we got something that was working in just 2 to 3 days that we could demo. And again, it just shows the magic of cubes, how easy they're, how easy it is to work with cubes. All right. And so as developers, we kind of grow a curiosity for voxel engines. So voxels, I guess you all know what this is now, but in the sense of like, because voxels could be just dots, but in the sense of cubes, of like volumetric pixels. And so we grew a curiosity for this, and like we thought, how can Minecraft render so many cubes? How they deal with memory, vertices, physics, etc. And so as a side project, we started to build a simple voxel editor that's called Party Cubes. It's on the iOS App Store and it's still there. So we started to build these voxel editor from scratch and thought we would at least it would teach us a few things about these kind of engines. But as we did work on this as a side project, we kind of grew a curiosity, like our curiosity turned into passion for this thing, like a real, like we crazy about this. So when we left Docker, we decided to get serious about this thing, and we thought it should become a full-time gig for us that would make us happy. So that what we did. And so if we take like what Minecraft proved, a beginner could build a house in just an hour, and in the same spirit, our goal became to show that with the right tools, you could build any kind of digital experiences within 48 hours. And we've been working on this since it's been almost 4 years. Yeah, so it's been our and yeah, so in the end, it's just the perfect tool for a jam like this one. Like, so it's been our goal. Like, we want to make it possible for anyone to build something under 2 days. So yeah, you see the relation here. Okay, so I'll jump on a quick tour of the application itself. So it runs in I'm just wanted to show something. Yeah, it runs in it runs on Mac, Windows, iOS, Android, and web browsers as well. It runs on freaking here. Yeah, on Chrome and Firefox. Yeah, I kind of have some connectivity issues. Okay. Well, so you can get it on Steam for Windows and Mac. It's a free application. It will remain a free application. So Windows, Mac on Steam. It will also be on the App Store at some point. It runs on web browser, iOS, iPhone, iPad, Android. All right. So this is the Mac version here. Okay. So yeah, that's the main screen. So currently only the dev team can have custom avatars for this, but this is coming next month. You'll be able to get some equipments for your avatar. But in the meantime, if you see an avatar that looks like different than the others, it means it's someone from the team. Yeah, so you can, if you go in the explore section, you'll see a bunch of games from the community. These are all featured ones, and there you can find new ones. Yeah, so we can try a few. For example, the chopper. This is an old one. All right. Cool. So it reminds of Minecraft, of course, because of the aesthetic. Okay, so it's a simple chopper simulator. You just need to go close to the chopper here and click, and then you're off for a good flight. Just double press spacebar to leave. Well, I'll need to wait for it to come down. Yeah, take time. So that's a very simple setup. That's the default map, and funny thing is that while we're in alpha, and it's also a great way to learn how to code on the platform, is to pause the game, and you can access the code from all different games on the platform. You can read the code, copy paste, and do your own thing, remix it. There's just no official way to do it. Like there's no remix button yet, but you can just copy the code like this, change a few lines, and yeah, and tweak it your way. Let's try another one. One's funny because it's like it's the we obviously we get compared to Minecraft a lot, but and this one is the closest Minecraft experience that we have on the platform currently. It's just about like breaking cubes. Oh, there's sound in this one. I'm not sure you can hear it, but yeah. It's just a demo to show that you can break cubes one by one like this, or get a bigger pickaxe and break huge chunks like that, or even the gold pickaxe, make big holes. You can even like go like this. Right, this is fun. Lake cubes. Okay. Another one. No. All these games, I think the chopper and pickaxes is just they've been made in just a few minutes, maybe 30, half an hour, an hour. And get a result pretty quick. So this one is the goal is to wash things on the scene. In these cars so many times. That's not that easy. Okay. I think you get it. And well, the first 3 games you've seen, you always see the avatar as like a centric, like all game, but not all games need to be third-person games, and the avatar doesn't even need to be there. Like this is a good example. The classic reboot of an old game. I'm terrible at this. We were at a convention. We were at a convention a while ago, and these kids were just like going so fast over the map, and if I can just, oh come on, if I can just make it to the end, it's a miracle. Come on. Yeah, so bad. Yeah, one last. Okay, one more. Okay. Yeah, the goal is to make it to the end, and while using as less fuel as possible. I'm using a lot just to go over this rock. Oh, yeah. 644. Okay. Leave it at it. And let's try multiplayer one. Let's see if maybe someone from I know there are some people from the Discord online, maybe if you want to join. Okay, I'll just wait. I'm coming. Cool. It's better if we. I'll try to post a link if you want to join right from within Chrome or Firefox. You can just click on the link. You only need to put your birth date, but there's no need to create an account. So again, a classic one. Join. Go 4. Okay. The cool thing in this one is you die early like this, you can see the others competing from above. Yeah, the platform handles everything that's you need for multiplayer, like spinning up server instances. It's again, I think this game was. I'm not sure it's been made in just one day, but maybe two, and that was maybe 2-3 months ago. And we can look at the code, and it's like, just 600 lines of code of Lua. It's Lua scripting. I'm interesting. Yeah, so that's a great way to learn, just looking at other people's code. Okay, one more. Oh, hello, Banana Man. Getting serious. Oh. Okay, one more. I have a few things to show you, so. All right. Yeah. I'll finish on the victory. Sorry. Let's go. All right. So yeah, you saw a few games. I'll show you two others, and finishing with one that I like particularly. But let's do a little live dev session. I don't know. First, let's see the within the create. So this is the create section. So within cubes, you can create two kind of things: items or worlds. We currently don't have like a proper like a visual world editor where you can just like drag and drop things around, and that's coming at some point. This will be in the application. But so far, if you want to create a world, you have to code, and this is the only way, even though it's not that complicated, but we'll see that right after. And there's the item section that allows you to create like that. It's an embedded voxel editor that allows you to create all kind of items, and you can create maps or simple items like this egg or gift here. And our plan is to empower, like to rely on collaboration. Like we're really serious when we say we want to build something in the same spirit of Minecraft. It's a very different platform, but we want to we know there are different kind of profiles like players, artists, and devs, and we want to blur the limits between these different profiles and make them work together. We think it's a great way to achieve games like using items from others, using code modules from others, and if everyone can get a reward for like participating in the creation of a game, that'd be amazing. So how does this work? Well, we can maybe create an item for the demo, for the live dev demo that comes right after. I think I have I thought about like maybe recreating the global game jam logo. So we can start from this. I'll duplicate it. Global game jam logo. Okay, that's okay. So it's like kind of a little Photoshop for cubes. So the game jam logo is this planet and this there. The green should be white. So let's there's already, you can use the same color several times. Well, I'll do something like this. Okay. And there's this little yellow line around, plus. Okay. Oh no. What did I do? Okay. I'll close this. Just color these cubes. Okay. And now the yellow part. Yeah, I'll do my best. I'm not especially on stream like this. I did a few items that I like, but okay, minus. Oh god. Ah. Plus. Okay. I think there's like. I hope he'll be good enough. Wow. It resembles, right? I could have used the we have a tool for a mirror tool. If the two sides look the same, then I should have used this tool, and that would be done already. Okay. Let's keep going. All right. Yeah. Cool. If you recognize it, I mean, yeah, I'm flattered. Okay, cool. That'll do, I think, for the demo. Okay. So main menu. So it's called GGJ logo, and that's piece of art. Thanks. So GGJ logo, and the name is important. I'll just because you need to remember the name to import it in your game. Okay. So now let's get to this serious demo. Let's create a game like Gold Game Jam demo. Very creative name. Okay, go. All right. So yeah, it creates the default map has been around for like so long. We're gonna have some changes around this, like proposing different templates. But for now, you're stuck. Like you have to start with this, but you can change it. But let's import. So this is the whole code. Basically. So I can walk you through it. Basically, there are two parts. There's what happens on the server, and there's nothing in this experience. But the server is running for us. So if we want to make like events flowing from one player to another or to the server, it's possible right from there. And this so client on start, when the application starts, basically we want to add the player in the world and drop the player, and there's this function defined here that puts the player above the map and drops it. So one fun thing that you can do is right from within the chat. It's the best place to start experimenting with the scripting environment. So for example, if I want to change the velocity of the player, I can do it right here and test this code. And basically that's what's being used for jumps. When I press the space bar, it jumps and it calls player velocity and then sets it to something. I can also call the function that like drop player. I can call it and it will drop me above the map. That's a function from the script. What else can I do? I can there's a time cycle, and it's a bit annoying while you try to see things. So I'll turn it off. All right, and I can set it to time noon. Other things that I can change, like for example, if I change the player bounciness to 1, so we'll just keep all forces in place, and then if I jump, I'll just keep bouncing like this. If I jump down, I think I'll stay at the same level. Just invert the forces. Okay. Bounciness 0. Cool. And yeah, other things that you can do is cast rays. So let's say I'm casting a ray from the player cast ray, filtering the map because I just want to I want to go down to the block. So player cast ray like this. So it puts the result of the cast within the impact variable. If I print it, and if it's not nil, it means I touched something. And if there's a block in there, it means I touched a block. And so I could put like, if I put the block in a variable like b equal impact block, then I can do things like b replace, and I want it to be red, the red color like this. Yeah, and so that's the block that I touched with the cast and made it red. I can also remove it. Yeah, it's gone. See. What else? Well, I can do pretty. I want to make a trampoline game now. Cool. Let's try to like copy. Like I can. So in a game you have shapes. Shapes is basically cubes, like cubes forming a shape. So I can call the copy constructor here on player head, and I would copy player head this. And so now I have variable, but it's not in a world yet, so I can do world add child s, and then s dot position equal player dot position, and I'll offset it a little bit. Place it above me like this. Yeah. The player by default is scaled as a scale of 0.5. So if I want the same head, I can just scale it the same, apply the same scale. Scale equal player scale. And that's the same size. Floating head. Isn't that creepy? Then I can like turn on the physics on this. Physics mode dynamic. It will fall on the ground. I can also do the same thing I did with the player. I do velocity on y equal make a jump, and also bounciness 1. And I can make a jump again. Oh, jump. Okay, cool. All right. Yeah. So you see, I did all this like right from within the chat. You can try like anything from there, everything actually, and call your debug functions from there as well. Like, say I'll just change the fog distance. Right. If I want to change the script itself, I can go there and like for example here I see action 1 if player is on ground velocity equal y, so that makes me jump. But let's say I can also add an on release function this. And let's say I want to have a fly mode. I'll just create a boolean here. It's fly false, flying false. And if I press action 1 while not on the ground, while in the air, I want to turn this variable to true. And whenever I release action 1, I change it back to false. So that just changes a boolean, but it won't make me fly. But the simplest, maybe the simplest way to achieve this is use the so that's the tick function. So that's the loop that's called for, I think it's 60 times per second, but yeah, let's doesn't really matter here. It's just so the only thing we have here is security. Well, if I fall below minus 500, it will drop the player back on top of the map. But what I want to do here is if flying, then maintain velocity to something like player velocity y equal like 50, and I should do. I can just publish the game, and so if others. So this is not a multiplayer game, but if others, if I'm working on a multiplayer game, while others are connected, they will get the changes right away. And so now I press space once, I just do a simple jump, and press while in the air, I fly, and release full. Fine. Maybe one last thing before we go and demo maybe two more games. I can, yes, maybe so that you can see how you can manipulate shapes. Say function I'll create a fill function to fill a shape with one color. It has to be technically it has to be a mutable shape, because when you create a shape, you cannot change anything on it, but you can convert from one to the other. So fill as color. I want to iterate on all blocks. So for X, for S, width, U. This is Y and this is Z. Okay. So that function would just iterate on all the cubes. Okay. And what I'll do is maybe another action. I'll try to go faster here. Hope you can follow. Action 2. Yeah, we prefer to use actions like action 1, action 2, action 3, and you cannot have more than 3 actions because it's also but it's a trade-off, it's a constraint, but while doing this, it makes sure your game will run on mobile, and you'll be able to use the virtual sticks and stuff on mobile. So if in your game you allow like 10 different inputs, then it's impossible to play on mobile. So we wanted to make this a constraint. What can I do here? I can just like I did with the head, but I can make it a mutable shape. I will copy player head. Local S world child S dot physics equal. Oh, there's hello cat. Physics mode dot dynamic s dot position equal player head position s dot velocity equal camera dot forward. So that's the direction the camera is pointing at. I could use player dot forward. It's almost the same. That would be the speed, and I want it to go up a little bit. This. All right. What else? That's good. Let's try this for going further. So when I click, okay, it throws head like. Yeah, I'll adapt the scale. S scale equal player scale, and I want to see the face, so I'll turn it for the rotation Y player head rotation Y plus math I like that. Cool. Should do. Okay, you see. The cat is like eating the wire of my headset. It's a nice cat, but yeah, it has some downside. All right. Okay. Well. Oh yeah, and the fill function, right? That's the last thing we got. So fill. So yeah, remember I created this fill function to interact with the shape, and I don't do anything here. So that would be block. Sorry. Block equal s get block xyz. And if there's a block, there are also empty spaces in the shape. So if the block is not nil, then and block replace with the color. And now if I call this fill fill function on the shape as color, I'll make it green this time. There, RGB. Okay. Oh, I think oh yeah, there's a. I forgot. Oh, what was the error? 69. Third argument should be a number. 69. Get block. Oh, see here. Oh yeah, throwing green heads around. Cool. Well, there are plenty more things I would like to show you, like lights. Yeah, plenty of things. But you see the idea. Maybe I can call it the map itself. Fill. The map is a mutable shape. So. There are a lot of blocks there, but that worked. Oh, okay, it worked. Time dot current. Cool. Yeah. I made it super ugly. All right, let's maybe try 2 more, and then it'll be time for me to go. Okay. So, yeah, as I was saying, we are now game jam ready for the platform. This game, Eat Your Fruits, it's been made for a 40-hour game jam a few weeks ago. That's if you want to join, I'll share the link. The link. It's here. Sharing the link. Oh. Come on, wait for me. So the principle of this game is you need to punch the trees to collect apples and throw them at others. The problem is, like, while you're punching, others can see like trees bouncing and just go and come and get you. And it's oh. But you can wait for others to punch trees and steal their apples. It's might have. Whoa. So bad. My aiming is terrible. Oh, good. So in this game, you see like the apples are actual items, and the trees are all made by code, like stretched and adding cubes randomly, stretching. You can achieve interesting things this way as well. Oh, now you can see me. Dude. Come on. I mean, I'm out. There's no sound when I'm out of fruits. Oh, yeah. Fuck. Oh. Damn it. Yeah, one more round after this one, and then I'll show you one last thing, and wrap up. One last, one more round. Who are you? Oh. Hmm. Stressful. 49 seconds to take the lead. It's just 2 kills. Oh. This is brutal. It's not moving. Yeah. Easy target. Ah! How could I miss this one? All right. Answering the chat or something. Is it the guy with the shirt is my co-founder Gaten. Okay, cool. So one last thing. Going to the main menu. It's for a funny experiment from this week, and it's called Imagine. Yeah, and the goal, I mean, the goal was to show you like all this multiplayer working out of the box within the platform. And this one is to show that you can also use some external connectivity, like make requests to external services. And this one is plugged on the DALI API. So if I'll just wait for, is this the, oh, okay. So again, for type of world, like, I don't know what's like jam. I'll just send the link to hold on a second, just sending the link to my wife. She wanted to play. Paste. Go. Yeah. This means we can just generate things together. Red gem. And yeah, let's do a gamepad. All right. Okay. It's a game jam. The pink horse. And fire. It replaced. Thing replaced story time for my kids. they're they're just throwing a lot of words and just generating images. Uh, yeah, type global game jam. Yeah, I'm not sure. I will. We'll see. So that's global game jam according to Delhi. All right. What else can I type? Sword. What if I type like game developer? Game developer. What is this? Gandalf. What? Is this a game dev? That makes no sense. Developer. Hmm. Crazy. I'll take a screenshot. All right. Ellie. Cool. Oh, I think it's almost the end of the screen. The stream. An apple tree. Apple tree is like a tree coming out of an apple. Tree with apples inside. All right, cool. I don't know if we still have a few minutes, maybe 2 minutes. If I do. Craft. This. I like to do paintings as well. It works. Sometimes it works pretty well, like the Mona Lisa. Voxel engine. Okay, guys, that's what we're building. That's a voxel engine. What? Okay, well, I think that's a wrap. Cool.
Thanks, Adrian. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah. Thank you.
Great stream to watch. Hope everybody had fun.
Yeah, we had I had actually, and so I hope the others as well. Cool. Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thanks for being on. Hope people try it out during the gym and make some cool stuff with it.
Yeah, sure. And just wanted to add that the engine is very early, but we're the whole team is going to be on the Discord the whole week. So if you need help or anything, we'll be there. So yeah, just post questions. We can help you fix bugs or anything. So yeah.
Cool. That's great. Great to hear it. They can you have the Discord link there that they can join and see.
Yeah,
Find you on our GGJ Discord. You guys will be all over during the gym helping people. So.
Yep. Thanks a lot. Thanks everyone for watching, and yeah, see you soon. Bye bye.
Yeah, thanks. That was Adrian from Cubes, and definitely check that out. Super early still, but why not use a super early game engine at your jam? Have some fun with it. It looks like it's already a lot of fun. So excited to see what people might make with that. Coming up next, we have Kadasha Kerr from GitHub. She's a developer advocate who loves creating short form videos. She's here to talk about version control and Git. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thanks. This is like my very first Twitch stream where I'm actually presenting, so newbie here. So please be patient with me if I make like silly Twitch newbie mistakes.
Oh, I'm sure it'll be great.
Cool. So let me share my screen. Oh, hold on. How do I see what I mean? Okay. I would like to share this one. Can you? Okay, great. That's good.
Awesome.
Okay, cool. So let's get into it. I'm super excited to be here. Hello, Global Game Jam. I'm Kadesha, a developer advocate at GitHub, and today we're going to be talking about version control and Git, something that's going to be very beneficial for you when you start building your games next week during the Game Jam. So let's get into it, right? So today we're going to go through what is version control, what is Git versus GitHub, and whether or not they're the same thing, how to configure Git for the first time, because sometimes it can be a bit arduous. We're going to go through some core Git concepts that every developer needs to understand. Git is such an important version control system to know. If you work as a developer, you will know that version control is very important, because if you lose a work and you don't have it saved in a history somewhere, oh my goodness, you're just going to have to start all over. So then we're going to take a little look at GitHub, just go through some GitHub basics. We're going to do an activity together. I hope you will join me. I have a demo repo where we will go over some basic Git commit concepts, and then we'll push those Git commits to GitHub. So, and then we'll wrap up, and that's going to be it. But first, who am I? So like I said, I'm Kadesha, and I work as a developer advocate at GitHub. Before that, I worked as a front-end engineer for about 2 years. And I love creating technical content. I do most of my content in video form on like Instagram and TikTok. Sometimes they're posted on Twitter, but I'm not very active on Twitter, to be honest. But I am extremely addicted to TikToks. Like I can watch TikToks for days and never get bored. Who's with me? Am I the only one? Hopefully not. It's a problem. But I do have a deep passion for educating marginalized communities about technology and how they can use it to improve their lives. So let's get into it. So What is version control? Version control is essentially a system that tracks changes to files over a period of time. So think about whenever you're making a change to an essay per se, and you have to write different versions of the essay because you're applying to different colleges. So you'd say, okay, this is an essay for FAU, this is an essay for WGU, this is an essay for this school. And so you have different versions of your essays saved on your computer. What version control does for you is it will keep track of those changes so you don't have to manually do it. So in development teams, it is a practice of tracking and managing changes to source code. By using version control software, dev teams are able to implement new features for the same project at the same time. So what is Git? Git is the most widely used version control system across the world. And to use Git, we have to download it to our local machines, like to our computers. We have to go to this website right here, git-sm.com/downloads, and download Git for the machine that we have. You can use Git for Linux, Windows, or Mac OSs and get started there. So we don't have time to go through installing Git today, but when you do download Git, you will need to configure it to your machine. So here's what that may look like for you. Too fast. So to configure Git for the first time, you will need to set your identity, you will need to set your default editor that you want to use, and you can also set your default branch that you want to use. So this could look like something like git config -- global. Setting it to the global scope, user.name lady dev. So you want to set your name, you want to set your email address so Git knows who you are. That way, whenever you save a piece of history in the version control toolchain, Git will know exactly who to attach that work to. So whenever you make what's called a commit, and we'll go over what a commit is later on, whenever you made what's called a commit in the Git version control system, the Git commit will say, okay, Kadesha made this change at this time, and this is what she did. And so that's why you want to make sure that you set your identity. The editor, so you can set your default editor so that you can just simply type in code period and just go straight to your editors because Git will know who you are. So I like to use VS Code. There is also, there's like a whole bunch of other code editors that we can use, but my preference is VS Code. And so you can set whatever your preferred code editor is. You can also set your default branch name. I like to use main because that's what we use here at GitHub. And so that way Git will know what your main branch is. So whenever you branch off or create new different like tails, let's say we have a tree and that's going to be the main tree, and you have branches that come off that tree. That's what a branch is essentially. It's a way for you to work independently on a project without like interfering with what your coworkers are doing. And then you want to check your settings. So you want to check that your name, email, editor, and default branch is correct. And there are also like other configurations that you can do, and you can look that up in the Git docs. Let me see if there are any questions so far. Cool. So when it comes to Git, there are a lot of concepts that can be very overwhelming, but to get started with Git, some main concept that you may want to know is a repository. And a repository in Git is pretty much a collection of files of various different versions of a project. In a Git repository, you have untracked, tracked, stage, and modified changes. So untracked changes are changes that you just entered into your file system and you haven't made it a part of the commit history for Git to track. Track changes are those changes that have been committed, that have been like added to the staging environment, and stage changes are commits that have been like, definitely set in stone in history. Modified changes are any changes you make after that staging changes, and then you have to make another commit to put those changes on top of the previous one. Hopefully I'm explaining this correctly. Do let me know if this is not making sense. If you're familiar with Git, let me know by dropping the dancing emoji in the comments. That way I know if I need to go slower, and if you have any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. Branching is an independent line of development. So whenever you have a repository that houses the project, when you pull that repository or clone that repository to your local environment, you will create what's called a branch. And so you have the main branch that you set in your Git. So Git knows, okay, this is the main branch. You can create a branch called, let's say, Katie's branch, and that's going to be a different branch that's a part of the same repo. So when you create Katie's branch, you're going to make changes, and then you're going to tell Git, okay, Git, I want you to merge my branch into the main branch, and so the project becomes one again. Hopefully that makes sense. So that's what branching is. It's like branching off the main branch. Pulling is when you say, hey, Git, go to the main project and tell me and fetch all the changes that have been made to the project that I don't have in my local copy of the repository. So when we do a Git pull, that's what we're doing. We're getting remote changes that are not a part of our local copy of the project, and we're making sure that those get synced so we're not out of or copy isn't out of order or out of sorts. Pushing is when you have made changes to your Katie's branch locally. And so after you commit into the staging environment, after all that's done, you want to push or tell Git to push all this work that I just did. Please send it up to the main repository so that it can be reviewed. A commit is a message. So git commit -m is the syntax, and then your message, your commit message in quotation marks, that's telling Git, hey Git, please keep track of this. I don't want to forget it, right? A commit is pretty much a snapshot or a milestone along the timeline of a Git project. When you make a commit, you're saying to Git, hey, keep an eye on these changes. I'm still working. It's a time in history of your work. Merging is similar to merging on the highway. So if you know how you're driving and then you have to merge and then you become one with the highway, that's kind of what merging is. So you're going to take your Katie's branch and you're going to make it a part of the main branch. And then once all those changes from your branch gets into the main branch, you can actually delete that branch. Kind of like merging on the highway, that merge lane goes away and you just have that highway lane. A development environment is what's on your local machine. So you have a working directory where the repository is stored. You have the staging area where all your commits are. And then you have the local repository, which is your local copy or local version of the repository that's stored elsewhere. Rebasing is the process of moving or combining a sequence of commit into a base commit. Rebasing is something I did a lot when I worked as a software engineer, and sometimes it was very, very difficult to do. I had to get my senior engineers to help me a lot. But rebasing is an important concept to know because you'll come across it a lot when working with code in Git, and also you'll come across it a lot in merge conflicts. A lot of time rebasing your branch will help to resolve that. So what is GitHub? GitHub is a platform that allows developers to store code in the cloud. Now, that is a very simplified definition of GitHub. GitHub is much more than a place to store code. Earlier this week, we had Mish Manners, our developer advocate, who walked through GitHub and all its features. So be sure to check out that live stream if you missed it. So GitHub, in this instance, is a place for you to store your code in the cloud. Now, to use Git, you need access to a repository, and this is where GitHub comes in. GitHub allows you to store your code in a repository or a file structure that's easy to understand and easy to navigate. With GitHub, you can store your game development code there. I've never built a game before, so forgive me if I'm using the wrong terminology. So with GitHub, you can store your code on the platform so that when you want to go back to it at a later time, you can, or if you need to submit your project with a link, you can just push your code to GitHub, copy the link to that repository, and submit your work with that link, and everything will be there. You can also push your code from your local machine to GitHub, to a remote repository in the cloud, and GitHub also makes it easy to collaborate on a single project with multiple developers. So like I said, GitHub isn't only a place to store your code, it's also a place to collaborate with GitHub projects. So if you're building a game, the first thing you want to do is to make sure to plan it out so you can make a list of cards and, write like in progress, done, testing, deployed, or whatever you want to call your columns. That can be done on GitHub. GitHub is also a place where you can secure your code. So if you need to add security, there's a lot of features that you can check out. But for today's purposes, it is a place to store your code using Git. So Git and GitHub are not the same thing, right? So Git allows us to keep track of our code changes over a period of time. GitHub allows us to store that code in the cloud. To use Git, you must have access to a Git repository, which GitHub can provide. So that is the main difference between Git and GitHub. Git tracks your file changes, and GitHub stores those file changes, right? It stores your code. So this is what a GitHub profile looks like, and this is my profile. So my contributions are a bit sparse because at my previous company, we did not use GitHub. So all my contributions are stored there, but that's beside the point. So a GitHub profile consists of like an overview section, a repository area where you can go to see all your repository. You can create what's called a profile README to have a little bit of an about section about yourself. I know a lot of developers love to use this, especially when they're looking for jobs. So like you can embed an SVG file in Markdown, and you can embed like GIFs in Markdown. So like if you have a game and you want to make your page look a little fancy, you can plop a little example of what your game looks like on your GitHub profile, just so it's to give it a bit more life. Mine is a bit boring right now, but that's what a GitHub profile looks like. A GitHub repository looks like this. So this is pretty much where your code is going to be stored when you push all your game fun into GitHub. So this is the file structure of a repository. You have a README that tells us all about the project. You can add tags. You can add a link to your deployed project. And yeah, this is what a repository looks like. It's pretty seamless. This is what it looks like when we push our code to GitHub. We can open up a pull request on GitHub. That way people can see a list of all the changes that we made and review our code. And here we see our local Git commits show up on the platform as well. And so we can see the changes that we've made over time. So today I would love for us to work on a little activity. If you have a computer, I would love for you to pop it out and go to this repository that I have. It's going to be an intro to Git activity that we're going to do together. So pretty much we are going to walk through these steps. So we're going to practice some basic Git commands. So we're going to open a repository in what's known as GitHub Codespaces. And the reason I'm using Codespaces today is because it's a lot easier to use than asking you to go download Git and wait for that to be set up. Codespaces has Git right into it because it's built on VS Code. And so we're going to use that cloud development environment today. We're going to create a new branch. We're going to create a new Markdown file. We're going to commit the file to the staging environment. We're going to add an intro in the file. So we're going to make a change to that file. We're going to make a commit again to track our changes. We're going to add a little bit more changes to the file, do another commit. We're going to run git log, git status, and then we're going to push our changes to GitHub and open up a new pull request. Now, this is pretty much what you're going to be doing when you're building your game and working with Git and GitHub. You're going to be coding, in Unity or whatever programming language you use, Unity, C++, or whatever your choice is. Then once you're coding, you're going to be making commits along the way. So like whenever you make a big chunk of change, or like whenever you solve one problem, so let's say the first problem is to build Spider-Man, I don't know, in the game. So once you build Spider-Man, you can do a commit to say build Spider-Man. Just so, and you want your commit messages to be very descriptive. So that's kind of what we're going to do today. We're going to go through the Git flow or the GitHub flow, just so it's easier for you to use next week, or you have a familiarity with that. So let's go to the repository. And how do I change the window I'm sharing? Do I have to stop sharing and then reshare? Let's do it that way. So, share. So let's go to the repository. You can see my screen. I hope you can see my screen. So let's go to the repo. And the first thing we want to do is to open up a new code space. Let me put this on my other screen just so I can see what's happening. Sweet. Okay, great. Okay, great. I'm happy that you love a play along. So this is the repo, Lady Kerr / intro to Git. Let me, maybe someone can pop the link over for me. And so when you get to this repository, you're going to hit the green code button. If it goes here to local, okay, we're not going to clone it to our machine today. We're going to work in code spaces. So go to code spaces and hit create new code spaces. And then it will do its magic. And then we have an editor in the cloud. And let's make this a little bigger so you can see. Is that good? Yeah, I think that's good. I think that's really close to the screen. Okay, so let's see. Can somebody give me a thumbs up when you're all good to go? But yeah, so this is pretty much code spaces. So code spaces is a cloud development environment. It's built on top of VS Code, and it has a lot of fancy tools and technology built into it. And the great thing about code spaces is that we can create dev containers to make sure that whenever we hit a code space, we can just go right into it. We don't need to install anything. We don't need to wait on, things to spin up. Once we have that dev container.json file, which I don't have in this repository because it's pretty simple, code spaces make our work life a lot easier. So let's keep going. Awesome. So once you have this set up and you have this built up here, click on the readme.md file. But I believe the first thing that we need to do is to create a new branch. My slice. Yeah. So the first, okay. I think the first thing that we need to do is to create a new branch in the repo. So let's do that. And so we want to name the branch like last name -intro. So let me show you how to do that. So to create a new branch, we type git checkout -b, and then we put our branch name. So my name is Kerr-intro, and that's how we create a new branch. So creating a new branch is very important so we don't mess up the main branch and so we don't get lost in the project. So like if we make a mistake on our local branch that we just created that isn't a part of the main branch, we can always get rid of that branch and the main branch is protected. So that's why it's important to work on branches whenever you're building something. Never push to the main branch because you never know what's going to happen. And so the next thing we're going to do is to create a new markdown file with the syntax last name -intro. So let's hit this file button here. Kerr-intro.md for markdown. And here we go. So let's now stop and make a commit. So whenever you make a significant change, you want to stop and you want to add your changes to the staging area. If we do git status, we can see that this was added to the staging area, which is why it was green. And so now let's commit this into the staging area. Added files. And if we do git status again, we should get a message that says working tree is clean. And so that's pretty much the Git flow, right? So we create a branch, we create the files that we need, we do the work that we need to do, once we make a significant amount of change, we do git add. And typically you don't want to do git add all like I did here. You want to do git add like a folder or git add like a file, the specific file that you need, because sometimes you do things and you don't really want it to be tracked by Git. You can always add that in like a git ignore file, which we're not going to be going over today, but that's also something that you can look up in the docs. But this is the Git flow: git add, git status, git commit, and then we keep working. So let's make some changes into this markdown file. Very simple here. I am Kadesha and I am learning how to use it. And this is my favorite emoji, so it's going to go here. And so I've just made another change to this file. And so I'm going to do another git status. And you can see that it is in red because our modified changes are not a part of the staging environment. So let's do git add. And if we do git status again, it's going to be green, which means that these changes are ready to be committed. So if we do git commit, and we can just do like update readme doc, or it's actually not the readme, it's the intro doc. And then we do git status again. We can see that that file is being tracked. So Git is doing all the hard work for me. I don't need to save like multiple versions of this file everywhere. Git is doing all that hard work for us here. So now that we've made a few changes, maybe I could add one more thing, and just to show you the Git flow again. This is fun. I like Twitch. Maybe I should learn Unity. See, what do you think? Should I pick up Unity and start building games? I don't know. I've actually never played any game except like Super Mario. Don't tell anyone. It's a secret. So let's say you just made some more code changes and you want to use Git again. You're always going to do git add. Then you're going to do a git commit to add it to the staging environment. This can just be like more updates to the intro file. And there we go. And we can always add aliases to our terminal if we want. And one fun thing about CodeSpaces to know is whatever you have saved on your local VS Code, if you use VS Code, you can merge those changes to CodeSpaces. So like your theme, so like this is a theme I have locally on my machine in VS Code. And so because it's merged, the same theme appears in my browser. I think that's pretty cool. So now that we've committed all our changes, let's run git log, then to see git status, just to make sure that nothing is left. And then we can do a git push to get everything up into GitHub. So with git log, we can see a history of all the changes that have been made to this file. And git log not only shows you the commits that you have made, but if you're working on a team, git log will also show you commits that your team members have made if they've made commit to this branch. So let's say I spotted a mistake. Let's say instead of saying added files, let's say I want to say, or actually what the last commit was more updates to the intro file. Let's say I want to make a change to this commit. How do I do it? So we can do git commit -- amend. I'm so used to doing this in my terminal, so hopefully this works out. And things. So let's save this. I've never interacted with Git this way before. Let's close. So let's see if it saved that. Let's run git log again. Oh yeah, it did it. Great. So to make a change to a commit, you run git commit -- amend, and you make updates to your changes, and you keep going. One thing that people typically get stuck on is like how to exit BIM. So like whenever I run git log, this brings me into an interactive area in the terminal. And to exit this, I just hit Q and I am out. So I always like to remember :WQ or :Q to exit, and you're free and clear in the terminal. So let's keep going. Git status, nothing to commit. All our changes have been made. And so what we can do now is do a git push to our branch. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take these changes, because these changes are only on my local machine. It's in code spaces, so it's only a part of my code spaces. It's not a part of the main repository. If I go to the main repository, there's nothing here that says cur-intro, right? So what I need to do is to push these changes to GitHub and then create what's known as a pull request. So git push origin cur-intro. I also think I need to publish the branch. Oh, I know what this is. Okay. I've done this a few times. It's because I already have a branch called cur-intro. So I'm going to create a new one. Great. So now let's run git push again. And it should work this time. No. Live debugging, people. Why isn't it working? Any ideas? Oh, it didn't create the new branch. Okay. There we go. Oh, I forgot the -B here. Check out -B. That's why it didn't create. Okay, so now that we have this going, let's go to our repo and let's click on this big button. And so we want to merge into the main branch our cur-intro games file. So we want to add a description to our pull request. And a pull request is a way for your team or whoever's on your team to review your code changes so there are no mistakes, or so like they'll catch something, a syntax error, a bug, something that you haven't caught. And so you want to leave a nice description of the changes that you've made. Hit create pull request. I have a little bot. If you push to this repo, there should be a bot that runs greetings. But if we go to files changed, we can see a list of all the changes that we made. Now, this is a very small example of how to use Git, so we haven't made that many changes, but let's say you made changes to 5 files. All 5 files would be here. You'll see the original on the left-hand side and the changes that you made on the right-hand side. Somebody can come in here and click review changes and just leave comments on very specific lines of code. You can click here to start your review and keep it going. And that's pretty much Git and how to work with the Git flow. So let's keep going. Oh, any questions about that? Let me know. What I'm going to do is I'm going to re-share my screen again. This one. And let's keep going. So that's pretty much how we use Git and GitHub together. If you would like some resources on how to learn more about Git and GitHub, which I hope you do, you can take a look at this awesome resource. It's a Git cheat sheet made by GitHub. And I used to have this at my desk every day when I worked as a developer. And so it's pretty much a list of all the most common and most used Git commands. So like git init to create a repository, to turn an existing directory into a Git repository, git clone, git fetch, git merge, git show, git diff, some more advanced ones there. But this is a really good cheat sheet to have. Another great resource is GitHub Skills. So GitHub Skills is a website that you can go on to learn how to use Git and GitHub. Where did it go? Nothing is working for me today. Yeah, so it's an introductory site. You can go to learn how to use Git and GitHub. So with this one, there's an introduction to GitHub, to Markdown, to GitHub Pages. So many things you can learn how to do on this website. And that's pretty much it for today's presentation on version control and Git. Do you have any questions? Huh. That's weird. And now I know how to use Twitch a little bit better. Though not really, because cool. If you have any questions, let me know. If not, it was great to be here.
Yeah, that was a really great presentation. Thanks.
Thanks. How can GitHub help during Game Jam? So with GitHub, you can store your source code on the platform in a repository. That way, I know like you need to submit your games with a link, right? So instead of creating like a zip file, you can just have your source code right there. So that's one of the best ways you can use GitHub. You can also use GitHub during Game Jam by using code spaces. So let's say you have an older machine that doesn't have a lot of RAM or gigabytes or space that you need to run all the tools that you need. You can spin up a code spaces and determine how much resources you need and work in the browser. No need to use your local machine to do all that heavy lifting. Let the browser do it. Let code spaces do it. So that's another way that you can use GitHub during Global Game Jam. Additionally, you can use GitHub projects to keep track of the work that you're doing. So similarly to how dev teams have sprints, you can use GitHub projects to keep track of your work and say, okay, this ticket to create this ticket to create this, and everything is there and clear as day. Hopefully that answered your question.
Yeah, the amount of GitHub problems that I've seen people run into at game jams over the years is usually a lot. So getting those out of the way early is definitely a thing.
Well, what's the most common problem you think?
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of merge conflicts and stuff. I think it tends to be an issue.
On skills.github.com, there is a whole section on merge conflicts and how to resolve them. So that would be a great thing to look at before Game Jam, because merge conflicts are painful.
Tell me about it. Yeah, it's giving me flashbacks to my last job at, in the IT world.
Yeah. Cool. Well, it was nice being here. Thank you so much for having me, and I hope you have fun.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Yeah, thanks to Kadesha for that great presentation on GitHub, and hope you learned something useful today from all of our presenters. Thanks to everyone who joined the stream today, who watched, who presented, who participated. We had a really good time. We'll be back again tomorrow, starting at 5 a.m. Pacific time, with another full day of content to get you ready on the last day before we announce the theme to Global Game Jam 2023. And after that, it'll be time to jam on Monday. So we're super excited about that. Looking forward to it. Still plenty of time to register to jam with us at globalgamejam.org. Sign up on our Discord. We can see the link on the bottom of the screen there. Meet all jammers and sponsors and everybody who's participating in Global Game Jam from all over the world, and say hi and meet other folks who are jamming and show us what you're working on when you do start jamming. And we will share that to our social media channels and let the rest of the world see it. So yeah, we're looking forward to it. Go check out all our great sponsor offers that we have on globalgamejam.org/sponsors. Plenty of free tools and offers and credits for things for you to try during the jam and make use of and learn and see how they work in a game in a setting where you're just trying to have some fun and make something cool, and then see maybe how you can implement that going forward in other projects after the jam and outside of the jam. Yeah, we're really excited about it. Go to our website too and check out all of our diversifiers, which were just announced yesterday. All the community suggested sponsor or diversifiers that are always fun, and the sponsored ones as well, as some of them have their own little unique challenges with them to add some extra spice to your jam. If you like your jam spicy, go check out those diversifiers and have a little fun with that. So like I said, I'm Tim. I'm the executive director here at Global Game Jam. Happy to have you with us today. Looking forward to having you back tomorrow, and enjoy the rest of your day wherever you are.